Man, let's get straight to it. Yo, this is Set with Set Media, man. I'm back with another one. All right, guys, we're gonna go ahead and get into this Trump video and let him defend his tariffs. And then we got some other people who want to talk, and we also got some, some other great videos to get into. All right, guys, let's make sure to double tap that screen, like the video. Let's go.
Over $1 billion. We have $1 billion trade deficit. When you look at the trade deficit that we have with certain countries, way over $1 billion per country. But with China, it's $1 trillion. And we have to solve our trade deficit. We have $1 trillion trade deficit with China. Hundreds of billions of dollars a year we lose with China. And unless we solve that problem, I'm not going to make a deal. Now, I'm willing to deal with China, but they have to solve their surplus. We have a tremendous deficit problem with China. They have a surplus of at least $1 trillion a year. I think it's like $1.1 trillion. And I want that solved. And no other president's taken it on. I had to take it on the last time, and then we had a rigged election. No other president's taken it on. And so China is, they say the market's spoken. China is right.
Yeah, I just looked it up now. The U.S. trade deficit in 2024, it was $270.4 billion to China. But of course, the U.S. imports from China was $401.4 billion. So you see where the problem is?
They're taking a big hit because everyone knows we're right. They have to pay tariffs because otherwise we have a surplus, that they have a surplus with us that is not sustainable.
Mr. President.
And we're talking about $1 trillion, you know that, right? We're not going to lose $1 trillion for the privilege of buying pencils from China.
The idea of crashing the markets on purpose, there's been some speculation, partly because of the video that was posted on Truth Social, that there was some sort of deliberate effort on your part to have the market sell off. Can you talk about that?
No, that's not so. But I do want to solve the deficit problem that we have with China, with the European Union and other nations. And they're going to have to do that. And if
you're bringing up some of the European Union nations, like, Germany, which we got a 76 billion, trade deficit with. We got Ireland, an 80 billion trade deficit with, probably due to pharmaceuticals. And this is all last year, guys. This is all within last year. And we're, like I said, we're in trade deficits in the billions.
They want to talk about that, I'm open to talking. But otherwise, why would I want to talk? And as you know, because of the tariffs, we have $7 trillion already committed to be invested in the United States, building auto plants, building chip companies, and all sorts of companies are coming into our country at levels that we've never seen before. Biden had nothing coming in. This was a dead country with Biden. He didn't know what he was doing, and that's now been proven at least.
Trump, this weekend, you talked to a lot of leaders this weekend. Can you tell us, sir, were there any deals made?
I spoke to a lot of leaders, European, Asian, from all over the world. They're dying to make a deal, but I said, we're not going to have deficits with your country. We're not going to do that, because to me, a deficit is a loss. We're going to have surpluses, or we're at worst going to be breaking even.
Yep.
But China would be the worst.
I'm weak. It's pretty much saying, look, either we're both making money or nobody's making money, but we're just getting products. Like, it's going to work out one way or the other. It's either we're breaking even, we're not losing any money, or we're gaining money.
The group, because the deficit is so big, and it's not sustainable. And I was elected on this. This was one of the biggest reasons I got elected. It was exactly because of this. And we're going to put tariffs, we've already put them on. It's not a question of we will. We're going to put them on. And those tariffs next year will make us $1 trillion. In addition to the $1 trillion, thousands of companies are going to relocate back into the United States. In North Carolina, already furniture people are starting to move back in Detroit and Michigan, which I won because of what I said, what I'm telling you. Car companies are starting to open up. In Indiana, a big one is under construction, as an example, Honda. But they're moving in like nobody has ever seen this before. So it's unsustainable for us to allow China to have surpluses of $1 trillion.
I mean, yeah, and well, not all within 1 year, but within over like 4 years, China done made over $1 trillion off of the deficit. So yes, our trade deficit with China has been about around that either 200 to 300 billion. And yeah, that's not sustainable. And then with everybody else, and this is the problem, look, having a trade deficit with China wouldn't be so bad if we weren't racking up like, trade deficits in the 100 billions and the 80 billions with other countries. So it makes it 10 times worse.
We will be taking in over $1 trillion over the next short period of time with the tariffs that I've already instituted. They're already in place. Now, what's going to happen with the market, I can't tell you, but I can tell you our country has gotten a lot stronger. And eventually, it'll be a country like no other. It'll be the most dominant country economically in the world, which is what it should be.
Is there a Trump put, though? Is there pain in the market at some point you're unwilling to tolerate this idea of a Trump put? Is there a threshold?
I think your question is so stupid. I think I don't want anything to go down, but sometimes you have to take medicine to fix something.
That is wild. She says, so wait, is there a point in the market where you will turn around? And like I said, it's kind of crazy how these reporters are trying to put out the strategy here. Like, oh, well, if that means you're pretty much telling the billionaires, well, if we let it tank hard enough, Trump's going to take these tariffs off of us, guys. You know that, right? But if we just leave it up to, hey, look, you guys are either going to keep losing profits, you're going to keep losing shares, like what you're going to do. And all you got to do is bring your business back here and everything will be fine. Trust me, we don't want to give these guys a date. Yeah, we don't ever want to give them a date. We don't want to give them a number on when they can, wait it out. Nah, we want them to keep the marathon going, like an endless marathon. They don't know when it's going to end until they capitulate.
And we have such a horrible, we have been treated so badly by other countries because we had stupid leadership that allowed this to happen. They took our businesses, they took our money, they took our jobs, they moved it to Mexico, they moved it to Canada, they moved a lot of it to China.
Hey guys, let's make sure to like the video, guys. Go ahead and double tap that screen for me or the 3 dots up there in the corner. Appreciate the support, guys.
And it's not sustainable. We're not going to do it. Now we have hundreds of billions of dollars is pouring into our country on a monthly basis. It's pouring. It's already started because they put tariffs on. And eventually it's going to straighten out and our country will be solid and strong again.
Elon Musk has said he hopes for 0 tariffs between the U.S. and Europe. Is that a place you'd like to also get to?
Well, the problem is that Europe has made a fortune with us. Europe also has had a tremendous surplus with the United States. Europe has treated us, it's a little smaller, but they've treated us very, very badly. China has, but Europe has also. Europe has been very, very bad to us. Europe has taken our leaders for a ride. They don't take our cars. They don't take our food products.
Nope.
They don't take anything. And we take their cars, Mercedes, Volkswagen, BMW. We take their millions of cars. They take no cars.
Exactly. And it's not because American cars are bad. And that's what I hate. Like I said, they try to give this a downplay of American product when no, it's not that our products are bad. It's just that your countries won't take it in. You guys won't even give us the competition. Now, you won't even give Chevy, Ford, GM. You don't even let us sell into y'all markets. But then you want to say that our cars are bad. Like, tell me, how would you know? You never had a chance to buy one.
They don't take our farm product. They don't take anything. Europe's treated us very badly. We put a big tariff on Europe. They are coming to the table. They want to talk. But there's no talk unless they pay us a lot of money on a yearly basis. Number one for present, but also for past, because they've taken a lot of our wealth away, and we're not going to allow it to happen.
Sir, have you talked to any tech leaders over the weekend about the tariffs?
Yeah, I talked to the biggest in the world. I talked to the biggest of them all, many of them, but I've talked to, I would say 4 or 5 that are considered the biggest. They don't, and you know what they said? We don't blame you.
Who did you talk to?
I don't want to say. I'll put it out. I may give it to you.
NVIDIA CEO?
I have to find out if they mind. I don't know if that was a confidential call or not, but we had 5 or 6. I've spoken to many countries. They all want to do, just so you understand the power of what I'm doing. Every country is calling and being very solicitous of us. Very, very nice. They're being very nice. And we have to be able.
Yeah, because when you look at the trade deficit, that's how much money these countries are going to be losing. And when you look up their GDP, you kind of realize that, like, damn, some of our American consumerism is kind of like holding up y'all GDP. And it's kind of bad. It's pretty bad. But yeah, if they were to lose our business, a lot of these countries are going to tank.
To justify, this is not sustainable. The United States can't lose $1.9 trillion on trade. We can't do that and also spend a lot of money on NATO in order to protect European nations. We cover them with military, then we lose money on trade.
That's the most disrespectful part about Europe. It's like, hold on, bro. We pretty much help y'all with security. We pretty much, send y'all troops, American troops. If anything goes down, we're willing to give you American weaponry. But you're telling me that you guys can't give us fair trade? Like, think about that. Think about that, America. We literally give these guys military protection, damn near fund most of NATO, and y'all telling me y'all can't, come on now. Can't give us a fair trade deal? Like, that makes no sense. But then there are friends, there are allies. Okay.
The whole thing is crazy. And I got elected on that basis. We explained it. The American people understand it a lot better than the media. But the media understands it. And much of the media writes correctly about it, I must say.
Sir,
okay.
When are the next set of talks with Russia, and who will participate, and where are we in terms of making progress in terms of peace?
We're talking to Russia. We'd like them to stop. I don't like the bombing. The bombing goes on, and every week thousands of young people are being killed. And it's a horrible thing that should have never started, would have never started if I were president, 100%.
On the tariffs, is it a negotiation now? Bloomberg, sir. Is it a negotiation or rules of the road?
Go ahead. Another question, please.
Sir,
about TikTok.
She has too many questions.
Sir, about TikTok, there was a report that there was about to be a deal, but China changed its mind because of the tariffs.
I'd say it was largely true. The report is that we had a deal pretty much with TikTok. Not a deal, but pretty close. And then China changed the deal because of tariffs. If I gave a little cut in tariffs, they'd approve that deal in 15 minutes, which shows you the power of tariffs, right?
President, former New Hampshire Governor Chris Sununu is saying that he'll win the open Senate.
And here's the thing. I don't think a lot of people understand, like I said, the importance of American consumerism in these countries. We pretty much fund these countries through our consumerism. So if they're missing that, then why do you think these guys are running to us right now? Why do you think businesses are jumping over here? Because American consumerism is key. It's vital to corporations and it's vital to some of these countries' GDP. So let's not play around here. Like I said, when we're like $1.2 trillion in a trade deficit, that means there's a lot of countries kind of hinging on our consumerism. And there's one person in the chat like, oh yeah, we're gonna go tariff the supermarket. I'm like, bro, the supermarket ain't nothing without their best customer.
Seat in New Hampshire that he has no doubt you'll support him if he runs. Is that true?
True. I told him. He came to my office, came to the Oval Office, and met with Chris Sununu, and I support him fully. I hope he runs. He's been very nice to me over the.
What's crazy about this tariff situation? It's kind of like we put ourselves in a weird position with this whole, us being a consumer economy. It's a bad position, to be honest, but we also put the world in a bad position because they let us be a consumer economy. They let us buy their products, and due to it being in a high amount, they put themselves in a position to where, they're dependent on our consumerism. So with the tariffs, now that we're kind of taking that back, that's what hurts these countries way more than it's going to hurt us. Like I said, we can always build in America.
Last year.
But these countries can't find another America.
Or so. But no, I hope he runs. I think he'll win that seat.
Sir, when we get into late summer, early fall, and people are doing their back-to-school shopping, do you think they'll have inflation to worry about at that point?
I think there's not going to be. I don't think inflation's going to be a big deal because if you look at me, I took in hundreds of billions of dollars. This is not new to me. I took in during my 4 years hundreds of billions of dollars from China. And we also took in a lot of money from other countries, but in particular China, because it was just getting started. And we had no inflation. Who had inflation was Biden. Biden had the worst inflation in the history of our country. I had no inflation. We had a perfect country. We had no wars. I ended them all. I defeated ISIS. Everything was good. And then when this numbskull got in, as they really call themselves now, numbskulls. But when he got in, bad things happened to our country, including our open border. And now we're doing very well with, we have the best numbers on the border that we've ever had.
Speaking of the border, have you talked to Attorney General Pam Bondi recently about the cases going on with the deportations?
Yeah, sure. It's really sad when you think that Biden allowed millions of people to come in. And if they find one, now I will tell you, the one, somebody said he's a member of MS-13.
You know what? The next video, we're going to get into Steven Crowder explaining this alleged loving father, but really MS-13 gang member and also a human trafficker.
Not Tren de Aragua. He's a member of MS-13.
And guys, let's make sure to like the video, guys. Let's go ahead and double tap that screen to like the video with the 3 dots up there in the corner. Appreciate the support.
And therefore, he should immediately be brought back. Well, MS-13 is just as bad as Tren de Aragua. So they say, oh, we made a mistake because he's not with them. He's with MS-13. Bring him back. Bring him back. MS-13 is a very bad group.
Sir, how concerned,
maybe as bad, actually.
How concerned are you about the measles outbreak? There was another fatality today. And what else would you like to see in terms of the response?
Well, I think they're doing reports on it. It's so far a fairly small number of people relative to what we're talking about. It's something that people have known about for many, many years. I mean, measles has been, this is not something new. And we'll see what happens. But certainly, if it progresses, we'll have to take action very strongly.
El Salvador's president said on X that he'd been invited to the White House on April 14th for a working visit to discuss Tren de Aragua and MS-13 and other ways we can support each other, the U.S. and El Salvador. I was curious if you could expand more on what some of these other ideas you had for El Salvador.
Well, I think, you're in the way of that camera, by the way. You should at least say that the camera operator should probably say that she's shooting the back of your head, I don't know why she doesn't say it. I have to say it instead. I have great respect for him. I know him. I've known him for a long time. He's a young leader, and he's very tough on crime. Very, very tough on crime.
I don't know, man. That El Salvadorian leader kind of rubbed me the wrong way. I mean, hold on. So you go around, you kick indoors, you lock up all the gang members, family members too, but he did release them once he found out that they weren't gang members. But yes, he filled this prison with gang members, and all of a sudden they disappear. Like, gone. You feel me? And now all of a sudden they're here. It kind of makes me think, like, I mean, bro, are you kind of just covering your ass because you kind of got just caught for dumping your criminals here and then claiming that you cleaned up your country?
And in their system, their prison system, they spend a tiny fraction of the money that this country spends. So, but he is coming in, I don't know when, but he is coming in sometime over the next couple of weeks.
What are you and Prime Minister Netanyahu going to speak about tomorrow?
We're going to talk about trade, and we're going to talk about the obvious subject. You know what the obvious subject is?
Do you have any news for us on the obvious subject?
I'm trying to do trade just to keep it down. No, look, there's a lot of things going on with the Middle East right now that have to be silenced. We had no problem with the Middle East. Everything was done. We had no problem with Iran. We had no problem with anybody. And then you had October 7th. And that was all because Iran, as you know, was not giving money to anybody because they had no money. Now they have a lot of money. So we'll see what happens.
El Salvador, the president there said he would be willing to take American citizens in the federal prison population. Is that one of
I swear, I like Trump's policies. Everyone except what he be doing in the Middle East. I mean, that's my only disagreement with the man.
ideas are going to be discussed?
Well, I love that. If we could take some of our 20-time wise guys that push people into subways and that hit people over the back of the head and that purposely run people over in cars, if he would take them, I'd be honored to give them. I don't know what the law says on that, but I can't imagine the law would say anything different. If they can house these horrible criminals for a lot less money than it costs us, I'm all for it. But I'd only do according to the law. But I have suggested that, why should it stop just at people that cross the border illegally? We have some horrible criminals, American grown and born. And if we have somebody that bops an old woman over the head, if we have somebody that is in jail 20 times and goes back and shoots people all over the place and then has a bad judge or a bad prosecutor that do nothing about him, all they worry about is...
Okay, he's pretty much describing how the situation, how it was in Chicago and New York under Biden. I mean, man, you could steal, rob, damn near commit murder, and they gonna let you go. It did not make any sense. But all right, man, let's get into this video with Steven Crowder explaining this whole, oh, he's a family man. He's not no gang member. You guys sent somebody wrongfully without due process. And I'm like, all right, well, check this out.
I don't care about due process for people who are not legal citizens. I certainly don't care about due process for people who are fleeing to this country because of their violent gang activity. I don't care if you have children. As a matter of fact, I think our policy needs to ensure that you are not incentivized to start a family as a violent felon in this country.
On God, like I said, man, that 14th Amendment loophole is killing us. Is like, that's probably one amendment we do need to take care of and be like, yeah, well, I don't like it how the Dems are pretty much saying, well, it's unconstitutional because, well, they're a criminal. They came here and have a family, so they're an American citizen now. I'm just looking at them like, bro, y'all serious? I'm like, you not see where this goes, though. It's like, I get it. I get what y'all saying. And it is, we are going by the amendment. But I'm going to tell you this right now. This doesn't lead anywhere good, though.
As a method of remaining here. This is something that the media has been running with. And we knew that this would happen when we're talking about deportations with Donald Trump. The media was just going to, they were going to comb through all of it and try and find one example of one innocent, one wrongfully charged or deported person. We knew that was going to happen. Here's the good news. They couldn't find one, so they made one up. Let me get to the facts regarding the story that I know you know about. But first, President Trump, 113,000 migrant arrests thus far, over 100,000 deportations, 530,000 ordered to self-deport or face consequences, and border crossings are down 94% year over year, a historic low. So the left says, we got to find someone. We got to find, a gay makeup artist who's deported wrong. Oh, okay. We got to find somebody to prove that this is wrong because there could potentially be someone wrongfully deported. And they just decided to make one up. See this story about the deported innocent dad.
Right now at 4:30, we are covering the fight to bring a Maryland man back home after he was wrongfully deported to a prison overseas. The Trump administration accidentally sends a Maryland dad to prison in El Salvador.
Back here at home, a
Now they're pro-dad
scandal is unfolding after ICE says it deported a Maryland father of 3 in error.
A Maryland man mistakenly deported to El Salvador.
A man in Maryland deported to a notorious mega prison in El Salvador.
They have now deported a Maryland father on one of those El Salvador flights.
A stunning admission from the Trump administration.
And the stunning admission was wild. This was the one I seen, and I was like, a stunning admission. And then when I looked it up, I'm like, nobody admitted to nothing.
It admits in a court filing that a Maryland man was sent to the notorious El Salvadorian.
Yes, an illegal immigrant that we found in Maryland. I mean, okay, if you want to frame it like that, sure, but that's a very dishonest way of framing it.
Mega prison. All because of administrative error.
Sort of. There was one kind of administrative error. Let me just front load this for you. The man had no business being here. He was supposed to have been deported a long time ago, and he was involved with a gang. Okay. But did you notice how many times they refer to him as a dad, as a father? Because now they're the party of dads, as if they're looking to pull on your heartstrings and imply that someone who has happened to father children can't be taken from his kids for committing crimes. Here's another headline for you. Father of 2 and children's entertainer brutally arrested at his humble home in the suburbs of Chicago. See how silly it is?
It is.
Better painter than Hitler.
He was a father. He was a father. You know what? You know what pisses me off? We'll get into the details, but this guy knew from 2019 on, he was going to be deported, period. He was going to. The only administrative thing that was there was not to El Salvador. That's where they say they screwed up.
Yeah.
He then has a family, knowing that there is a day that will come that he will be removed from this country. You want to be mad at somebody? You want your heartstrings to pull for somebody? Do it for the kids.
Yeah, low key, because I mean, once you get into the story, you're gonna find out that, bro, this guy was pretty much asked to leave the United States a while ago. Asked to leave a while ago, and he stayed regardless. Wife, kids, had a family. You know what? But bro could have even let the gang life, stop human trafficking, or stop being a gang member. But it still goes with Trump's policies on, hey, yo, due to the Aliens Enemy Act, you're a gang member. You did crime here. You were asked to leave about a couple years ago, and you didn't. So yeah, it's time to get you up out of here. But that's what liberal news don't want to tell you.
Because that guy, that selfish prick, did this to try to get to stay here and did not care about the consequences to his family.
Yeah.
So when he starts caring about them, I will.
I would add one thing.
And I see my libs in the chat wanting some Sam Cedar. Y'all want some Sam Cedar? I got y'all.
Even worse is he actually was hoping for those consequences to be a shield.
Yes.
Sympathy. So that brings us to today's installment of Claim Truth.
Wrong.
As always, all references, the links are in the description. Click it right there. I encourage you to do more research. Here's the first claim that you'll hear. He was wrongfully deported. Even Trump admitted it.
A Maryland father with protected status.
And that is the biggest lie. Oh, even Trump admitted it. I'm like, Trump didn't admit that. Hold on, bro. We're talking about the man who never admits that he's wrong. I mean, even when Trump is wrong, he don't admit it. So you're all of a sudden, even when the liberal media pushes, oh, Trump never admits when he's wrong. Trump never admits when he's wrong. All of a sudden, he admits when he's wrong. After y'all been like, what, 8 years saying this man never says when he's wrong. All of a sudden, he admits when he's wrong. Do y'all hear yourselves sometimes? It's the double speak.
Who was wrongfully deported to that mega prison in El Salvador. The Atlantic first reported this story. It's now been confirmed by NBC News. Trump officials admit in a court filing the man's deportation was due to an administrative error.
So he was wrongfully deported. Trump admitted it. Here's the truth. No, he wasn't. He absolutely was supposed to be deported. So October in 2019, Abrego Garcia was ordered to be removed from the United States. I would say that's the first administrative error.
Boom. Right there. Like, it's right there, bro. So let's go back on that.
Garcia was ordered to be removed from the United States. I would say that's the first administrative error. I don't understand the ordered to be removed and not kicking his ass out.
True.
It's like, all right, okay, you're guilty of murder. I'll get around to it in 6 years. Don't leave town. All right, come on, straighten up. Keep your nose clean until you get sent to prison 6 years from now. All right, come on, honor system. I'm trusting you.
Your lease is up, but go ahead and stay as long as you can.
Yeah. We're gonna evict you eventually. That's the problem that we have. That's the red tape that we have to get through. This guy was determined to be a flight risk and a danger to the community. Bond was withheld. And this is the administrative error they're discussing. He was supposed to be spared deportation to El Salvador only, meaning he was supposed to be deported. He's not supposed to be here. And they said, oh, because this guy may face some threats of violence in El Salvador, likely because of his prior gang activity, we'll send you anywhere else. So that's the only error. They want to make it seem like an innocent guy was deported. It's just, we won't send you to El Salvador. Now, that being said, does anyone think if he was ordered to be deported to Nicaragua or Honduras that it would be any better? So
fair point.
Wrongfully here, ordered to be deported, not El Salvador. He only ended up on that flight to El Salvador as an alternate. And if you don't believe us, just listen to CNN in a brief moment of clarity, kind of admitting it.
The government cannot remove him to El Salvador for fear of persecution in that country. He is still removable to another country, but he cannot be sent to El Salvador.
Why?
And if the federal government were to want to terminate that, they would have to go through an additional...
Hold on. So wait. Why are we even honestly capitulating to his demands? You don't want to go to El Salvador off fear of prosecution? I mean, bro, you're a criminal. You're an ex-human trafficker or current human trafficker. We don't care.
Process in immigration court. There was a flight manifest, and as ICE was working through this flight manifest, they were pulling off names.
But this man literally stood in front of like, bro, don't send me back to El Salvador, bro. They're gonna prosecute me. Yeah.
We do not care.
Names because of various reasons, they say. His name, therefore, was moving its way up on the list until ultimately he was put on this deportation flight.
So is that the quote-unquote clerical error that they claim?
Correct.
That it just moved up a list?
Also, she slept at her boyfriend's house and only had his shirt to wear. So it's just, they go, he was removable. That's That's kind of the key. Wow.
Yes, he was removable. He was asked to be removed. I ain't gonna lie. It's kind of funny how our government said, yeah, we're going to deport you, but, later on. We'll get around to it, guys. And guys, let's make sure to double tap that screen and like the video, man. Appreciate the support. Right, the 3 dots up there in the corner.
Why? Hey, tell me about MS-13. What kind of crimes did they commit? In other words, do you think Americans would be outraged on the technicality of not El Salvador because the remaining criminal gang members with whom he was likely active have an axe to grind with him? If people understood why this man was a risk, why he was ordered to be removed, how outraged do you think Americans would be? The left, meaning the media and Democrats, they don't care about you.
They don't.
Because they want every one of this man's ilk to stay here based on a technicality. And so, yep, granted, that was kind of an administrative mistake, though it is fun to think of the moment he was on standby and realize what was happening.
Please, 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 come on. Come on, come on. No, come on. Ay, chingada. Well, he doesn't want to go hang with his homies.
I'm so glad we're not on YouTube anymore.
Man, what? Don't you want to, sleep on that steel pallet with the homeboys? Like, S.A.T up?
And by the way, none of this happens without you. If you like what you see, you want to support it, Rumble Premium. Click that button. You can join. You get an hour of additional show. You get Dr. Disrespect, Donald Trump Jr., you get Nick DiPaolo, you get Russell Brand, you get extended shows, and you get it ad-free. And we are funded by viewers like you, $99 a year. And you get this wonderful, this co-promoter.
For y'all said that we don't care about due process. Like I said, do we need to continuously bring up the Enemies Alien Act? Like, guys, if that wasn't for that, then yes, these guys would be getting due process. But like I said, they're labeled a terrorist organization. They're human traffickers. I mean, y'all should be happy. I mean, well, what's the problem here, Dams? What are the problem? Honestly, what's the problem? It's like they are human traffickers and gang members that have hurt American citizens. Are you guys for real?
Wrongfully. This man is not a gang member at all.
He is not a member of and has no affiliation.
It's like, bro, y'all have a better stance with the guy who got pulled off the campus for speaking about Palestine and Hamas, okay? That guy I can get behind you on. I can get behind you on that guy. Yeah, he deserved due process. But this guy, these criminals, gang members, human traffickers, no, not them.
With MS-13 or any other criminal gang. And they're asking that the government stop paying for his custody in El Salvador and request his return to the United States.
Here's the truth. He was MS-13. He absolutely was MS-13. There's no doubt whatsoever. It is indisputable that Garcia was a part of MS-13. And it has been made very, very clear in the court documents, which I encourage you to go read. Here's a quote. The determination that the respondent is a gang member appears to be trustworthy and is supported by other evidence in the record, and the respondent has failed to present evidence to rebut that assertion.
Oh, shit! So, hey, guys, this is the evidence that they were talking about. This is the evidence. Oh, what's the evidence that he's a criminal? It's right here. And you can actually look up these court documents of this man. So, I mean, here's the thing. When this came out, y'all couldn't even give us a name. I had to go find a name. Like, bro, I had to go try to find information on this man. You guys gave us no information but just saying, oh, he's innocent. Oh, he didn't get due process. Oh, he's not a gang member. Just to find out that he is a gang member and at worst a human trafficker.
Supported by other evidence in the record, and the respondent has failed to present evidence to rebut that assertion, although the government recognizes the financial and emotional hardships to Abrego Garcia's family. The public interest in not returning a member of a violent criminal gang to the United States outweighs those individual interests. In other words, he's a gang member, a violent gang. We know it. But because they use our empathy against us, there are going to be some negative consequences to the family. We see that. We want to consider the family. That,
I mean, yeah, I can go ahead and paint the picture. Yes, we are tearing a father away from his daughter and mother, because he is a gang member and a human trafficker. And I mean, yeah, it be like that. I mean, what you mean? We do this to Americans every day. Americans going to go ahead and sling drugs? What you mean? Drug dealers got family and kids and all that. We don't show them no mercy. Like, what the hell? All of a sudden, we want to show mercy to the foreigners. But what? Where's the mercy for the American citizens? I don't think they should get it. But I'm just saying now. It's like we do it to our own. So what y'all mad about?
That does not change the fact that this man was a violent gang member. And I don't know if you know this, I'm willing to bet, probably irreparably destroyed other families through violent gang activity. Your false white guilt empathy ignores actual victims. And by the way, this guy is continuing to victimize people, as Gerald said, by putting his family into the mix. He only started a family after he was ordered to be removed as a way to try and stay. You see the problem with anchor babies? And in case you doubted the court records and you doubted the man himself, all you need is to take a look at his back tattoo.
Damn. Hold on, that's bro's back tattoo? Hey, yo.
All you need is to take a look at his back tattoo.
I am a member of the notorious international gang MS-13, no matter what. I might. Oh, wow. Whoa. Okay, no. They funny. Go right.
Oh, of course.
They're always.
It's always
to people on audio. I'm not going to read it. Go and watch it.
By the way, the statement that they were reading on the news, I don't know if it was MSNBC or whatever they were doing there, it was basically from his lawyer. What else is he going to say other than he is not a member of MS-13? He provided no evidence of that, by the way. He just said he's not. You got to bring him back. He's not a member. Okay, sure. Help me figure that out. We have evidence that he is. You can't refute that. I'm not asking you to prove a negative. Yeah, I'm just saying.
I did say, like, bro, intelligence agents gathered information on this man. Intelligent agents. The lawyer tried to pretty much say, hey, nah, he's innocent. And the court was like, okay, cool, prove it. Because we got evidence that, he's that guy. So if you ain't got no evidence, then, well, buddy's getting on that plane.
He's looks like a gang member. We've got evidence that he is. Help me here. I understand.
Somewhere out there, a lawyer did say Jeffrey Dahmer was innocent.
That's true.
Someone said OJ was innocent.
That's right. Lots of people.
Well, so did the court, kind of.
Because the lawyer, because the media got in it right and turned it into a racial thing. That's exactly what's happening here. His lawyer comes out and says, he's not in a gang. The media goes, well, good enough for me. By the way, we also need fact checkers on new media and big tech platforms to ensure the integrity of journalism.
Right.
You took the word of the gang member's lawyer for it.
Oh, yeah, and it's 2019. So, yeah, if you want to look up the guy's name, and in 2019, you'll be able to find those court documents stating that he was supposed to be removed from the United States. Since 2019, though, it's wild. But, okay, here we are today, though.
Sorry.
What was his name? Joker?
Yeah, that's my mistrust of institutions. Just it's poking its ugly head out. I'm sorry, guys.
Work on that.
Trust your institutions. Here's the next claim that they'll make. It doesn't even really matter, but they also try and claim, which doesn't make sense if he was a gang member anyway, that he didn't get due process.
And now, guys, for the naysayers, you can always send in a video request. I'll be happy to go ahead and play it. But, like I said, if you're $5 and up, I'll go ahead and send in any video request. Even for the naysayers, you guys want to prove me wrong, you want to prove Steven Crowder wrong, please try.
So for individuals like this gentleman right here, who's a father,
this gentleman,
I'm not like shit. I want to be wrong. I'm tired of being right. It gets boring.
I'll sit here and die on a hill and say whether or not he was MS-13 or not. I'm not trying to be on Fox News or Fox and 5 in the morning because I simply don't know the answer to that question. But what I will say is that he deserved a right of due process so that we can properly adjudicate that.
Nope. Here's the truth. He received all of the due process to which he was entitled.
Yes, it already happened.
You just heard from his lawyer, right?
Yes.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit. That's true. Oh, shit. You're right. How the hell you hear from a lawyer if you ain't getting no court date or a due process? Oh, that went over my head, too. I'm like, well, we did just hear from bro's lawyer. So wait, how the hell you get a lawyer if you ain't got no due process? I mean, if he ain't went through no course, then what the hell he has a lawyer for?
He has one.
So you know what that means? If he has a lawyer, especially a lawyer who's on cable news, that means he had a lawyer represent him through the process. I'm not going too fast for you. Am I?
There are court documents.
Yes.
So from courts.
And by the way, this also goes back. Remember?
So there are court documents from courts in 2019 that honestly, that was his due process already. He already got due process. And then through this process, he got due process. The man got double the process when he should have only got it once and got deported in 2019.
Or when the left.
No, we were overly nice to this guy. No, y'all need to shut the hell up.
Just like 2 weeks ago, I was trying to say these illegal aliens, they're not criminals. It's a civil infraction.
Oh.
It's not a criminal. Oh, well, interesting you should say that. So immigration courts and the judges, they're administrative and civil in nature, which means that there aren't any criminal courts. It means there are no jury trials and that the deportations are merely civil penalties, not criminal sentences. So let's go with your premise.
Mm-hmm.
And by the way,
that is true. When they say it's a civil crime, because we're just going to deport you. We're not going to lock you up. That's why it's kind of like a federal crime. You feel me? Like, oh yeah, if you come over here one time and we deport you, that's a civil. That's kind of something. We do that civilly. But you come over here a second time, and I'm like, all right, bro, we might have to lock you up, then deport you so you learn your lesson. And shout out to my man Ham. He was ordered to be deported in 2019. Yes, he was ordered to be deported in 2019. This guy was ordered to be deported, guys, in 2019. He stuck it out. I mean, I'm pretty sure at that time he probably had wife and kids at that moment, and he was like, oh shit, I can't really go nowhere right now, even if I wanted to. And he kind of just waited out until America came and got him that day. This is my wild speculation on the matter, but I'm just adding, human emotion into it, because I can only imagine he probably because he had a young daughter. So I can only imagine 5, 6 years ago, his daughter probably was just being born. He gets that notice, and it's a, type of moment. But yes, in 2019, he was asked to be, we asked him nicely to deport himself.
Entire immigration court system, it falls directly under the authority of the DOJ and the Attorney General Pam Bondi. Okay, that includes any kind of determination to be made about deportability for Garcia.
Yeah.
And even, by the way, the withholding of the removal to El Salvador, specifically that prison, that's the only determination that allegedly you could say is a mistake here. I'm sorry. I just don't care. I just don't care. And I mean that. Look, I support the death penalty. I didn't used to. And by the way, you can comment. I find that as a parent, as I get older, people are like, you become a big softie. I find myself definitely softening for the people I love and more emotional because I think I relate to more things as it relates to children, and I find myself having far less empathy for anyone who poses a risk to children. So I support the death penalty because I know that personally that's something I would want to see if someone tried to sexually assault or kidnap or murder my children. That being said, I guarantee you, we all know that there have been some innocent people who have been wrongfully convicted. Sure. Yeah. But that doesn't determine policy. And in this case, hey, does it? And the left will try and act as though they're putting up these moral sort of blockades. Hey, yeah, but what about this? It's not a moral quandary. It's not. It's an emotional response.
Yeah.
What if there could potentially be an innocent person? Okay, you can apply it to everything. The same people who say I'm anti-death penalty because it's immoral will also tell you, isn't it worse to spend life in prison? Well, then what if an innocent person is sentenced to being sodomized for the next 40 years in prison? How is that any better? In other words, the logical conclusion.
I always do say, death is too sweet for some of these people. There's some people who's going to be in jail where death is, every day in jail is a living hell for them, and death would be oh so sweet for them. I'm telling you, there's some stories that you would be horrified by, like guys who literally spend maybe the past 5-10 years being anally terrorized.
Conclusion to this idea of what if there's an innocent person means you don't enforce laws. Or you start off on this logic trail going, okay, do we enforce the laws? Of course, the answer is yes. You cannot find someone, even on the left, who will say, no, yes, we do. Okay, what's the most effective law? What is the right law? Let's discount the idea that laws are imperfectly applied. It's to get rid of people who pose a violent threat to folks in this country. Simple. Easy. There is no art, and I don't care. I'm sorry, I don't care about due process for people who are not legal citizens. I certainly don't care about due process for people who are fleeing to this country because of their violent gang activity.
Oh God, it's just
we do not care.
And here's the thing: the guy got due process. He got due process. He was a gang member and human trafficker. What is wrong with you guys? Why don't you guys do the research into this instead of just believing what the media says? It was that simple. Here's the thing. All you had to do was find out who the guy's name was, find out his name, look him up in the court system, and all the information you need would have popped right up, right there in your face. Right there. It was that easy.
I don't care if you have children. As a matter of fact, I think our policy needs to ensure that you are not incentivized to start a family as a violent felon in this country as a method of remaining here. Comment below if does that make.
Remember, bro had a lawyer. That means somebody represented him when they provided this evidence, pretty much saying that you're a gang member. He had a lawyer. What does that mean? Oh, wait, he had representation. What does that mean? Due process.
Me a heartless bastard, then okay.
I hope this story gets out far and wide. I hope every single person who wants to come here and try to game the system like this guy did, I hope every single one of them hears about this tale. You want to father children and then abandon them because you've been deported, knowing that was going to be the case the entire time? That's on you. I hate it for the kids. They didn't do anything wrong.
Oh, God.
This guy,
like, bro, that little girl ain't do nothing wrong. This guy decided to come over here, have kids here, knowing damn well he came in here the wrong way. And now look, he got to leave a wife and kids behind. It sucks, but this what happens.
Is the prick. Did this guy come and present himself at a port of entry to seek asylum in the United States, or did he get arrested and claim asylum? I think that's a really interesting way of trying to do it the right way. If you are fleeing persecution and you are saying, because of my political beliefs in my country, these gang members are coming after me. I'm not a member of the gang. You stuck into the country. You didn't come present yourself and say, help me. You came and said, I'll take what I want.
Yes.
And then when you got caught, you did something to try to make it harder to take you out of here. Democrats aren't for deportation and just found something that bothered them. They are anti-deportation completely. And they're trying to piggyback off of this lie and spin to get you to be anti-deportation as well. Do not be fooled by stuff like this. That's why we thought we would need to cover this. Every single time this happens, we're going to dig deeply in to find out what the real story is, because they're not telling you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Obviously, they're not telling you. And obviously, they're not doing the research. Like, I didn't even have to do too much research. As soon as I heard that, I'm like, hold on. Department of Homeland Security had agents on this? Oh, then shoot. I'm like, well, bro, they put the agents on this man. They found out everything they needed to know, put this man in court. He had representation. And here's the crazy thing. The news media completely lied. They lied. I mean, the only thing they told the truth about that he's a guy in Maryland with a wife and kid. And that was it. After that, it was just complete lies after that. Like, he got due process. He is a gang member. He is a human trafficker. So I don't know what to tell y'all at this point. Like, if you guys don't want to believe it, then go look it up yourselves. Why don't you go find out his name, look up the court documents, and it'll be all right there for you. But all right, man, let's get into Kevin O'Leary out here killing the tariff bad narrative.
Kramer talking about Black Monday coming after the weekend.
The president doesn't try to reach out and reward these countries and companies that play by the rules in the 1987 scenario, the one where we went down 3 days and then down 22% on Monday, has the most cogency. We will not have to wait out too long, will we? We'll know by Monday. Fortunately, we had an excellent set of employment numbers today. At least it makes it less likely a crash will necessarily lead to a recession. But if President Trump stays intransigent and does nothing to ameliorate the damage that I saw these last 2 days, I'm not going to be constructive here. I will contain my anger, but only because I lived through 87, and in the end, I came out okay. I was in cash for the crash. I know what this feels like. Oh, and if Europe moves against our fabulous tech companies next week, then I will be furious. That I promise you, because it should not happen.
But let's be absolutely real as to what's going on here. They're doing what they always do. They're trying to scare you. They're trying to scare the average American out of supporting policies that will actually help you. It's absolute media insanity, a fear-mongering frenzy. But thankfully, every now and then, someone cuts through all the noise. And in this case, it's legendary investor Kevin O'Leary, Mr. Wonderful, who comes in cutting through all the BS and inserts some sanity in a media jungle of total insanity. Let me show you guys exactly what's going on. We got some stuff to get into, so let's roll the tape. All right, folks, so while everyone else is hyperventilating and declaring the end of the American economy as we know it, I guess some people still have their heads screwed on straight.
Can you defend the tariffs?
I try and focus on the signal, not the noise. Harris is not president. Trump is. And if you don't like him 12 years ago, you don't like him now, and I get it. But that's not the issue. Let's talk about the situation here. Reciprocal tariffs that have been put in place, they're basically ours for some countries. We've got 60 countries on the list. Already, you've heard from Thailand, Cambodia, the EU, and Senator Kenney in Louisiana calling for zero tariffs between Canada and the United States. The whole point is it's a negotiation. And if you can get to zero tariffs, that's the best outcome. That's called free trade. That's 50% of why these tariffs are put on. So I'd argue to you, yeah, I hate volatility. I don't like it when the market corrects, but the market corrects all the time. And it generally goes down 15 to 20%. It's proven over 100 years plus. It's a great buying opportunity. And we just got the jobs numbers. The economy is just fine. Now, maybe you don't like watching sausage being made. Obviously, Trump doesn't care. He's an unusual character that way. A lot of these negotiations are done in private quarters. Trump doesn't care. You saw the first of that with Lewinsky.
And I'd actually, I'm like, why don't y'all go look up what these countries have been doing, what certain corporations have been doing because of Trump's tariffs. Like, maybe I ain't know, but there's been about $4 trillion of business being moved into the United States. And that's excluding what Apple's also thrown in there as well. I mean, we got Vietnam going like, all right, cool. We'll drop our tariffs to zero. We got actually countries calling in going like, all right, we're cutting the BS with y'all. That's the strategy. That's the negotiation. I mean, I understand that it's going over y'all head, but come on now. Let's not act like we're all economic gurus now that Trump has done something with the market, or that he's trying to turn America in a different direction economic wise. He's trying to balance us out. He's trying to, we still got our consumer market, but he's trying to make us also a producing market as well. We just can't be consuming. Like, it doesn't work out. And just let China the one be, doing all the imports and sending everything out. It doesn't work for them, and it don't work for us. I'll tell you that right now.
That's just the way he operates. So I don't care about the noise. I care about the outcome.
And there you have it. And the thing is, he's not wrong. Yeah. Tariffs are not new. Tariffs are not radical. They're not some evil invention that Donald Trump cooked up in a dark room to sabotage the American economy on behalf of the Russians. Right. Every single country pretty much on planet Earth uses tariffs. They're tools. They're leverage. The people who are claiming that these tariffs are going
to... And then some of these countries use something worse than a tariff. Man, an import ban. I mean... we don't even get to sell our products in their country. So, and then, I mean, trust me, they got crazy tariffs on our products, like 70% and higher. But then import bans is just like, bro, so you don't even want our products in there. I mean, I think one country told us that they don't want to accept a certain product of our potatoes because they couldn't tell the origin. Like, yes, countries pretty much putting up funny ass bans on our products because of, well, I ain't gonna lie, some type of loony standard. I'm gonna say that.
Going to destroy the American economy are either too dumb to understand basic economics, they're either totally brainwashed and partisan, or they're actively lying to protect the same multinational parasites that ship your jobs to China. This isn't a crisis. It's not an apocalypse. And honestly, I think if you're betting against America right now, you're a damn fool, especially on the issue of tariffs. Oh, a few tariffs were levied against countries that tariff America. Drop everything, pull all your money out of the banks and out of the markets. We're going to zero. Give me a break.
Bro.
You never win long-term betting against.
I'm telling you, it's like, bro, if you believe the left, man, they're going to make you broke. And why everybody else who's buying into the market, like I said, if you know a trader, man, the traders are salivating at the lips right now. They're salivating at the mouth going like, ooh, man, ooh, it's on sale. Everything is on sale. And that's how a lot of people see this. I mean, when COVID was happening, a lot of people made money. Low-key during these economic downturns, when it spikes up, a lot of people make money. A lot of new six figures and multimillionaires are created.
The American economy. That's like the golden rule of smart investing. There's going to be volatility, sure, but volatility is not the same as a collapse. And anybody with a real stake in building the future knows that America and its workforce are unmatched anywhere across the world. And so sure, there's some people panicking. There's some people with weak hands, but that really doesn't mean very much. The fundamentals at the end of the day haven't changed. Private sector job growth remains pretty strong. Wages are climbing. We're in the middle of a tech revolution with AI, robotics, automation. Sure, we've seen short-term volatility, a little bit of a tank, but things are still moving in the right direction. And at the end of the day, the American economy is still the envy of the world. American companies are still world leading, and it's really not even close. But if you listen to the mainstream media, oh, it's the end of the world as we know it, right? Oh, the hypocrisy. You know, back during Joe Biden's 4 years, when the markets across the board were down 20.
This is what everybody was talking about. The hypocrisy was crazy. I was like, dog, like, I'm pretty sure Dow Jones was way lower under Biden, but nobody wanted to like try to verify it. I'm just like, all right, bro, I'm pretty sure. And if you look at it, Yes, right here is Biden. Y'all ignored this. All this was ignored. We was told we were in the best economy of our time. Everything is going up when everything was obviously going down. But like I said, though, the left was ignoring it. They didn't want to touch it. All this time, we go up. We go up a little bit during 2024. Things is on the up and up. And still on the up and up. But hold on. We have one little spike, and now y'all want to panic. But you ignored this whole whole year period. The whole year, you just ignored that. But now we're supposed to just, take y'all at y'all word that this is an economic downturn, right? That we're going into a collapse. But y'all didn't see this right here. This wasn't a problem.
20 to 30 points. I don't remember hearing this kind of doomsday rhetoric. No, we all remember what they were saying back then, right? We were in the midst of an actual recession, but they were telling us, well, this isn't a real recession. What an absolute farce that is.
Boy.
That's how you know they're full of it and can't be trusted, because there's a different standard for one than there is for the other. But at the end of the day, even after all the damage that Joe Biden inflicted on the country, look where we are today. I mean, that's proof of the strength of the American market. The idea that a few tariffs are going to collapse the American economy is a complete joke. And if that was truly the case, then wouldn't we be seeing economic collapse across the world? I mean, every other country has tariffs. And that's another part of this conversation that I find so hysterical.
I mean, yeah, that's the thing too. It's like, all right, so why are y'all fear mongering on our tariffs, but you guys don't trip about other countries' tariffs? Because you guys work with half-assed information. Like, think about it like this. Okay, so how come other countries' economy didn't collapse and they got trade barriers? They tariff everybody. I mean, look at India. India economy is booming, and you barely can sell into India. And they have heavy tariffs, especially on our products. I mean, Germany got crazy tariffs. So what's this argument about tariffs are bad for the economy? Like I said, you don't understand tariffs.
Victor Davis Hanson actually mentioned this in his recent video.
Why would you get angry at the person who is reacting to the asymmetrical tariff and not the people who inaugurated the tariff? Why is Canada mad at us when it's running a $63 billion surplus and it has tariffs on some American products at 250%? Doesn't it seem like the people who started this asymmetrical, if I could use the word trade war, should be the culpable people, not the people who are reluctantly reacting to it?
Exactly. And I did say this. I'm like, hold on. These are retaliatory, right? AKA, they did it first. Now, I'm not trying to be petty here, but I mean, they did it first, man. What the hell? They put the tariffs on our products. They put import bans on our products. And you're telling us that we're the bad guy for finally playing their game? Y'all don't know enough to be talking on this, apparently.
The double standard is quite frankly hilarious. Just look at Canada. They've applied tariffs on U.S. goods for years, for decades. But now that Trump is saying, well, okay, you have tariffs on us, well, we're going to tariff you. Suddenly, Trump is some sort of economic terrorist, a tyrant waging economic war. I mean, it's unreal. Just look at this headline. Canadian Finance Minister Melanie Joly claims that Canada's relationship with the U.S. will, quote, never be the same. Don't you find that incredibly entitled and hypocritical? Canada tariffs the U.S. and nobody even bats an eye. A couple targeted relatively low tariffs here and there on Canadian imports, and America has committed this grave sin and destroyed the relationship forever. It's such a manufactured, hyperbolic crisis across the board. It's not even funny. And it's so obvious that people are exaggerating for whatever purpose they may be doing so. But at the end of the day, look what the smart investors are doing. Not even flinching. Kevin O'Leary doesn't seem to be panicking because, yeah, things happen. Markets fluctuate. They crash. They recover. Again, markets were down up to 30% during Biden's first 2 years. Just look at the chart and that was A-okay. But now we see a slight dip and it's the end of the world. Come on. Obviously, Trump's plan isn't chaos. It's not to tank global trade. Don't fall for the media hysteria. The way I'm looking at it, I'm betting on America. Who cares if Wall Street isn't? It's just like we keep hearing. Who cares what Wall Street thinks? It's Main Street's turn, baby. It's basically that simple, at least in my mind. Anyways, that's pretty...
Yeah, I mean, the same people who want to be like, we need to go against the rich and the rich this and the rich that are kind of capitulating to the rich. Y'all letting the rich fearmonger y'all. I mean, I thought y'all wanted to go against the corporations, and this is us going against the corporations, but y'all kind of want us to work back in the corporation's favor. But I thought y'all was for the middle class. Like, come on, guys. Y'all never stood on nothing. You ain't gotta, y'all can drop that act, man. It's all good, bro. We understand what it is now. You guys want the elites to win, but you frame it as if you want to help the middle class. I get the script. You guys can cut the BS now. It's cool now. I get it. But let's get into my man Stephen Miller and let's watch him explain it. My man been cooking lately.
Welcome back, America. We're here with our friend Stephen Miller, the ubiquitous Stephen Miller, and that's a good thing. You know, Stephen Miller, President Trump sees the manufacturing base in this country over the last quarter century.
And shout out to my man Ham. And shout out my man Ham. Appreciate you for supporting the show, my man. And all right, man, what do you say? He's like, play Trump's comment from Air Force One yesterday about sending citizens to El Salvador so the app profile can be educated, to sending citizens to El Salvador. All right. All right, why not?
Really on its back as a result of tax policies and other policies of our government. He sees a bloated government completely out of control. Doge made that quite obvious. He sees tax rates on our corporations that are higher than anywhere else in the free industrial world. He sees all these things going on, and he's trying to tackle them one after another. He wants to slash taxes, slash them for corporations. He wants companies to come into the United States. He's trying to reduce the size of government, get rid of the bloat and so forth and so on one side, create wealth and prosperity, tax cut. And on the other, he's saying, look, we've got to reindustrialize America. Our manufacturing base is hurting and so forth and so on. And of course, he gets resistance from the same quarters that have been overseeing this decline. What do you make of all this?
Mark, the same people that are criticizing President Trump's agenda to restore America, to usher in this new golden age, are the ones who ordered us to lock down during COVID and close all of the schools. They're the ones who opened the borders and flooded our cities with illegal aliens. They're the ones who brought us nothing but death and destruction in the Middle East, one disaster after another. They are the ones who empowered a federal bureaucracy to steal our rights and our voices as citizens, crush dissent, crush free speech, crush industry. They're the ones who allowed China and foreign countries to take our most essential industries out of the United States, gravely imperiling our national security and destroying the working and middle classes of this country. That is what President Trump inherited. That is what he is boldly and bravely repairing every single day.
I mean, and Biden kind of hit it with, well, adding hella government jobs. Like I said, the Biden administration gutted the middle class. They try to, I don't know why, but like I said, y'all believe in high taxes, heavy regulations, and then think that these companies don't have an option to just go do things somewhere else. And then here's a stupid thing, though. Not only do we push these companies out of our country, or we put these companies out of our country, but we still let them sell into our country. It's pretty stupid. I'm not going to lie. That's why I kind of like what Trump did when he says, yeah, no, if you guys want to play that game with us, well, it's going to get tariff if you try to send it in. So it's best you bring your jobs back here, build here, and everything's going to be cool.
The southern border now, under his leadership, has the lowest number of legal crossings in the history of the United States of America. Not in the last 10 years or 20 years or 30 years, in the history of these United States. Under President Trump, for the first time since the rise of China, we are protecting and defending our jobs and our manufacturing base. And we are preventing foreign countries from making it impossible to defend ourselves in the event of a national emergency. Manufacturing security is national security. And he is taking on the rogue bureaucracy and the rogue judiciary that have sapped and stolen and frittered away the rights of our people and pushed them into the hands of unelected power centers. He is, in every sense of the word, restoring national democracy and popular sovereignty. He is making America free again, Mark.
100%. Very well stated. Now, we must have these tax cuts. They must be deep. They must be broad. They really kick the economy into high gear while we're working on these tariffs, too. And then we get the usual hand wringers talking about the deficit. I think people need to understand tax cuts don't create deficits. Government spending creates deficits.
Thank you.
Tax cuts mean nothing more than people get to keep what they earned.
And I swear to God, bro, that is exactly how the Democrats framed it during the election. Like, I remember, like, oh, the economics looked over Trump's tax plan and Kamala's tax plan, and Trump tax plan add more spending. And I looked it up. I looked up the graph that they was doing, that they was working out on. I think it was on the Wall Street Journal. And it was wild as hell how they were playing this. So pretty much, increase in government spending is the government not being able to take taxes from you. So the government taking less money from you, they was framing that as an increase in government spending. And I'm just like, no, that's just a decrease in y'all budget. That means you guys can't spend as much. It's like, but it's not an increase in spending because you guys aren't taking money from the American people. And that's literally how they were framing it.
And spend it and invest it and expand it and hire more people and give them more benefits and so forth and so on. Why do you think people think, not our people here, but people in Washington think it's more righteous for them to keep the money and redistribute it and print it than people who actually make it, who get to keep it and create prosperity? What is with these people?
The most inefficient way to spend a dollar is to tax a worker, take his money, give it to the government, and then pay a government worker to work from home and watch Netflix. That is the actual least efficient way imaginable to spend the dollar. And that is why President Trump is, number one, shrinking the federal workforce, returning our workers, making sure that the government is doing its essential functions, not wasting money, including, by the way, billions of dollars on gender studies, diversity, equity, and inclusion policies, and insane foreign aid programs. But as you mentioned, what we are also doing, what President Trump is doing, is he's demanding the passage of the biggest and boldest package of tax cuts and reforms in American history. During the first Trump term, where we had the greatest economy in history, revenue went up every single year after the tax cuts, and it will again here too. When President Trump unleashes the private sector, the workers, the factories, the plants, the manufacturers to build and grow,
and that is when they will. Man, I ain't gonna lie, I can't wait. I can't wait till like June, August, summertime, around that time, and not just because of the weather, just to see where the economy's at, so I could look at y'all and be like, so it was gonna crash the economy, right? Oh, Trump plan wasn't gonna work, right? And it's kind of funny because I did say that the Dems kind of effed up. Like, y'all should have waited. Y'all should have waited because y'all was able to ignore that little economic downturn when Biden was in office, but you couldn't ignore this little dip. Oh man, y'all should have honestly waited until it played out, and then y'all could have made better points. But now that y'all speaking up so soon, it's gonna make y'all look stupid when it works. Like, trust me, really stupid. But all right, man, let's get to my man Hans' video. He wants to prove a point. So he said at the 13 minutes, I believe. Let's bring it back to the 12 so we can get full context. Yeah, let's get full context here. All right.
When he got in,
so pretty much we're looking for Trump saying he deports citizens to El Salvador, right? Right.
Really call themselves now numbskulls. But when he got in, bad things happened to our country, including our open border. And now we're doing very well with, we have the best numbers on the border that we've ever had.
Speaking of the border, have you talked to Attorney General Pam Bondi recently about the cases going on with the deportations?
Yeah, sure. It's really sad when you think that Biden allowed millions of people to come in, and if they find one, now I will tell you, the one, somebody said he's a member of MS-13, not Tren de Aragua. He's a member of MS-13, and therefore he should immediately be brought back. Well, MS-13 is just as bad as Tren de Aragua. So they say, oh, we made a mistake because he's not with them, he's with MS-13. Bring him back, bring him back. MS-13 is a very bad group.
Sir, how concerned?
Maybe as bad, actually.
How concerned are you about the measles outbreak? There was another fatality today, and what else would you like to see in terms of the response?
Well, I think they're doing reports on it. It's so far a fairly small number of people relative to what we're talking about. It's something that people have known about for many, many years. I mean, measles has been, this is not something new. And we'll see what happens. But certainly, if it progresses, we'll have to take action very strongly.
El Salvador's president said on X that he'd been invited to the White House on April 14th for a working visit to discuss Tren de Aragua and MS-13 and other ways we can support each other, the U.S. and El Salvador. I was curious if you could expand more on what some of these other ideas you have for El Salvador.
Well, I think, you're in the way of that camera, by the way. You should at least say that the camera operator should probably say that she's shooting the back of your head, I don't know why she doesn't say it. I have to say it instead. I have great respect for him. I know him. I've known him for a long time. He's a young leader. and he's very tough on crime. Very, very tough on crime. And in their system, their prison system, they spend a tiny fraction of the money that this country spends. So, but he is coming in, I don't know when, but he is coming in sometime over the next couple of weeks.
What are you and Prime Minister Netanyahu going to speak about tomorrow?
We're going to talk about trade, and we're going to talk about the obvious subject. You know what the obvious subject is.
Do you have any news for us?
I'm trying to do trade just
Actually, that conversation between Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu is already playing.
to keep it down. No, look, well, there's a lot of things going on with the Middle East right now that have to be silenced. You know, we had no problem with the Middle East. Everything was done. We had no problem with Iran. We had no problem with anybody. And then you had October 7th. And that was all because Iran, as you know, was not giving money to anybody because they had no money. Now they have a lot of money. So we'll see what happens.
Go back to El Salvador. The president there said he would be willing to take American citizens in the federal prison population. Is that one of the ideas they're going to be discussing?
Well, I love that. If we could take some of our 20-time wise guys that push people into subways and that hit people over the back of the head and that purposely run people over in cars, if he would take them, I'd be honored to give them. I don't know what the law says on that, but I can't imagine the law would say anything different. If they can house these horrible criminals for a lot less money than it costs us, I'm all for it. But I'd only do according to the law. But I have suggested that, you know, why should it stop just at people that cross the border illegally? We have some horrible criminals, American grown and born. And if we have somebody that bops an old woman over the head, if we have somebody that is in jail 20 times and goes back and shoots people all over the place and then has a bad judge or a bad prosecutor that do nothing about him, all they worry about is politics, they don't worry about that. I think if we could get El Salvador or somebody to take them, I'd be very happy with it, but I have to see what the law says. Okay, what else?
Hold on here. Hold on. Maybe that's what bro was talking about here.
I'd only do according to the law, giving money to anybody because they had no money. Now they have a lot of money. So we'll see what happens.
Go back to El Salvador. The president there said he would be willing to take American citizens in the federal prison population. Is that one of the ideas they're going to be discussing?
Well, I love that. If we could take some of our 20-time wise guys that push people into subways and that hit people over the back of the head and that purposely run people over in cars, if he would take them, I'd be honored to give them. I don't know what the law says on that, but I can't imagine the law would say anything different. If they can house these horrible criminals for a lot less money than it costs us, I'm all for it. But I'd only do according to the law. But I have suggested.
Oh, okay. So they're trying to get into the prison business. That's what it is. Okay. So there is some truth to what my man was saying. Okay. So he didn't. Okay. He's pretty much saying that the El Salvadorian president, the El Salvadorian president walked up to him pretty much saying, hey, look, I'll be willing to take in some of your prisoners. And, you know, prison is a business. You know that, right? So where he's taking in prisoners and he's getting money per prisoner he's taking in. And it's most likely going to be from the United States, just like we pay our prisons to take in these prisoners. So it's pretty much like a business deal. It's not like we're just going to start literally sending, oh, you know what? You know, I don't like you, man. And this is your first time, 5 years. Yeah, you're going to El Salvador. Nah, he's pretty much saying it's to be our hardened criminals. Do I agree with it? Not really. Not really. But I do see what you're saying. I do see what you're saying. Like, I do see what you're saying. He said, I wouldn't mind sending, you know, some of our, the baddest of the bad out there, you know, to El Salvador and see how they do out there. Because I ain't gonna lie, bro, our prison is, I ain't gonna lie, that shit looks nice compared to El Salvador. And I'm not talking about El Salvador, prisons are way cleaner than ours. But in terms of like personal freedoms, yeah, our prisons are damn near top notch.
Suggested that, you know, why should it stop just at people that cross the border illegally? We have some horrible criminals, American grown and born. And if we have somebody that bops an old woman over the head, if we have somebody that is in jail 20 times and goes back and shoots people all over the place and then has a bad judge or a bad prosecutor that do nothing about him, all they worry about is politics, they don't worry about that. I think if we could get El Salvador or somebody to take them, I'd be very happy with it, but I have to see what the law says. Okay, what else?
Can you say, did you agree to lower?
All right, yep. He pretty much saying like, oh yeah, I wouldn't mind. I have to see if the law would allow it, but Well, we got to see. He didn't say he was going to do it, but he did say he look into it. I'll tell you that. I'll give you that one. Ham. He didn't say he was going to do it, but he said, you know what? I like the idea and I'll look into it. That's not really saying doing it, but why not? Why not? We could give you that one. No, I'll give you that one. I'll give you that. That's kind of, yeah, I'll give you it. Why not?
Political class has fully convinced themselves that bashing Trump is how you win votes, even if it means burning your country into the freaking ground. It's absolutely wild to me, and both candidates seem to be doing it. Instead of sitting down at the table and saying, hey, let's work out a deal, they've adopted the strategy of throwing a freaking tantrum and threatening economic war.
We are in an economic crisis that's brought on by the tariffs that have been put on Canada.
This is the second time in less than 8 years that the United States has, in effect, ripped up a trade agreement with its closest trading partner that it negotiated in good faith.
President Trump has just announced a series of measures that are going to fundamentally change the international trading system. We are going to fight these tariffs with countermeasures. We are going to protect our workers, and we are going to build the strongest economy. He's reshaping, disrupting really, the international trading system that we've known all our lives and rupturing the global economy. And we must respond with purpose.
The trading system you've been profiting off of all your lives, and now that it's being stopped, you guys understand what this means. Because yes, if you guys don't play nice, those workers in the back could possibly lose their job because the corporation's gonna move to America. I know, right? It's tough. I mean, hey, it's a very tough world out here. I mean, when we took the look, Apple didn't just come over to America and put in 500 billion. I mean, yeah, that's what they did, but they also took 500 billion in jobs and probably in profit from China. Don't you know what that means? So that the same thing could happen to them. We could go ahead and take jobs from Canada and put it right back in America. And that's what a lot of these countries don't want to happen. That's why they rather have a fair trade deal than these corporations coming into America.
And with force. We will fight the U.S. tariffs with retaliatory trade actions of our own that will have maximum impact in the United States. We will target those tariffs where they have maximum impact in the United States and minimum impact in Canada.
I want to start by condemning the unjustified and unprovoked tariffs that President Trump has now announced against our auto sector. These tariffs will damage his workers and his economy, just as they will damage ours. We must retaliate and target goods and services that we don't need, can buy elsewhere, or make ourselves to maximize the impact on the Americans while minimizing the impact on ourselves.
We should address yet another unfair attack on our economy from the U.S. president. The president is betraying America's closest friend and attacking our economy, proving once again that Canada must end its era of overdependence and weakness. We must be an economic fortress. We are standing up to the Americans with a Canada First reinvestment tax cut that will bring tens, if not hundreds of billions of dollars of investment into our economy to create an economic fortress against the unjustified and unfair threats of Donald Trump.
It's absolutely wild to me, especially how it's happening on both sides. I mean, this Pierre guy, he's supposed to be a conservative candidate, right? Yeah, the party name might indicate that. And look, I might get myself in trouble with this comment, but let's be real. Both of these candidates are big government socialists. It just depends how far on the spectrum.
Yeah, that's the confusing thing about Canada. I'm not like one side say they are conservative and the other side says they're liberal. And I mean, both of them they both hate Trump. They both have some pretty liberal ideas, and it don't make sense. It's like Canada's politicians are a bit like fake. Honestly, they're kind of fake. Like they say they stand for one thing and then flip flop the next day. Is like, as I've been paying attention to Canadian politics, that's what I've been noticing.
Spectrum. At the end of the day, all these Canadian politicians believe in the same centralized nanny state garbage. Even the conservative candidate's a total big government socialist. Like every other Canadian politician, it's the same big government socialist crap that you see from every other globalist loser in the West. He just believes in slightly lower taxes, so I guess he's a conservative now. What a complete joke that is. The reality is they're both socialist clowns who both seem to be playing the exact same game, and the cringe part is that's a losing game. The strategy of posturing against Donald Trump. I mean, it's been mind-boggling to me to watch both of these idiots drive their country off a frickin' cliff just to stick it to Trump, and especially to see the conservative candidate.
I mean, y'all already lost a card plant. They already lost a card plant. Like, Do y'all really want to play this with us? Because you can't cut off your electricity, because that's the only way you're able to pay your bills. So let's not play that game.
Candidate fully embraced that strategy as if that's the only path to victory. Meanwhile, he completely tanked a 25-point lead in the polls. This guy was up 25 points a couple months ago, and now some polls have him down 10 to 15. Yeah, it certainly seems like the strategy's working. I'm telling you, Trump derangement syndrome seems to rule the day. Instead of leaning in, instead of positioning Canada for strategic cooperation with the United States, it's exactly like I said, it's just a pissing contest to see who can be the most anti-Trump. The level of delusion is staggering, especially hearing all this talk of trying to off-ramp from U.S. trade dependence. We got this Mark Carney clown talking about how the U.S.-Canada relationship is essentially over.
The old relationship we had with the United States, based on deepening integration of our economies and tight security and military cooperations.
I mean, no. We give you military cooperation, bro. We are your military, basically. Let's be honest. And then second, it's like, well, what cooperation? Like, we're running a trade deficit with you. A running deficit that's been going on for years and years that y'all just been taking advantage of. We give you guys business that we don't have to. Like, you guys honestly not bending the knee is honestly not going to work out for y'all in the long run. But hey, though, I mean, maybe they got something or some type of trick up their sleeve we can't foresee. But the way I'm looking at it, they don't got too many moves.
Is over.
Their finance minister echoed the exact same thing. I showed you guys this headline in a previous video. The U.S.-Canada relationship will never be the same. And you got the conservative candidate talking about pivoting, essentially replacing the United States as a trading partner with Europe, as if that's some sort of genius master strategy. Bro. Yeah, as a conservative, allying yourself with big government globalist Europe. The same people who...
Now, here's the funniest thing, though. Oh, no, we're going to start trading in with Europe, but... Europe does not have more money than us. I'll tell you that right now. And Europe would not buy into your economy more than we did. So if you want to replace the American consumer with the European consumer, please go ahead. I mean, I remember Europe was talking about they're going to go to China, and I damn near started crying, laughing. I was like, no way. China runs off. China sells. They don't buy. Like, they sell way more than they buy. Now, I know I'm over-exaggerating when I say they don't buy, but, bro, when you look at their imports, compared to their exports, bro, China damn near got a trade barrier around them.
Who don't believe in free markets or free speech. Great idea. It's the most delusional, ignorant, self-sabotaging nonsense I think I've ever witnessed. And oh boy, the paper tiger delusions, the delusions of grandeur. The current unelected Canadian Prime Minister just said this.
Canada is ready to take a leadership role in building a coalition of like-minded countries who share our values. We believe in international cooperation. We believe in the free and open exchange of goods, services, and ideas. And if the United States no longer wants to lead, Canada will.
If the United States doesn't want to lead, then we will. Buddy, Texas alone has a greater GDP than the entire country of Canada. You're not leading anything. The only thing these people are doing is leading Canada off a freaking cliff. I mean, the numbers aren't lying. What's Canada's reward for all of this chest thumping? Womp, womp, womp. They just lost 33,000 jobs in March. In a month. In a country of 40 million.
What I told you is because, like, bro, companies are already moving out because they're just not ready. It's like they need the American consumer. A lot of y'all underestimate, well, one, I mean, how rich America honestly is. Like, y'all want to bring up our debt. But then, I mean, when y'all want to bring up the argument of healthcare, then you want to be like, we're the richest country ever. But now tariffs come in. Oh, we're 36 trillion in debt. I mean, make up your mind. But yes, this is what we've been saying. They need us. A lot of these countries need us to buy into their economy or they're going to tank. And here's the even worse part. If we put tariffs on them and these companies who need to sell into the American economy to keep afloat don't get that access, they will leave Canada. We will take jobs. We will tank your job economy if you do not capitulate. I'm sorry to say it, but that is what's going to happen. I mean, if we really wanted to be an ass, we could just lower corporate tax too and raise tariffs even higher. And then let's see how the corporations act.
That's the equivalent of America losing over 300,000 jobs in a single month. We're talking economic collapse numbers. And this is happening in a country that's pretty much already at the bottom of the G7. OECD predicts Canada will be the worst performing advanced economy over the next decade and the 3 decades after that. in no position to be leading anything, and certainly in no position to be sabotaging their trade relationship with the most powerful economy on earth that Canada is literally dependent on. Over 70% of their exports go straight to America. Not to mention national security dependence. Canada barely has a military, because why spend money on military when America's your neighbor and you just assume that they're going to protect you? It's absolutely wild. Totally subsidized by the American economy. Yet Canada hates Trump. And
like, Canada need to really put some respect on our name. Like, at a certain point, y'all damn need to be waving American flags, because it don't make no sense. Like, the disrespect is crazy. It's like, we give y'all business. We give you guys business voluntarily. We didn't have to do that. We give you guys a military. We didn't have to do that. It's like, there's a lot of things we've done for Canada we did not have to do. And the fact that they have a trade deficit with us, we have a trade deficit with them, is disrespectful. It is kind of disrespectful. And you're our neighbor. We're supposed to be having this good relationship, but what are these tariffs you got on us, my man?
Hates America. Explain to me exactly how that works. I mean, speak about unappreciative. It's honestly, I think, the most wild, concentrated case of mass Trump derangement syndrome ever recorded. We're talking mass psychosis. And obviously, these politicians are playing some cynical electoral game, just attempting to appeal to this hatred of America and Donald Trump. I don't think I've ever seen anything quite like it, but it's also not exactly.
I'll say this. That's probably Trump's fault right there. That I'll blame Trump for. He did just toy with their nationality, and Canadians are very proud of their nationality, as anybody should. But we did just pretty much tell them, hey, bro, we'll take that away. You guys will be Americans if you guys don't play right. You guys can be the 51st state any day of the week, please. Why not? And if you run y'all people off a cliff, or if you guys let y'all government run you off a cliff, y'all want it eventually too. You guys will want it eventually too. It's a very sick game.
Surprising. I mean, what do you expect?
The politicians are playing
from a voting population that was convinced by their previous prime minister that they would get more money in return from paying a freaking gas tax.
For 5 years now, the liberal Canadians have been trying to convince us normal people that paying a carbon tax means we save money. And if you're like, how does paying a tax save you money? It doesn't. It literally doesn't. So because we're going into an election, Mark Carney decided to take that carbon tax away just for us consumers. And already the prices at the pumps have decreased by 20 to 40 cents a liter across the country. And now they're bragging online that they're saving Canadians money. Honestly, this cannot be a real country, and these cannot be real people. Our policies are already hard at work. Gas prices are already coming down, and we're putting more money back in Canadians' pockets.
Yeah, but why did it take y'all so long to lift that carbon tax? Why'd y'all have a carbon tax in the first place? What the hell?
It's got to be the dumbest, most propagandized voting population on planet frickin' Earth. And I know there's a lot of talk of Canada becoming the 51st state. It's not even worth absorbing. Making Canada a state with voting rights and congressional representation would probably be the biggest mistake America ever made. Anyways, that's pretty much what I got for you guys on this one. Hopefully you enjoyed the video. If you did, make sure to
At this point, man, we'd be betting on it. We'd have to fix a dying horse. It's y'all sinking yourselves at a certain point. It's it's sad, but hey, this is what y'all wanted. This is what y'all voted for, right?
It's got to be strong.
Socialism, progressive. How progressive is y'all right now, though? How's that working out? Hopefully it works out for y'all, honestly.
Let's bring in Hudson Institute senior fellow and foreign policy expert Rebecca Heinrichs. Rebecca, what goal should President Trump have for this meeting, which is not just about tariffs? There's Iran, there's the war. There's a lot on the table in this meeting.
Well, I think that this meeting is going to be indicative of how the rest of these tariffs are going to go with all of our closest allies. We need to have a close working relationship with the Israelis. Obviously, it's very good under President Trump and Netanyahu. But as you said, we've got 6 B-2 stealth bombers right now in the region pointed at Iran. And so the Netanyahu is going to want to talk to President Trump about his plans for the Iranian nuclear program, for taking out Islamist terrorists out the region. And then, of course, we got to get those tariffs off. So you're going to have a conversation between these 2 closest allies.
If you watched any other news this weekend, the tone on the
even Israel got tariffs on, bro. What the fuck? Our greatest ally, the one we damn near give government funding to, we literally subsidize these people and they got tariffs on us. Hey, yo, they tripping. Y'all tripping.
Tariffs was 100% negative. Nobody has a good thing to say about this. I'm going to be contrarian. If these 2 leaders strike a deal on tariffs today, What message does that send to the rest of the world?
The message it sends is President Trump is agile. He wants to make deals. He wants the economy to be booming, and he wants the economies of our allies to be booming. The number one national security threat to the free world is coming from communist China. So let's get our economies booming. Let's get borders under control. Let's get manufacturing going. Let's invest in our defense industrial bases, and let's together collaborate so that we can take on these shared threats. China, Iran, North Korea, and of course, all of those countries are collaborating. So I think this is going to be a really important meeting to indicate what direction President Trump is headed.
From one partner to another. Today, British Prime Minister Keir Starmer expected to announce Trump's tariffs are popular in an address. Quote, his office telling the Sunday Times, Trump has done something that we don't agree with, but there's a reason why people are behind him on this. The world has changed. Globalization is over, and we are now in a new era. Rebecca, how profound a statement is that, specifically that takeaway that globalization is over?
Because it was never a good idea. It was never a good idea. It was meant to fail. I mean, selling out your economy for cheaper work and cheaper products, I mean, it just wasn't the way. Outsourcing your jobs and taking jobs from your middle class was never the way. And we've been walking down this we've been damn near about to walk off the economic cliff into the sea of depression just because we didn't want to change our way, just because we refused to see that reality. And I'm glad somebody finally seen that we're turning it around. And it's gonna hurt going a new way, but it is what it is. It's better than what we were gonna walk into, I'll tell you that.
Well, I think it depends on what Starmer does next. Okay, so it's one thing to say, I understand why this is happening, why there's this populism spreading across the world. And it's two big issues. It's jobs for those countries, for those individual citizens of those countries, and they want healthy and safe streets, and they want migration under control. And so let's see what Starmer does. Let's see what the Labour Party does now on restricting uncontrolled migration, on prioritizing the British people, and on reindustrialization, on getting manufacturing back in the UK. We talk about how important Israel and the United States is for dealing with the Middle East.
I'm weak. Exactly. So even they admit that they got a problem. Even they admit that they're like, oh, bro, in the UK, we got the same problem. We got the same immigration problem that America had. And we also got the same problem with us sending jobs out of the country and then still being able to sell them to here. And UK is still a pretty wealthy country.
The United States and the UK, it's got to be strong so that we can take on the Russia threat in Europe. We want the Europeans to increasingly do more. The UK's got to take a lead on that so that the United States can focus on China. So let's see what Starmer does. Rather than just talk about these things, let's see kind of the action that he puts into place.
But such a key point you mentioned on migration, because yes, when you hear globalization, the first thought is economic. But the migration piece of this and what has happened over the course of the last couple of decades and what Europe has become is such an important warning, I think, to the rest of the world. Getting back to the money, though, here's what Trump said about talking to European nations on trade deals. Listen.
Europe has been very, very bad to us. Europe has taken our leaders for a ride. They don't take our cars. They don't take our food products. They don't take anything. Europe's treated us very badly. We put a big tariff on Europe. They are coming to the table. They want to talk, but there's no talk unless they pay us a lot of money on a yearly basis.
So what do you think, Rebecca? Does Trump ultimately win this battle and get Europe to reverse those policies that have hurt America?
Well, let's see what happens. I think this is where the president is looking at deficits and surpluses and understanding those in his mind as ripping off the American people. I don't think he's right about that. I do think that the tariffs are a problem, and I'd like to see tariffs come down. And I'd like to see the Europeans lean into the relationship with the United States, not pull back. Already, we're going to see the UK kind of look to other markets, look to India, look to other places, because they're going to protect their own manufacturing.
Bro, that's the problem. It's like, you got to understand, like, bro, in India, bro, they got 70% tariffs damn near on everybody. And they know this. That's why they're trying to fear mark. Oh, we can buy into India. No, you can't. India don't let people just get into their markets. They've approved that with everybody, even us. And we got a better market than the UK. So the fact that they wouldn't even let us in without getting highly tariffed, I mean, what makes you think you guys got a chance? China. I mean, like I said, China will be happy to sell your stuff, but to take your stuff, it's going to be a bit of a struggle.
as well, as President Trump is trying to do that for the American people. So I hope that this is a negotiating strategy coming from President Trump. It's a strong play, and I hope the result is that a closer, better working relationship with the UK and other European allies.
Rebecca Heinrichs, thanks for getting up with us. We appreciate it. Big day. I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube.
All right, now we're about to get into 11, and after that, we're going to get into the Sam Cedar debate. All right, let's keep it going.
Hello, America. I'm Mark Levin, and this is Life, Liberty, and Levin Sunday. Two great guests, Stephen Miller and Douglas Murray, and we'll get to those great guests shortly. But before we do, can somebody please tell me what exactly are the Democrats doing to help our economy, to improve our country? What are they doing to help working men and women across the country, manufacturing across the country? All they want to do, as Reagan would say, is tax and spend, tax and spend. They're very worried about the tariffs. Not for traditional reasons that people might worry about tariffs, but because they say it's going to increase prices to you, Mr. and Mrs. America. Are the Democrats really concerned about that since they drove up inflation, they drove up the cost of fuel, they drove up the cost of food, and their policies, more taxes, would do more of the same? Who are these people? Well, we get this report timed perfectly by something called the Joint Tax Committee. And they're supposed to be professionals. And you know what's funny about the Joint Tax Committee and the Congressional Budget Office? They're never right. They're never right about anything. And here's Politico. Democrats tout new official estimates showing GOP tax cuts could be costlier than expected. The numbers from the Joint Committee on Taxation add to Democrats' talking points and could give GOP deficit hawks more heartburn. With the GOP deficit hawks, who are they? First of all, they don't even exist. We just cool it for a little while. Democrats are wielding new official projections showing the price tag for extending Republicans' expiring tax cuts could reach a bigger than expected $4.6 trillion. And the tax cuts Trump wants on top of that, $5.5 trillion. Oh my God. Now these would be the same Democrats who just spent us into oblivion with the phony Inflation Reduction Act, which we're still suffering from. They would spend trillions more. Do you remember? Biden wanted to spend $2 or $3 trillion more than they already spent. Only when it comes to tax cuts are they concerned. And as I explained last evening, tax cuts don't create deficits. Congress does. The government does. Tax cuts simply mean you keep more of your money and you invest it. You're not creating anything except wealth and prosperity and growth. So that's a lie. And they bring their experts in to tell us, if you keep more of your money, it creates a debt for the federal government. I don't work for the federal government. Do you? Why don't they get their house in order? Doge, Musk, his people, they've demonstrated hundreds of billions of dollars in waste and fraud. The GAO, $500 billion a year. And you and I are supposed to be upset when we're going to cut your taxes. No, let us keep our money. Now, I want to dig into this. What exactly is the plan the Democrats have, or for that matter, some of these Republicans have, when it comes to manufacturing in America? We have a big problem on manufacturing. The Census Bureau confirms that we do. And this is not that long ago. It's August 2024. You want to hear some stark numbers? Let's start with the number of manufacturing firms in the United States, which declined by 21% in 20 years. 21%. This drop accounts for a decrease in firms in every manufacturing sector, labeled according to the North American Industry Classification System. The fall in manufacturing firms is even more dramatic when considering the overall growth of the United States economy. Since 2002, the economy has grown substantially, with the number of American companies increasing by almost 600,000 or 10%. Not only has manufacturing not kept up with the national growth, it has decreased substantially. We're not manufacturing enough anymore. This is Trump's point. What's the Democrats' proposal? To tax the companies, to tax American business, to raise the corporate income tax.
And that's what I'm saying. It's like, bro, so you don't understand that that's just going to make them leave and go other places? Like, do you not understand that? You guys trying to make these guys pay their fair share. Bro, they're going to take their fair share and get up out of here. They're going to go somewhere to another country where it's going to be cheaper. And y'all don't believe in tariffs, so we ain't going to have tariffs to even stop them or raise the price on their products so we can protect our markets. Y'all plan destroys America and you don't even know it.
tax. It's already the highest in the free world, and I'll get to that in a moment. So the Democrats, when it comes to the economy and national security and law and order, they're suicidal. They're insane. Many proponents of the narrative that manufacturing is stronger than ever in the United States will argue that the decline in these indicators reflects industry consolidation and superior productivity. In their view, firms have not gone out of business due to global competition. They've merged. Likewise, jobs and payroll are down because of superior manufacturing productivity. However, the data shows that both excuses are wrong. This is from ITIF. Consolidation data on the market share of the 4 largest firms in an industry from the Census Bureau tells a different story. From 2002 to 2017, the latest years we have the information. The average C4 ratio, which is the market share of the top 4 manufacturing firms in an industry, increased by less than 1%. That cannot explain the relative loss of 31% of manufacturing firms from 2002 to 2022. Annual growth in manufacturing labor productivity averaged 1.3% per year compared to 1.8% for the overall non-farm business economy. This means productivity cannot explain the steep loss of jobs. This is what I was explaining last evening. Trump wants to reindustrialize America, and we better reindustrialize America. I'll give you just one example. Shipping. U.S. shipping is at its lowest ebb ever. How did America fall so far? And this is from 2021 Forbes. A nation that was among the world's leaders in commercial shipbuilding at key junctures in its history today builds less than 10 vessels for ocean-going commerce in a typical year. China builds over 1,000 such ships every year. The entire U.S. registered fleet of ocean-going commercial ships number fewer than 200 vessels. The entire fleet out of a global total of 44,000. Last time I checked, we have 2 oceans, too. Aren't we supposed to have the biggest Navy, the biggest commercial shipping building and so forth?
We should.
And despite trade flows to and from America exceeding $1 trillion annually, the vast preponderance of which travel by sea, U.S. registered ships carry barely 1% of that traffic. Since 1951, the U.S. merchant marine transported 1/3 of all global trade. Not anymore. To make matters worse, the U.S. Navy has apparently lost its capacity to keep up with China in military shipbuilding. This is why manufacturing is important. You know, we're beyond that now. We're a tech economy, maybe.
I mean, but you know what? I would love to see the day where we got Americans out there building military boats. I mean, or military ships. That'd be kind of cool. I ain't even gonna lie.
Better get back to manufacturing. China now has the largest fleet of warships in the world, about 350. We have less than 300. The Navy request for ship construction funds envisions building only 4 combat vessels next year out of a total of 8, a level of effort that, if sustained, would guarantee Chinese maritime dominance by 2030. U.S. sailors are still better trained and better equipped than their Chinese counterparts, but all the trends are in the wrong direction. The U.S. merchant marine today is so...
I mean, you damn right they better train. They got the best trained military in the world, goddammit. But, I mean... they could still be outnumbered, though. They could still be outnumbered. They cold, but they could still be outnumbered.
Small. That analysts question its ability to support military sea lift requirements in a war. You pro-Putin types and pro-Iran types, you should be happy about this. We're hollowing out our military. You know, America first, but you really argue for America last.
Mm-hmm.
With only 180 or so ocean-going vessels in the U.S. registered commercial fleet, less than 12,000 professional mariners, most of whom will be tied up serving domestic routes at the onset of a war, the capacity of the private sector to supplement the government's aged collection of sea lift vessels in an emergency is problematic at best.
And that is why it'd be best is to, well, yeah, bring shipbuilding back here and just give it to our people instead of letting China do it. I mean, talk about a threat to national security. Because, yeah, I would rather us have our guns built here, ships built here. I mean, it gives us jobs, economic opportunity, and it gives us national security. I mean, shoot, those are 3 wins I could deal with.
We know that Beijing's long-term goal is to dominate global supply chains for vital industrial goods. So the fact that China is outproducing America in large commercial fleets 100 to 1 should have elicited a policy response from Washington. The decline of U.S. shipbuilding is just one facet of America's broader deindustrialization, a process that has seen the land of Edison and Westinghouse gradually abandon the production of every industrial product, from smartphones to aluminum, since the Cold War ended. It was not so long ago the U.S. hosted a dozen builders of aircraft. Today, there's exactly one manufacturer of large aircraft left, and that company has been faltering of late. So what do the Democrats want to do about this? Let me ask you this. What do the congressional Republicans want to do about this? Donald Trump comes along and says, I got to deal with this. What has Congress done? They've sat there, they've watched, they wring their hands, they build up the debt, they build up the deficit, taxes are through the roof, the border's wide open, and now they're attacking Trump's plan. I say we get behind Trump's plan. And fast, Tax Foundation. We have anti-American tax policies. The worst impediment to the American worker, to American prosperity, to the prosperity for all Americans is us. Currently, China provides more favorable tax treatment of investment broadly and layers on much greater magnitude of subsidies than the United States, particularly with its super deduction for research and development.
I mean, and this is what I be talking about. Like, they treat companies nicer than we do. And that's a problem. I mean, we can't allow that. We can't just allow that China just, I'm be real with you, swing low wages and a low corporate tax in front of these guys' faces, which also includes subsidies. I mean, we kind of got to treat them nice too. Y'all want to go ahead and lash these guys with taxes, and that's only going to make us lose jobs. So I know y'all don't want to hear it, but we kind of got to talk to them nice.
China's super deduction. I'll get to that in a minute. In the United States, full cost recovery for machinery and equipment investment, R&D, is phasing out. A new tax penalty for R&D is taking effect, and the headline corporate rate, when including the average of state and local rates, tax rates, sits higher than China's headline rate. China's headline rate, the total combined rate, local, state, federal, is 25%. Ours is 32%. So China, a communist regime, has a lower corporate tax rate overall than America. And the Democrats, their tax plan, they want to jack up the income tax on corporations. Why? Because corporations don't vote. They want to jack it up.
I know it's a communist state, but it got some capitalistic tendencies. Communist state, but it's acting pretty capitalistic right now. It's kind of funny. It's like, yeah, acting like a capitalist, China. But they get it. They get it. They have to talk to these corporations nice, so they come over, do business, give their citizens jobs, and give them tax revenue. Like, and let's be real, they'll take a lower corporate tax if that means more. And trust me, they're not going to lose too much money if more businesses is paying on the corporate tax.
So what happens to our manufacturing industries then? What happens to our blue-collar employees then? What happens to our economy then? They're a grave enemy. You know, President Trump used to talk about the enemy within. Ooh. Lincoln talked about it. Mattis talked about it in a speech. We do have an enemy within that is constantly undermining our efforts to cut government, to find waste, fraud, and abuse, constantly undermining our sovereignty on the border, constantly undermining the cops, other law enforcement, constantly coming to the rescue of the enemy and defending terrorists and all the rest. I think I call that the Democrat Party. I think I will. Better tax policy would not serve as a cure-all for narrow security-related economic concerns with China, but would support increased capacity to help meet such challenges, as it would. Restoring expensing for research and development, machinery, equipment, extending better cost recovery to structures investment, avoiding raising the corporate tax rate would create a stronger pro-investment policy environment for the U.S. economy. This is the Tax Foundation. Isn't that exactly what's Trump?
I mean, like, damn, I wonder, can I get a Dem to agree to lowering the corporate tax rate is actually a good thing? That maybe taxing the rich, maybe the idea they sold you on is kind of walking us backwards. Can y'all at least get around that idea? Can y'all understand that these corporations got a little bit more power than y'all think? Like, they don't got to stay here and get taxed. You know that, right?
Trump is saying we need to cut the corporate income tax rate to 15%. For companies in America, companies that come into America, companies that invest in America. He sees this. He's a multi-billionaire, but not because he inherited it, not because he's like Soros, who plays the markets and all the rest, Or Buffett, who's a conglomerate, he buys things. No, because he built things. Just like Elon Musk. He built things. There's many ways to become a billionaire. Sometimes you actually build things. And that's what they've done. Let's go on. Our own tax policies. And the Democrats, look at this, tax cuts. It's going to create a debt. While they run up the debt through government spending with the Inflation Reduction Act. The almost exact inverse is true of the income tax usage. The U.S. raises 45.3% of revenue from individual income taxes, well above the average for most industrial nations of 23.6% and dwarfing China's total of 6.1%. China basically has a sales tax, a use tax.
Okay.
And that's where most of their money comes in. They don't have a massive income tax. We do. A massive income tax.
I'm weak, bro. China got a lower income tax than we do. Ouch. Ouch. That sucks to hear. I ain't even gonna lie to you. Ouch.
What else? Corporate income taxes are considered the most economically harmful taxes per dollar raised, as they significantly distort capital investment. But corporations don't vote. Get them, get them. In fact, you keep hearing they don't pay taxes. I'll get to that in a minute. Corporate income tax affects investment incentives by raising the cost of capital, making it more costly for companies to invest in equipment, factories, and productive technologies. It's as if we kneecap our own companies in our own country, while the communist Chinese are running wild, while the Indians are running wild, while other countries are running wild. We are punishing our own companies even when they stay in America.
Yeah.
And Trump is saying, I got to fix that. I got to fix that. So you increase taxes on
it. Like I said, bro, it's like we've been pushing countries. My bad. Pushing companies out of America, pushing jobs out of America, revenue out of America. Why? I have no idea, because it's kind of funny how the Dems just relied on, well, the middle class to pay up all the taxes. And then they also, well, let's raise taxes on the rich. And then that doesn't work. Why? Because then the rich are just going to move. They're going to take their jobs. They're going to go overseas. And this, guess what? The Dems don't believe in tariffs. So what? They're just going to be able to sell their product in here still. I was like, y'all do not understand what y'all be asking for.
An American business, they're not only less competitive, they drive up prices. They say, we're worried about tariffs. It's going to drive up prices. The Democrats are always driving up prices with taxes, with regulations, with union rules, with environmental rules, on and on and on. They're the ones driving up tax rates. The United States treats research and development poorly compared to the rest of the world. Historically, the U.S. allowed companies to fully deduct R&D costs, but since 2022, companies must deduct R&D expenses across 5 or even 15 years. In real terms, the delay means the companies only deduct around 89% of R&D costs over time, creating a tax penalty compared with other companies overseas. Compared to other countries, the U.S. does not provide significant tax support for R&D. On average, European countries provide a 15% subsidy for R&D investment. The U.S. offers 3%. China has expanded its super deduction over time. What does that mean? It means if a company in China that's Chinese-owned invests $1 in research and development, they don't only take a 100% deduction, they get a 200% reduction.
Bro, what?
Supercharged tax deduction, 200%. Well,
so if you fund research, you just get the craziest deduction on your taxes. So all I gotta do is just fund this weird ass science that y'all may be doing. Who knows what you're funding? But hey, I'm gonna fund it because you cut me the craziest tax break. Like, hey, I kind of like that. I mean, on the science side, who knows what you're funding? But hey, the tax break.
Our Democrats are talking about massively increasing taxes on corporations. Now, one other thing I want to get into, this idea of we want tax cuts for the rich. Now, some of you aren't going to like this because some of you like the Democrat Party propaganda. Not most of you. You're smart if you're watching this show. But again, the Tax Foundation. IRS data indicates that the wealthy in America, are bearing the heaviest share of the income tax burden that in any time in recent memory. This is from 2021. On the other hand, more than 53 million low and middle income taxpayers pay no income taxes at all after benefiting from record amounts of tax credits for children, and so forth and so on. 6 out of 10 households receive more in direct government payments, redistribution, and wealth than they pay in all federal taxes. Most Americans would be surprised to learn that in 2008, a study by economists was done, and they found that the U.S. had the most progressive, meaning regressive, income tax system of any industrialized country at the time. Any. And their study showed that the top 10% of U.S. taxpayers paid a larger share of the tax burden than their counterparts in any other country. And our poorest taxpayers.
So guess what? Y'all was talking about raise the taxes, but our rich already pay higher taxes than anybody in the world. Any rich person, any millionaire, any billionaire in the world, if they're living in America, they pay higher taxes than everybody else. But you guys want to raise the taxes. But you guys claim they're not paying their fair share. But then again, you guys want to ignore the finding of Doge and wasteful spending, and then wonder why we're saying, yo, we don't need to tax them. We just need to budget ourselves better.
Had the lowest income tax burden compared to poor taxpayers in every other country due to these refundable tax credits. So you've been hearing big lies from Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries. And of course, Mr. Red himself, Bernie Sanders. And I could go on and on and on. Our tax code is built like a socialist tax code for massive redistribution of wealth. And the Democrats don't think there's enough of it, even though there's more than in any other part of the industrialized planet. Their tax proposal is to massively increase taxes on corporations, which will further kill manufacturing and production, prosperity and expansion in our country, and raise taxes on billionaires, which will get us nowhere, absolutely nowhere. And the redistribution of wealth continues. So the Trump plan is a growth plan. The Democrat plan is a massive deficit, anti-American, usurping of the American taxpayer, usurping of the American worker plan.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to.
Man, how can you disagree with him? It's like, how can you disagree with Trump's plan when, I mean, our future was looking pretty dark with, the Democrats? Like, do you not see where they was leading us? Is it not obvious by now? But all right, man, let me go ahead and bring up the Sam Cedar real quick because I know y'all wanted to see that. Don't worry, I keep my promises, man. Don't worry. Now, to debate Sam Cedar, I ain't gonna lie, that's gonna require some outreach. But hey, to play this PBD debate, a whole lot easier.
Voters' views of.
Sam, question for you. From the last time you were here, I think it was 2 years ago, that it was, give or take 2 years ago. At the time, it was probably a terrible season for Trump, I think we can say. Trump wasn't having a lot of victories. Trump was at a very low. Republicans were not convinced that he could go. Republicans were thinking it's probably going to be DeSantis or it's going to be somebody else. There was a bit of a split in the Republican Party and the MAGA. Like, I don't know. Even when he opened up his announcement that he's running at Mar-a-Lago, there was not a lot of people there. People saying, I don't even know, this person wasn't there, that person wasn't there, this person wasn't there. And then you get these CNN polls. Rob, if you can pull up the CNN video showing where the Democratic Party is at today, play this clip, and I want to ask you, Sam, what happened to the Democratic Party? Go for it.
Toledo, voters' views of the Democrats in Congress among all voters disapprove, 68%. And look at the approved number, just 21%, even lower than the Democratic Party at large. This is the lowest on record for Democrats, according to Quinnipiac University polling. You think these numbers are bad? Let's go to this side of the screen. We'll look how Democratic voters feel. Get this. The plurality of Democratic voters disapprove of Democrats in Congress at 49%, and just 40% approve. Horrible, horrible, horrible. Oh, my goodness gracious, you just can't get worse than these numbers.
And this is the number right here really driving all of this. If Democratic voters have turned on Democrats in Congress and the Democratic Party, that's what puts the numbers at historic lows. What is it they want to be seeing, these voters?
What is going on? I'll tell you what's going on. They don't like what's coming out of some of those Senate Democrats like Chuck Schumer, because take a look at the direction of the party. Democratic voters on Democrats in Congress doing too little to oppose Donald Trump. Look at this. 77% should stay principled, even if it means nothing gets done in Washington, D.C. 65%. And this 65% is such a difference from where we were in 2017 at this point, when just 33%.
I mean, man, I'm telling you, there's more, it's crazy. There's some sensible libs out here. Not too many in this chat, but there's some sensible libs.
Percent of Democrats say this should say principled, compared to 59% who said they want to compromise. Democrats do not want compromise at this point. They want a fighter. They want to go into the ring like Muhammad Ali did against Sonny Liston.
And get y'all ass knocked out by policies, and then get y'all ass like embarrassed because it's like, all right, so what's the answers then? Yeah, okay, you guys want to fight Trump's agenda, but give us a better one. Oh, you can't, because your agenda was leading this into the economic collapse that y'all fear so much. Ain't that funny? And you know it's funny, people want to bring up these old tariffs of like what Smooth and Harrell or Hawkwell. I don't even remember the last name, but I will tell you this. When you bring up that argument, it's a very failed argument. I'm gonna tell you that right now.
They want to take down the Republicans. They do not want this compromise anymore. They want to be more like Republicans. They want to get up to that stage and fight. And right now, they feel like their leaders in Congress are simply not doing so. And that is why their approval rating for congressional Democrats is at an all-time low, even among Democrats.
Rob, if you want to pause that. Sam, what happened? What happened to the Democratic Party?
Well, I should start by saying I always thought that Trump would be the nominee. And I 2 years ago, I was wondering why Ron DeSantis was lighting his career on fire by trying to run against Donald Trump, to be honest with you. I think, Trump and the Republican Party, I think they're one and the same. And so that doesn't surprise me. Those numbers are some of the most encouraging numbers I've seen in the 20 some odd years I've been doing this, because I want to see it communicated to Democratic leadership that we want you to fight.
No. Chuck did what was right. We needed that CR bill. Y'all was getting mad about the government shutting down. He stopped the government from being shut down. But then y'all want to get mad saying, oh, he capitulated to the Republicans. I mean, make up y'all mind. Do you know if the government shut down, there'd been the very people y'all say y'all wanted to help would have been, SOL?
And I've been riding Chuck Schumer for, 10 years, trying to get him. I mean, Harry Reid was a great, I think, as far as they go, leader of the Senate for Democrats. But I think it's time for new leadership in the Democratic Party. We need and this is not even ideological from my perspective. I think there are Democrats that I agree with and Democrats that I disagree with on an ideological standpoint. But I think a different generation of Democrats understand that the Republican Party is intransigent. There is no negotiating with them. I think the biggest mistake that Joe Biden made was following the American Rescue Act, which was a massive boon to the American public. We cut child poverty by 45% in a year. I just want to repeat that. We cut child poverty by 45% in a year because of that act when Biden first got in. And you know what Republicans were talking about after we passed bills that cut child poverty in a year, that extended unemployment benefits, that provided food stamps, that provided health insurance. Republicans were talking about 2 books that the Dr. Seuss publisher decided not to publish.
That's a whole lot.
And so in my mind, the Republican Party there is completely bankrupt of ideas. And Joe Biden, instead of pushing through Build Back Better over that summer, he opened the door for the Republicans to give a proposal. That went nowhere for 3 months. Then he opened the door for Kristen Sinema and Rob Portman to come in and give a proposal. And that ultimately, I think, is when Democratic voters started getting impatient with Biden, because we were thinking $5 trillion, $4 trillion. Joe Manchin was saying $6 trillion Build Back Better bill. And we never got anything like that. It ended up getting split into the IRA, which was a good bill, but I think insufficient. And then infrastructure stuff, also important, but insufficient. And so I think what you're seeing is frustration from Democratic voters who are saying, A, you're not fighting. B, you're allowing the Republicans too much opportunity. And C, we need more government intervention.
Do you think it's more that they're not fighting, or do you think that their policies are simply bad policies and they're not landing?
No, I think it's that they're not fighting. What are the policies?
So tell me what policies are like right now. The Democratic Party. Who is the face of the Democratic Party, and what are the top 3 things you guys stand for?
Well, I don't think there is a face of the Democratic Party at the moment. I mean, Chuck Schumer is nominally the, you know, the highest elected Democratic official that's out there.
That's not a good sign for you guys.
100%. I agree. I call for him to resign every day. I don't know that there is a single. I don't think the Democratic Party has coalesced around an agenda. We're having a. There's a fight within the Democratic Party.
What would you like? Do you have someone you like that you would want to see, or do you want to see the capitalistic competitive philosophy of somebody just comes out and let's see who it is? Because if there is, even you right now, Sam,
capitalistic. I don't understand
what I mean by capitalistic, like competitive. Let's just see who comes out.
Competition.
Competition
predates capitalism.
Yeah,
But-
so that's good. The competition is a
Yeah,
good
no,
thing,
I mean,
right?
I think, obviously there's going to be a competition.
Is there anyone you like?
Well, I think there are policies that I like that are expressed by like Sanders and AOC on their tour, their anti-oligarchy tour. I mean, obviously, I think there are other.
So if y'all are betting on Bernie Sanders and AOC, I feel bad for you guys. Like, you guys are you're gonna lose. Well, if you're gonna run Bernie, I mean, I ain't gonna lie, you're gonna run into the same problem with Bernie you had with Biden. Now, you're gonna have a Biden all over again, except at least a little bit more socialist. AOC, I mean, bro, that lady cannot win. I mean, she just doesn't have honestly, the charisma, and she's a bit divisive. I ain't gonna lie, nah, she's not gonna win. She's not gonna be able to turn no. And here's the thing: in these elections, you gotta be able to convince some guys to go from Republican or at least centrist onto your side. And AOC is more of the same, so nobody's budging for her. If you guys really think that that's going to be y'all top runners, then I mean, y'all need to go back to the drawing boards, or maybe some of y'all need to step up.
Other, policies that are floating around that I don't know that they're necessarily embodied in politicians yet. People are looking. There's a lot of stuff that Tim Walz did in Minnesota that I think is great.
Putting the tampons in the bathroom, that was my favorite.
Here's the great thing. Look, bro, you can't talk about their crowds when they're going to friendly states. Like, that's not impressive, my friend. You're going to these friendly states in Democratic run counties, in Democratic districts, and you expected me to be impressed with their crowd size? I mean, let's talk about Trump filling up the Madison Square Garden in New York, a highly liberal state, a highly Democratic state. So you're not really doing nothing, honestly. I'll be real with you. You want to talk about crowd size? Cool. Go to a Trump district, go to a red state, and do the same thing, just like Trump can do in y'all cities.
Put in the men's bathroom. That was probably one of the best ones. Putting that, because that's type of policy that I think that we need in the country.
No, hang on. Tell me what Walz did that you liked.
That was my
Substantially, statistically, that Walz did.
I think things like lunches for kids, expanding educational opportunities.
Wait a minute. There weren't lunches for kids. There wasn't federal money from the Department of Education. Free lunches for kids.
Yeah.
Okay.
What else?
Well,
no, let's go. I really want to hear it, because a lot of this was federal money that floated. I really want to know.
Other states reject expansion of Medicare and Medicaid. I should say Medicaid in Minnesota. He provided for
expansion to who specifically?
To through the ACA to people making 400% of poverty.
I remember Biden speaking on this, talking about he cut black child poverty in half, and I was just like, yeah. And then you placed it right back through the high tax, well, not through high taxes, but through the high inflation and high grocery prices. You put it right back, my friend. In 2021, yeah. I mean, I'm by giving out money like crazy, I'm pretty sure, I'm pretty sure you did cut poverty by a little bit, and then it went right back.
He's got.
Wait a minute. Medicaid is designed, if I walk in with a broken leg to a public hospital, right?
And I was reading, and they're saying, yeah, by the amount of money that was being put into these, the black community's hands, or these black children's hands through, government assistance. Yeah, black children were lifted out about, let's see here, 716,000 black children were lifted out of poverty. AKA, I mean, what do you think? You think just because Biden did, I'm not going to cheer for it? What? That's a great thing. It's just that in 2021, but in 2022, it kind of shot right back down.
That
Yeah, I know,
Medicaid is
right?
there to take care of me
Short-lived
if I'm
victory.
destitute and unable to it. That's a good thing. And that's exactly the things that California did. And it was already there.
Like, how the hell you?
What was expanded? What was expanded about that in Minnesota?
There's you're expanding the pool of people who can access Medicaid on a state by state basis. There's still, I don't know, half a dozen states, Republican states, that don't allow that expansion of Medicaid.
Okay, so
Are you not aware of that?
So you can, yeah, I'm absolutely aware of it. But what I want to ask you is, when you expand the Medicaid, it is a fact that basically you close the public hospitals. And so what you're talking about, the things he did
That's not true.
Oh yeah? Ask Gavin Newsom. Ask him what happened to King Drew in Los Angeles. This is well documented. I'm stunned.
No,
You
you
don't
can
know that.
you can do a choice if you want to close a public. I mean, Andrew Cuomo closed a lot of public hospitals in New York State. That's not a function of Medicaid payments.
You want to go take a look at California and King Drew and what happened? Gavin Newsom himself talked about it.
I'm not a fan of Gavin Newsom, but you're asking me about Waltz, and
No, we didn't ask about Waltz. You were talking about. You said you like some of the things.
he
Waltz
asked
was
me
doing.
what was in what
like
I like
Waltz?
about Tim Waltz.
Oh,
He like what, bro? This your guy. He like Waltz though. Waltz, the guy who pretty much one of the reasons why Kamala Harris lost the election. Waltz, bro. If y'all even try Waltz, bro, I wonder. Guys, tell me a good Democratic candidate y'all would like, please, because the guys they're naming, if y'all ever ran those, you're gonna lose.
You said
I
you like
wanted one of the specifics of the things that he did.
right. Okay, so but continue with the following, Sam, if you don't mind, because this is what I'm trying to find out.
Yeah.
So one, the Republican Party, like you said, I knew 2 years ago that Trump would be a DeSantis, all this other stuff.
Right.
We were on the same page. I thought it was going to be him, but a lot of Republicans were a little bit still staying safe and hesitant of whether they were going to go all in or not. The first time you and I spoke, but today, when I said, who do you like? What policies? You said, I like what AOC is doing.
Yeah.
You said Sanders, anti-oligarchy, all that stuff, right?
I have a different, I think, way of looking at politics maybe than you do. It's not for me like if a candidate emerges who embraces a wider set of my preferred policies, that's the one I'll support. I don't really get too involved in the
yeah, that's a fair way of looking at it. It's like, yeah, I look at the candidate, and if I agree with him, like mostly, yeah, like with Trump, I agree with Trump on most of his policies. Now, what he's doing in the Middle East, I don't agree with at all. But hey, I mean, with Kamala Harris, I didn't agree with anything.
The individual, frankly. I mean, Joe Biden was not my favorite candidate by a long shot in 2020. The fact that there were coalitions built out of Warren and Sanders supporters that ended up bringing us a much better set of labor policies than we've seen in my lifetime, from my perspective, with the National Labor Relations Board, with just the appointments of people like Abruzzo as the general counsel there, the extension of unions' ability to unionize and helping working people in that way, and then the antitrust regime that was largely a function of like the Warrenites putting in their people to undermine big concentration of money and power. Those are big positives. So, do I like Joe Biden? No, but I also know that if there are the right coalitions formed that have influence within the context of an administration, that's good from my perspective.
Got it. But to me, like running a business or politics, right? Or it shifts when people all of a sudden look at you and they say, I don't like these ideas anymore. So in the Democratic Party, you have a lot of different people that would have different policies. Hey, I think we should do this, and I think we should do that. Great. obviously didn't land November 5th, 2024, whether it was Kamala Harris, whether it was the policies, whether it's 7 states you lose, battleground states you lose, whether it's the majority. It was a bad loss. It was a humiliating loss. One could say it was Kamala. One could say it was Obama. One could say it was Biden stepping. One could say it's Schumer. One could say it's Pelosi. Let's set that part aside. To me, the most basic part is ideas. If someone has ideas that's producing results that people like, they want to continue that, right? And we watched, like, if I ask a Democrat, even right now, Ben, I ask you for 15 minutes, I still don't know if Democrats know what they're for. Like,
well, I'm not, I'm not
for?
speaking for the Democratic Party. I can tell you what I'm for.
Tell me what you're for.
Oh, I am for universal health care, single payer health care.
Yep.
I am for increased ability to unionize. I am for decommodifying parts of the housing sector. I am for decommodifying power. I am for decommodifying access to the internet. I mean, those are my big ones right there. I think
in your party is for that?
Well, who in the Democratic Party is for that? I don't know that there's anybody who in our party who embraces all of those. I mean, that is a major political figure.
So what? Sam Cedar running or something? What? Yeah. Hey, if Sam Cedar ran, would y'all get behind it? Would y'all get behind if Sam Cedar ran? I don't know. He doesn't really look like the most presidential character, but who knows?
I mean, I think I'm to the left of the Democratic Party. But I think there are elements of what I want that are represented by people in the Democratic Party. I mean, I think having a very jaundiced eye to the overwhelming concentration of wealth and wealth disparity, I think is a fundamental problem that we have in this country. I think too much of what happens in this country is a function of the concentration of wealth. I mean, gets back to why I want to return back to the tax regime we had in the 50s and the 60s, where the top marginal rate was 90% for every dollar above what today's money would be about $4 million. So, and just to explain this, because I've seen so many people on the right not understand marginal tax rates.
No. I mean, the way bro was talking was pretty much like, all right, so you get taxed, what, 37% on your million? And then as soon as you get past 4 million, you get taxed 90%. I'm like, at that point, bro, you are working for the government. You are working for the government, my friend. It's like, that don't make any sense.
That it's almost disturbing. The first $1 million that you earn is taxed at 32% or whatever the prevailing rate is. The second $1 million you earn, 32%.
Or not.
The third, 32%, because I think that's the highest. Maybe it's 37% is the highest. Once you get over 4 million, every extra dollar after that is taxed at a 90% rate.
That's what you want.
That is what we had in this country for several decades in the post-World War.
Why do you think that's good, though? Because we talked about this. Why do you think that's good?
I'll tell you. Because it flattens wealth disparity.
Okay.
And that is when you have the greatest expansion of the economy.
Right.
Hey, yo, some of y'all are really for this? I'm surprised. But shame. You should leave their money alone. Bro, 4 million, you talk about after that, I'm getting taxed 90. So every time I make $1 million, y'all taking 900, I get 100K? No, y'all tripping. Y'all tripping, man. Y'all tripping. Now it made no sense.
Right.
Like, bro, if I was a business owner, I'd get the hell up out of here too, if that's what America was on.
And the wealth of the country is shared by as many people as possible. Right. Obviously, it's not everybody gets the same amount, but
do you think that's a popular idea? Do you think 80% of Americans want that?
I think if I was to show Americans, you've been
showing for 20 years.
No. Yeah, put up a graph of income disparity.
Right.
Okay.
You put up a graph of income disparity. Americans are shocked when they realize how much money.
Now, look, I don't really see income disparity as, honestly, I see income disparity as a choice, Now there's also this income disparity because y'all been gutting the middle class and sending job overseas. That's also can lead to income disparity. And guess what? Who loses out on the income? We do. The American people do. But y'all don't know that. Honestly, y'all missed the point where these companies can keep their bottom line and go to another country. Did you forget that part? So if we did start taxing these companies like that, they're just going to go somewhere else and still be able to sell into here. Because like I said, you Dems don't believe in tariffs.
Money is held by the top 1% in this country. Really, the top 0.1%.
Exactly.
Relative to the rest. I mean, like literally a handful of families have more money and more wealth in this country than 50% of the population.
There's so many questions to that. For me, the question is the following. Here's where I'm trying to go with a guy like
you show that to 80% of Americans, and there's no questions. You can be like, what the fuck?
You know what?
I don't know if I
you know
can
what
swear
else you
on
can
it.
show? You can't because you're a guest. But you know
I
what
can?
else? You can. CAN.
Okay,
you
thank
can. You're a guest. So if somebody could go and say, okay, why don't you pull up who pays the most taxes in America? The top 1% pays 50% of taxes in America. Okay.
The top 1% in America pays the most taxes in the world. And y'all want more. Trust me, taxing the rich doesn't help. Actually, we're only losing more rich people and we're only losing more corporations operating in America, and that's hurting us. Like I say, y'all don't want to come down to the facts that we kind of got to talk to these corporations nice. So that means lowering the corporate tax so the government takes less money so the Americans can get more money. We cannot go in a system where we can tax the government, tax corporations and also keep American jobs. It does not work like that. We are not a communist regime. Neither are we an oligarchy, so we do not control these guys. They can do whatever they want. And here's the thing. I mean, the Dems has been supporting it. So the Dems has honestly been for the rich more than the conservatives could ever be. I mean, the fact that Trump put tariffs on these guys, it kind of says a lot. And the fact that you guys kind of want to lift them off and continue for these jobs to get pushed out of America. I mean, what's y'all remedy for that? You guys know higher taxes mean these guys can go to another country. What's your remedy for that?
Okay. So you can give that argument. So to me, if we go back and forth, but this is the part I want to do with this specific argument, this specific idea, where I want to go with a guy like you, okay, is I think sometimes like
no, my man, you're just not trying to answer the question. That's the thing. You don't have an answer. So you just want to disagree with what's being done, but you don't have an answer. You don't have a better way. That's the problem. You're making asshole points. It's like you kind of know people who just like to talk shit, but don't know, but don't have a better way. It's like, oh, you're doing bad in life, bro. You want. And it's like, yeah, you're an asshole. But you could be a good person. You can be like, look, bro, you may not be doing well in life, but I got this better way for you to go here, here, and here. Y'all not doing that. At least when I try to disagree with somebody, I can't tell you shit if I don't got a better way for you. Like that's kind of being like, I'm gonna be real. That's being genuine and having integrity. How y'all guys argue, it kind of lacks integrity.
The Democratic Party, you go to a message, and you know how Trump tests things out. Yeah, Greenland. It's Greenland. Yeah, Greenland. It's gonna be so one way or another. We're not gonna go to war, but one. Yeah, a third term. I'm not talking about third term, but a lot of people are talking about third term. Yeah, Canada should just be a 51st state. Governor Trudeau. Trump will throw these things out there, okay? And then the market reacts to it. And the market will say, what is he talking about? And then I believe, this is how I do it as a business owner. You kind of, I'll be in front of, I'll never forget, one time I brought 9 of my guys and I dropped an idea on them. You should have seen the reaction on everybody. You know what the reaction was? Mm-hmm. They looked at me like I was high. They looked at me like I am on shrooms. They're like, what the fuck? Pat, respectfully, these are terrible ideas. So you know what happens to a business owner? They're so used to coming up with bad ideas. What do? They move on with bad ideas. So to me, Trump gets up there and says, what do you think about this? And then he looks, he says, okay, what's the guy that I respect? Okay, this guy's pretty reasonable. What did he say? What did she say? Okay, let's move on. To the Democratic side, somebody like you.
But let
me just finish the point. I'll come to you. Trust me, I want to hear from you. To me, I feel like the Democrats, like you, okay, you have a voice. People watch you. You're an influencer in your community. And you actually have the ability to kind of go and help your community out, help your party out. There are certain policies that you keep pitching that is no longer popular, that's been exposed so many times, because what we learned, like the biggest part why some of the conservatives like the Doge concept and some of the Democrats that like the Doge concept is it's government wasted expenditure. Obama talked about it. Clinton's talked about it. People on the left, they've talked about it for many, many years. And the average person watches this and says, okay, so after 4 million, you want to put the tax rate at 90%? Yes, I do. Okay, so all you're saying is that the government knows how to use my money better than free enterprise? I don't believe that.
Well,
so that's where the argument stops.
That's not the premise of why I want to do that taxation. I mean, the government.
Nah, pretty much the government saying that, yeah, we know what to do with your money better than you. And they obviously the government don't, because they're spending it on stuff that, well, we just don't agree with.
We'll redistribute the money. And
that's no longer a popular idea in America.
I
that's the part where you see the young Turks kind of growing and evolving and seeing some of the ideas that kind of is.
It's like, dog, you sound like a socialist, and that's just not the leading idea in America. Even liberals who are like there's liberals who are capitalists, and they're not going with that either.
Not popular.
I listen. The fact of the matter is, government always redistributes money. It always redistributes money. Every government at every moment is redistributing money. The question is, which direction is that money flowing? That's it. There is no doubt. The governments redistribute money at every moment. The question is, which direction
are they at it?
What?
How successful have they been at it? How good are they at it? How much waste have they done with redistributing money?
Oh, there's no doubt in my mind. Like, look, we have a massive, massive military budget. And if you want to look for waste and fraud in government, that is where you go. That's where all the money is. Everybody knows it. There's an enormous amount of waste and fraud. They can't even get through an audit. How many audits has it been? Half a dozen? Social Security.
Yeah, Pentagon.
And they can't pass a single audit.
I agree.
Social Security is audited all the time. Do you know how much money? Let's talk about this for a second. I watched the video of you guys on the plane down of when Elon Musk was in Wisconsin blowing up his whole brand, essentially. And he was on stage with a guy named Garcias. You guys remember this video?
Of course.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
It was like 2 days ago.
Yes. The Social Security numbers spiking in the last 4 years.
The Social Security numbers.
2.2 million new non-citizen Social Security numbers. Yes.
And the amount of misinformation from every single person, all of you, was astonishing to me.
What was it? What was the misinformation?
I mean, well, I almost feel like we should go through the whole video.
This is coming from a socialist.
No.
The level of credibility you have as a socialist, a system that has never worked. But I want to hear it.
It's like, yes, Biden was out there giving out Social Security numbers to, well, immigrants, non-citizens, as they were saying. But here's the funny part, though. Sam Cedar said, "Oh, that's okay. That's okay." Because, and here's the thing, I mean, that's what explains the waste and fraud in Social Security as well. But Sam Cedar going, that's okay, because when we gave him the Social Security card, it said for non-voting purposes. I'm like, bro, are you serious? Like, you can't go get an ID and just be able to vote regardless? Like, what?
That is anti-oligarch.
But I want to hear it. I want to hear it. I want to hear it. Go for it.
First off,
yeah,
you seem to not understand that these were not undocumented immigrants who were getting these Social Security numbers. They are non-citizens. Now, when you came to this country, you were an immigrant. Your parents came legally.
Right.
Every single one of those people who got those Social Security numbers are here legally. They're not citizens, just like you weren't when you first came to this country.
Yeah.
You get it.
In 2024, we gave 2.1 million Social Security out to non-citizens who are here legally. Interesting.
A green card. Your parents get a green card. They go through a process. Yeah. All of those people.
No, you know what's so crazy though? I always just say, like, all right, so y'all were able to get 2 million of these guys processed in, but when it came to the border, you guys had trouble getting them out. Like, really think about their logic right there. So y'all had so much trouble getting them out of here when you say, oh, there was not enough cords, they needed due process, they needed all this stuff, but y'all was quick to take these guys in, though. Quick to take them in.
And to understand, They got their Social Security
your point
card.
Here. I really want to see your point.
Well, the point is, you referred to them as undocumented and illegal.
No,
you did.
I said non-citizen.
No, excuse me.
Don't say everyone here. I said non-citizen. Correct
I
yourself.
can't remember which one of you got it wrong. I think you did.
Just be
specific.
You're thinking, but I
we can play the video and go through it. But
I'm still trying to get to the
I
point.
just want to make. Well, the point is, they're not illegal. They're not undocumented. They're all legal.
Right.
The expansion from that program, the EBE program, which is enumeration beyond entry, was started under the Trump administration. The numbers have gone up because, yes, under Biden, as opposed to Trump, there was an expansion of people who were here, probably, I'm not sure.
A lot of illegals.
Excuse me.
10 plus million.
Not a single one of them.
Breaking
not
number
a
of
single.
people
Hold on, you're
came
changing
in.
the subject now.
No, I'm not.
I'm
changing the
talking about
subject.
that video.
Yeah.
And every one of those Social Security numbers
Let me
that
ask
was
you a
handed
question.
out.
So
Let
how do
me
you feel
finish.
about we want 1 million people to support the Future Looks Bright gear? We are getting.
You know what's the worst argument when they say, "Oh well, Biden deported a lot." I know because he let in the most. He let in the most. So you can't really praise Biden for deporting what? I think somebody said like 4.1 million. I'm like, bro, you let in 10 million. What do you think? Like, I would hope you had the most deportations because you let in the most. I would pray you would have the most deportations since you let in the most. But all right, though, let's get to this next part where this man pretty much said you're evading taxes from, switching states.
Out of all the 50 states in America in 2024 that voted for president, why did 50 for 50 state become more Republican? Can you tell me why out of 50 states that voted for president in 2024, can you tell me why the 2 states that lost the most people, the only 2 states in America that lost $1 trillion of money under management, that left their states to another state like Nevada, Texas, and Florida, can you tell me why those 2 states, imagine New York and California, during COVID, lost $1 trillion of wealth that left to other states? And even after all those people that left, the 2 states that became more Republican than they were before in 2020 were New York and Texas. Can you tell me why people come to Texas? Why do people go to Nevada? Why do people go to Florida? Why do you think it is? Is it because maybe they don't have state taxes? Why do you think Arthur Laffer's in Tennessee? Why do you think Musk is in Texas? Why do you think Rogan went to Texas? Why do you think California is losing so many jobs?
Well, I think
you think
there
it's
are
because of high
definitely people
taxes?
who like to evade taxes.
I do think it's a good example that, bro, when you make it hard for the rich to stick around, they will move. I mean, if not move to another state, if you make it hard enough in the country, they will move to another country. That's what you got liberals are not seeing. Like, the rich are leaving your states. Do you not understand what that means? You can make it hard enough where these guys can take their business elsewhere. And guess what? Like I said, you don't believe in tariffs. You don't believe in protecting the American worker. So they'll still be able to buy into here with no consequences. None at all.
Sure.
It's evade taxes. So you see, but guys, let me, Sam, respectfully, I just figured out who you are. I'm telling you, I just figured out who you are. Deep down inside of you, you are driven by so much power, control, a deep-rooted feeling matching the qualities of a communist that wants to tell you what to do, and you think you know what's best for others, and if it isn't your way, everybody else is wrong. And by the way, an extremely unattractive quality,
I'm literally
but
just
very,
advocating for higher taxes on super wealthy people.
No, you're not, because what you just said,
Show me a picture, because honestly, I call bullshit on the whole Social Security saying that it's saying that it said not for voting purposes. I call bullshit on it. So I was like, yeah, show me a picture. Show me a picture of a Social Security card that was given to an immigrant that said for non-voting purposes. Please tell me that. And then after that, give me an ID of a non-citizen that has an ID that says for non-voting purposes. Please show me it. Like, please, because I was looking for it and I couldn't find it.
Familiar.
What you just said, let me just make the point here. You just said people who left California and New York, your first response was they're evading as if they have to pay you. That's not how this works. They're evading taxes. These guys are tax evaders. They left. No, it's called if a company offers better benefits. Are you on Rumble?
I think we stream on Rumble.
Where do you put your video clips the most? YouTube. Why YouTube?
It's just what the technology was when we started.
Why don't you do it on Vimeo?
We do run it through Vimeo.
Why don't you do all your stuff through Vimeo? Why do you do it on YouTube?
That's where most people are.
And that's where they pay the best.
Well, that's I mean, that's where we have the most audience. But if we had a bigger
you're
audience
evading.
like
You're
Twitch,
evading the revenue going to another company. You're such an evader of
we're on all those
sponsorship
platforms.
money going to another company that keeps more money of it. You're such an evader.
Shame
Why
on
are you evading all this sponsorship money? You're such a sponsorship money evader. Sam Cedar's a sponsorship money evader. Everybody, come on, man. But
I'm a sponsorship evader.
Yeah.
What is it?
What did you call it? No, you called people
I'm
leaving
a
California
sponsorship.
tax evaders.
There-
See, that's the
I think
part.
there's a lot of people who leave high tax states for low tax states.
Is that evading or is that just common sense?
you
and
just
one of
called them tax
Okay, I mean, if you want
I
to,
think there's a lot of
if they're
people that do
going
that.
for
You
tax
think?
reasons, then they're
Sam,
trying to.
There's also a lot of
pay
people
less
that
tax.
go to lower cost
What is the
restaurants
word-
versus higher
what
cost
word would you
restaurants.
rather me
There's people
use?
that shop at
Better
H&M
opportunity.
versus shopping at Gucci.
better opportunity.
It's called saving
tax
money.
situations.
If I have to
How
be
about
under
choose?
if I have to be under someone's watch, like a dictatorship quality like you that thinks you know what's best for others.
You think I'm a
and you-
dictator?
Financial dictator.
The way you
Financial
are,
dictator. I'll
give you
where
that.
you feel, your first answer was a tax evader. That's how you view them. You don't view them as a asset to the state. You see them as criminals. You just called entrepreneurs.
See, that's crazy, but you can't find it, can you? You can't find them social security numbers that's for non-voting purposes or an ID that's for non-voting purposes. An ID in the US, which means you have proper documentation to get this ID that will say for non-voting purposes. I mean, come on, guys. You really believe that?
That leave New York and California as criminals. Is tax evader a criminal? Rob, can you pull up what a tax evader is? Type in tax evader synonym. Tax evader synonym. What are some tax evader synonyms? Can you go to tax evader synonyms or also tax dodger, tax fraud,
illegal.
tax avoidance? You're calling these people criminals.
A person who tries to avoid paying
Wow.
taxes, often
You're
through illegal means.
calling
but
somebody
it's-
who leaves.
So me, I left
paying tax.
And don't be disingenuous about it, guys. Because if I wanted to, I could show my social security card. I just got to cover out the number. And what you will see, you won't see for non-voting purposes, or you won't see for voting purposes on any social security card. So the fact that y'all blindly believe that is hilarious.
So I left California because
I'm sorry. I should have said tax avoiders.
Right. Okay. So tax
apologize.
evaders. Right.
Avoiders.
Right. It's called.
Are we
better-
good with tax avoiders?
It's called better opportunities.
Am I a better person if I
it's
say
called
tax
Sam,
better
you're
avoiders?
also a
opportunities.
tax avoider.
Better opportunities.
Because if you have an S corp, you have what is called as write-offs.
Oh, that's such an
And so you
evader.
don't. Have, so
you
like when
write
you
anything
do
off?
when you write, you do write-offs.
Do I do?
I already know the
business
answer. Of course you
you
do.
write off.
Such an
So
evader,
you write it
dude.
off.
You're such
Why
a
you
tax
avoided
evader.
taxes,
Such an
bro?
evader.
Why would you,
You
do
gotta
such a
pay
thing,
the
Sam? You're a tax evader.
tax. It's
Call
okay.
the cops.
up as an
Shame on
S
this
corp
guy
just
for
to do
It's
that.
okay.
writing
Here's-
off tax
here's
evader.
something-
Call the
Gosh.
feds.
Here's something that I
You probably have an accountant helping you.
He does. Sam, here's something that I've learned. It's okay to say the following. You ready? Man, I might have been wrong on that one.
I
Man,
just
gonna happen.
conceded.
in anything.
I should have said
gonna happen.
I'm just
tax
saying in
avoider.
anything because where growth happens is when
Tax
you be like,
avoider.
yeah, when you grow. I remember
Tax
the
avoider
most
is
amount of money I
crazy.
ever made was in 2016. I was like, oh my God,
This is like a
I'm a
therapy
millionaire now.
session.
It's a tax therapy session. I was like, oh my God, I'm paying all this taxes. I don't
No,
like this.
it's
And
you
I
know what
created an
fascinates
S-corp.
me about this is that, like, I'm talking about policies that impact the country. I'm talking about the implications of taxation on the top 0.5%, top 1% of this country.
Who paid
And it is
50%
boiled
of
down
taxes, Sam?
to you guys saying that I'm a
Can you do
bad
me a
person.
favor?
No,
I
no,
don't
no,
care.
Person.
Sam,
Don't jump
I
to
I
don't
actually
care.
think you're a great person
I don't
with
care.
bad ideas.
I don't
Yeah.
care about like any of you.
Like, I mean, bro, the idealism is there, but I mean, the road to evil was paved. What was it? Yeah, the road to evil was paved with good intentions, my friend. So, yeah.
You as individuals.
You same
I
boat
don't
as
care
us.
about me. Exactly.
Oh, you don't- I
I'm
don't
talking about
disrespect you, though.
policies. And when we get into policy, I notice how this all pivots. And I don't blame you because, frankly, if you tell the American public, and maybe not this audience, because this audience is built on your on your business, around your business
No.
doings and whatnot.
Yeah.
But if you tell the American public that they're getting fleeced and they are losing political power to money, they react like they did in Wisconsin. They basically reject it. And so that's
what happened. What happened in November?
The message
5th,
I'm carrying.
What happened on November 5th?
Those people didn't come out. They came out to vote for Donald Trump because Donald Trump is a character that they like.
Why didn't they come out in 2020? Oh.
Why didn't they come out? Because Donald Trump was very close to their experience. And I have a feeling in 2024, they'd also vote him out if he tries to run again.
Can you imagine? Like, you had 4 years of a guy. His name is Donald Trump. Then this motivational speaker named Joe Biden shows up. Okay, and he fills up the arenas. And he wins. Every time he spoke, 200,000-300,000 people would show up to just hear this man give a speech. Like one of those great
that's the thing. Biden was a complete just placeholder for not Donald Trump.
This guy gets up there and he crushes Trump. And you guys are like, oh, he got so destroyed, crushes Trump. Look at the way Biden beat Trump. People don't want a person like Trump. And then America watched all the policies that you support. Biden comes president. He does what he does. 4 years later, his vice president, his VP, Kamala Harris,
Google antitrust and see how popular it is.
His VP runs for office. Okay.
And shout out to my man T Benke. He says, "Hey, gotta go, Set. Take care, man. Appreciate the support, man." Shout out to my man T Benke. Catch you probably on later on tonight's show.
Okay. Runs for office, loses every battleground state, 89 county. 50 for 50 states become more Republican. We want 1 million people to support the Future Looks Bright gear. We are getting very close to it. We got something unique.
All right, next topic. Let's get into the next part of that debate.
Hold on, I will get to.
Yeah. You don't care about those people.
I will get to the
you cared about children,
but you don't want to talk about this, and I don't blame you because it's embarrassing.
No. But let me do a quick
Every one of those Social Security numbers.
Do a quick time out here, Sam. Let me just do a quick time out. You said you don't want to talk about this. You just spun away from a question I asked you, and you brought this up. You haven't even addressed the question I asked you.
Let me
Wait
finish.
a minute.
We'll get to the
point that I
illegal
asked. Let's go back to what I asked you. I asked you a question that the money that's going in, Americans prove that they don't trust the government getting the money than free market, free enterprise.
I don't think
you
that's
never
the case.
addressed that.
I don't think that's the case. People love Social Security. People love Medicare.
Expenditure. What we learned with Doge. The American people said, Sam, enough of you taking our tax money and see what you're doing with it.
Elon Musk made that Wisconsin election of a referendum on Doge. To the extent that we've seen anybody vote on Doge, nobody heard the word Doge before November of last year. To the extent that we've seen a referendum on Doge.
Actually, no, that's not true. He was talking about, let's see, Doge for a minute now. He was talking about cutting spending in government for a while now. It's just that Elon and Vivek tagged along with it.
It just
Vivek dropped out to run for governor of Ohio, and hey, shout out Vivek. Hey, bro, I'll be voting for you.
Happened in Wisconsin. It happened in Florida, where the size of the win by those Republican congressmen was cut by 17, 20 points. I mean, this is a wipeout, and every Republican, you're going to see a difference in Republican lawmakers over the next year and a half, because anybody who was in a plus Trump 8 district or less is now starting to go like, wait a second. That's why Musk is being shown the door, supposedly. So getting back to my point about those Social Security numbers, they were given all to legal non-citizens. And every one of those cards, you can't vote, because I think you definitely said, and I think maybe you said, that this is a Democratic strategy to get voters. Hold on for a second. The Social Security card that they get literally says not legitimate for voting purposes. It is so that these
Stop the cap. Like, bro, no way. That's what I'm saying. Like, can you find that? Please, can you find that? It says for non-voting purposes. Social Security cards for non-voting purposes.
The Social Security card that they get literally says not legitimate for voting purposes.
So what's the point of getting one?
That these non-citizens who are legal, just like when you came in, pay into the Social Security.
Like, low key, are y'all that naive? Like, are you really that naive to believe that they really gave these guys Social Security cards that said not for voting purposes, but you can't find them? Are you serious?
System and get Many of them never get
So-
that money back. So in addition to the undocumented immigrants who pay in $22 billion a year into Social Security and get zero back, these people pay several $billion in a year, and only
Oh, so we should thank the immigrants for their $5.9 billion while Americans pay trillions of dollars into this government. So we should thank them for the small little drop in the bucket. Even though they take more services, they take far more than, the 5.9 billion they put in. They take far more than that. But, we should thank them, though. Even though, American people put trillions into it, the trillions that they're also using.
if they become citizens, which most of them won't. Most of them will go back home over a period of time. They're here for temporary protected status. Maybe some of them are refugees and they get permanent citizenship. They won't get that money either. So every single thing of that video, this video here, was completely wrong that you guys did. It was fascinating to me because I feel like you at the—
Well, hold on now. How is it completely wrong if you agreed that, 2.1 million non-citizens, well, that's what they said. So not everything they said was wrong. And actually nothing was wrong that they said because, bro, you have no proof. Like, dog, where is your proof? You're going to tell me that there is a social security card that said there's non-voting purposes. That's crazy to hear. Like, bro, y'all liberals will say the most craziest stuff and not understand how wild you guys sound. And that's why I'd be like, yo, where's the proof? Because you guys sound nuts.
At the very least, I believe that you care about the information you're putting out. And this was all wrong. And
so they're up there. So Sam, this is all a lie. These guys were up there just completely bullshitting with all the numbers. Where he's saying that people in the government are blowing the whistles. He didn't want to say their names. He was giving them praise. And for Sam, for you to say that you care about the kids and the labor and all that stuff. We've had an open border for 4 years, and all the illegals, way more than 10 million, have come into this country. California, is that where you live?
No.
Where do you live?
I live in New York.
Okay, great.
Bro, and this is how I know I'm winning the argument. Look how defensive you guys are getting. Look how defensive you guys are getting now. Y'all starting to get so defensive, y'all got to start calling on me because you can't prove wrong. When you start calling names and ad hominem attacks, you already gave the debate to me. I mean, there's more of you guys who are more like reasonable, like, Javon, but that's about it.
Even better. California. So the amount of money that we spent on illegals with housing and all that.
Bro, I already did Google it. Bro, there is no social security card out there that says non-voting purposes. Because then, think about it. They can still go get an ID with that. So wouldn't their ID have to say, non-voting purposes as well? I haven't seen that either. So, and where's the news report saying that, oh yeah, these are the new IDs for non-citizens. Here they're at. They're going to say non-voting purposes. Where's that? Y'all can't bring nothing to the table, but you have all the insults in the world, though. I know I've won, and I appreciate that dub.
That shit. And Gavin,
I'll take this dub into my day with gratitude.
Newsom passing a law that you don't even need an ID to vote. You're saying that we're coming up with where these people aren't coming in for the votes. That's the main goal of this whole thing. What was the open border for? Why was the border open for 4 years? Answer me that question.
First of all, the border was not open.
Give me are you kidding me? Look at the. What do you mean the border wasn't open? Are you hold on? Did you smoke before you came in here? That's ridiculous.
But by the way, Vinny, here's the part.
You're full of it, bro.
Here's the part.
Get out of here.
Sam, here's the part. When I hear this, okay.
Anybody can look at that video. The things you were saying yesterday was a complete sack of lies or just misinformation.
Be honest with me.
Immigration year over year over year. Type in illegal immigration year over year.
The fact that you're saying the border wasn't wide open. How many deaths have happened? How many fentanyl deaths have happened per year while your freaking president, Joe Biden, was in office? How many Americans died just from fentanyl? And you're saying the border wasn't wide open? We've had the most illegal entry in 4 years in the history of the country.
Dude.
This is why. Let me finish. And this is why your party sucks. This is why your party is at 29% approval. 20%. Because you got 20. Thank you. Because all you guys do is talk shit and just go anti-Trump. You have no policies. You guys have no vision. You have no leaders. You're talking about oligarchs and you hate the oligarchs. Where do you think Bernie Sanders and AOC are going to get their money from? Their donors. Don't lie to yourself. For you to look and by the way, you're talking about yesterday we lied.
AOC and Bernie Sanders don't take
Hold on, ready for this?
People.
You're saying that we lied 2 days ago. You just lied, and you're going to look like a fool that the border wasn't wide open. Look at this chart. What does that chart say to you?
I mean, damn.
What is that? What did Trump, when Trump was in, he was trying to close it, but your party was fighting it.
Well,
It's
might as well get up and start
unbelievable
shaking
how
them.
many illegals have come in the past 100 days.
But this is the part to just be very, just show the data. Illegal immigration, this is Wall Street Journal, is a bigger problem than ever.
Oh, no, that's
These
fake
5
news.
charts explain why. Go a little bit lower. That's under Biden.
Trump got shot trying to show these charts, literally.
This is October of 2023. Go to the next one.
A guy who was registered Republican.
Here's another
Hold
one
on,
for
wait,
you.
let me, can I address what his
let me just show the
rant
data,
was?
and then I want you to say what you want to say. Go a little bit lower with the data, Ron. No, because he said it's inaccurate. This is another one here
Okay, well,
showing
go back
data.
up. Go back up to the.
And then go to the last one, Rob.
Go to
Go to the last one, Rob.
Go to the top one here.
I mean, this is the
I'll go
numbers
through all
you're
of
talking
these
about.
charts.
So this is, you can
Start one by one. Go up.
explain every one of them. Go
Okay.
for it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, you can see that this is what constitutes illegal immigration. These are, if it was an open border, you would not have these numbers. You would not have the numbers to know when Title 42 ends.
Yeah.
More people are coming to the border and they're being put into a system. Period.
That's the best part about it.
And that's the
Because
definition.
they were told to come. Sam, let me explain something. When your president says, come to the
Is he
country.
just going to yell all the
No,
time?
I'm not yelling. You just give me facts.
Can I turn down his microphone? Because
You can. Yeah, just see which one he is. I think he's C3 or which one is it?
Man, I'm on Vinny too. I'm like, bro, just give me the facts. Like, damn. Like, can I get some facts here? Can y'all show me a picture instead of trying to lie to me, convincing me that they gave out Social Security cards saying non-voting purposes? Like, where's the facts? Like, bro, I'm not afraid to be wrong. I'm just saying, y'all are saying ridiculous stuff without coming with the facts. I mean, a news article, like shit, a video. I'm being nice here. I really am.
Right.
C3.
C3.
C3. Go ahead. Lower that right there.
And then the mic.
Right there. There you go.
Volume,
Is
just
that
lower.
good? Is that good?
C2.
Oh, C2. There you go.
Okay, go for it.
All right.
Go
All right,
ahead.
good.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. So
You're still going to hear the truth, though. So go ahead.
no, I'm happy to.
Yeah.
Can't turn down the truth.
No, you can't.
Open border would mean that we have no records of people coming across the border. The law in this country has been that if you put your foot in this country, it's an international law. It's a U.S. law. If you put your foot in this country and you apply for asylum, you are due a process to do that.
No, let's look a little bit more into this here. Let's look a little bit more into this. Shout out to this guy.
People at Doge believe that it's perhaps all by design. We'll get into some data here, but according to the media, remember, you shouldn't believe your lion eyes, ears, or the references we provide. It's just not true.
You may have heard claims recently about widespread voting by non-citizens. The claims are true. Voting by non-citizens is both illegal and extremely rare.
No, there's no evidence to suggest that immigrants, whether they're here illegally or legally,
His head is a missile defense system in Israel.
Elections in any significant numbers, and certainly not enough to alter the outcome of any major election here in the U.S.
Former President Trump frequently repeats false claims about migrants voting.
They are looking for suspected undocumented immigrants trying to vote, despite no evidence that this has actually been an issue.
So, I believe just yesterday, this weekend, Elon Musk and billionaire Antonio Gracias, which translates to Tony, thank you.
You're welcome.
Nice. That made me happier than it should have.
It did, actually. I hate you, Dwayne Johnson.
They revealed some new data at a Wisconsin rally. That's, well, not only concerning, but of course, something that we kind of already knew to be true.
When we saw these numbers, we were like, what is this? In 21, you see 270,000 people, goes all the way to 2.1 million in 24. These are non-citizens that are getting Social Security numbers. Once you're in the country and you got asylum through one of these pathways, and we mapped the whole thing out, you can apply for a work document. You file a 765, it's the work form. You get this form called the 766, that's the authorization, and then Social Security Administration automatically sends you in the mail your Social Security number. No interview. No ID. From Social Security to all of the benefit programs have been set to max inclusion, max pay for these people, and minimum collection. That's what's happening. We found 1.3 million of them already on Medicaid, as an example. So we actually took a sample and looked at voter registration records, and we found people here registered to vote. In this population, yes.
And who did vote?
And we found.
Okay, so it makes sense that y'all will try to do a mass cover up on this, trying to say it's a lie, it's not true. Like we're not giving out benefits to illegals. Well, looks like it. It looks like it.
You what?
Y'all really out here doing the devil's work, huh? But hey, Sam Cedar had his disagreements with it. And what was his disagreements? Oh, well, they were giving them social security cards that had non-voting purposes on them. And I'm just like, yeah, how does that work?
Some by sampling that actually did vote, and we have referred them to prosecution at the Homeland Security Investigation Service.
Yeah.
And of course, the left is saying, well, this isn't necessarily true, or it kind of already is true, but it doesn't mean what you think it means. The waters have already been quite muddied, so it's time for a claim truth. And as always, all references are available. Link in the description. Here's the claim that now the left is making. They're pivoting from, they can't get social security numbers, or you don't have to worry about this, to the new claim, well, this isn't new. Well, yeah, we've always known this, even though we said like it wasn't a thing. Undocumented workers, migrants, whatever term they want to use. They've always been able, you didn't know, they've always been able to get a social security number.
The Social Security Administration only issues Social Security numbers to non-citizens who are authorized to work by the Department of Homeland Security.
Mm-hmm.
This includes people with work visas, like H-1B visas, or those with temporary work authorized status, such as DACA or temporary protected status. Green card holders, refugees, and asylees are also...
I think that's what they're doing here, temporary protective status through Biden's TPS program that he signed in 2022. So it's Biden's fault that we were getting these influx of immigrants because he signed an act in to let them all in.
Eligible.
Okay, sure, but here's the truth. Even if it has always been the case, and you guys kind of obfuscated that, it doesn't explain the massive jump in numbers in only a few years. The context matters. And by the way, the numbers on Elon's chart, we don't have access to all of this information because some of it is private right now.
Yeah.
Correlates very heavily with the number of asylum applications filed under Biden. Let me give you some examples. 2021 asylum applications, 152,000. New Social Security numbers, 270,000. 2022 asylum applications, 502,000. New Social Security numbers, 590,000. 2023 asylum applications, 945,000. New Social Security numbers, 964,000. Think about that. In 2021, 270,000 new Social Security numbers. In 2023, 964.
That's insane.
Also, we've given you the stat quite a few times, and I'm amazed that more people aren't talking about this. When we've seen the rebound of jobs since...
Here's the thing, though. Look, I know there's a lot of people mad that I'm watching Steven Crowder. Here's the thing. Steven Crowder is one of the few people where when he brings up his resources, I'm able to look it up, too. Like, oh, okay, I know where that's coming from. Oh, I know where that's coming. Like, the video he just played was from, what was it? Public Affairs. Like, they have all these videos to explain the policies that all these departments got to follow. Or just to explain to you how civics work. Like, I already know the page he got that from. You can go look up the court documents my man bring up. You can go look up the pages he bring up. You can't do that with liberal media, bro. They just sit there in front of you and just tell you, oh, no, nothing's going on. And y'all just take that at face value because you hate Trump, because you want to stick it to the Republicans. But you're not really looking at things honestly, because it's like I say, you're more concerned with being right.
Since COVID, it's actually worse than a standard rebound. A lot of people say like, well, of course, okay, the jobs go away temporarily, they come back. Only they came back in a different form in that native-born American jobs saw zero growth since COVID. Foreign-born jobs, meaning people coming here, 4 million as far as job growth since COVID.
Yeah.
Since COVID. 0% job growth for people, American citizens, native-born citizens since COVID. Do you think that maybe correlates? Now, I can't say.
Nah, I remember homies was telling me, like, bro, there's a whole lot more immigrants in these places of work, and it don't make no sense because they just getting flooded in here. And I remember bro was telling me, like, bro, there's literally places of work out here that's ran by Haitians, that's ran by Hispanics, and they don't want to let nobody in there now, no working Americans, because, well, nobody in there speak English now. And I'm like, ain't no way. Like, I couldn't nor confirm or verify that, but let's just say that I know people who have seen some things, and that's what's been going on. And then I've even heard reports about it through temp agency workers who be like, yeah, they're low-key rushing in immigrants, and they're low-key trying to pay them lower.
Say that this 100%, because I don't have access to all the data, but if you just go from 2021 Asylum applications, 152,000 to 2 years later, 945,000. And the Social Security numbers correlate with that. That's an 8-time multiple, guys. Could that maybe explain some of it? This is why Americans have been concerned, and this is why the media has gaslit you. Next claim. Well, yeah, sure. Maybe they can get Social Security numbers, but I mean, we all know that. Except you said
immigration is bad. Immigration doesn't help the country, and it doesn't help America. It only strains our resources, and we only take the best and brightest out of these, I guess, either war-torn countries or economically starved countries. So it don't help anybody. And honestly, to them just sell you guys a feel-good feeling. That's it. That's really all they sell you guys is feelings, and y'all go with it. That's why y'all are outbursting in feelings right now. It's like, come on now. Like I said, if you got to throw ad hominems, I've already won. Y'all only make me feel better. I'm telling you, if you would actually try to, engage with me, respectfully and in a debate form, or I don't know, like you got some sense. I mean, maybe you can offend me, maybe, but when you're kind of acting like a kid, throwing a tantrum, I'm only going to sit here and smile.
They couldn't really. Well, yeah, okay, fine, but maybe they are. They have, but they're not getting benefits.
The Social Security Administration told Verify that each Social Security program has a United States lawful presence payment provision, which applies to retirement, survivors or disability benefits, and supplemental security income. In other words, immigrants who are in the U.S. illegally cannot receive these benefit payments. As for Medicare and Medicaid, the Kaiser Family Foundation says undocumented immigrants are not eligible for those either.
Okay, here's the truth. Yes, they are. They absolutely are. And this is what the left does, right? They say, well, by the way, immigrants actually commit crimes at a lower rate than, legal immigrants, of course, who have to go through the process to become American citizens. Yeah, they're more likely to obey the law because they don't want to be deported.
And here's the thing. You know how simple it is for you guys to respectfully disagree? Hey, yo, Seth, I seen something differently here. Here's the video that I seen from this YouTuber. Just go ahead and look at it, bro, and tell me what you think. That's being respectful and honestly trying to, trying to convince me. I mean, when have you ever convinced somebody by trying to call them an idiot? Please tell me. Like, when has that ever worked for you in your life? Oh, I bet if anything, you wouldn't do it in real life because it'd get you smacked.
That's not the same as illegal immigrants. They do the same thing where they go, well, they're not eligible. Okay, you can say that, but it's not what we see in practice. Illegal immigrants, illegal aliens, we've used.
I mean, you didn't even try. That's the funny thing. Y'all don't even try. Y'all just assume that you're oh so better than everybody else because of your liberal ideology. And your liberal ideology builds narcissism. Like, that's the problem with a lot of you guys. Y'all have a narcissism because ain't too much going on in y'all lives but your liberal ideology.
Use this number many times. You can check it for references. It used to be 116 billion. When I would change my minds about 5 years ago. They cost taxpayers $150 billion to $450 billion annually. And that includes benefits programs like SNAP. Of course, they get to open a bank account. They get driver's licenses in some states. Of course, they benefit from public schools here, even though a lot of them maybe don't pay taxes. Of course, they use the emergency room as their primary form of care, which has forced some of the greatest hospitals in the world in California to go completely bankrupt. Also, their access to American-grown dating apps.
No.
I'm weak.
¿Qué? Ay, Dios mío.
I am not 52.
It's just stop oversaturating that grinder market.
Yeah. Sorry,
win it.
You don't look a day past 51.
Thank you.
Or a day under gay.
Here's the next claim. Again, this is all stemming from, hey, turns out they're getting there's a record number of Social Security numbers issued with a record number of asylum applicants. What's going on here? The left tries to argue at every single point. And the reason why is because you're simply following logic. It starts with, well, why? Why is there a record number of Social Security numbers? Well, it's not because of undocumented. Well, hold on a second. Let me look. It could be. And if you make it past that, well, okay, maybe it is. But that they're not using it to get benefits. Well, hold on a second. I'm looking at the data. It shows that maybe they are. Yeah, but hold on a second. You don't need to worry about it because it's not like they can vote. That's the next claim that you'll hear. Well, illegal immigrants, at least they can't vote.
The Social Security Administration told Verify that each Social Security program has a United States lawful presence payment provision, which applies to retirement, survivors or disability benefits, and supplemental
sorry, that's the clip from before.
Income.
That's the
In other
previous
words,
clip.
immigrants who are in the U.S. illegally cannot receive these benefit payments. As for Medicare and
They're both the same clip. We'll grab the next clip. We had a clip where a lovely clip of people saying illegals can't vote. So they just picture it. Illegals can't vote. Okay. Here's the truth. Of course they can. We know that they voted. Now, it's hard to know the extent of the problem, as it always is when looking into illegal aliens, illegal immigration data. Why? Because some of it's on the books, some of it's not on the books. And of course, those who would be enabling this have no incentive to investigate it. But let me tell you this, nearly all states are not verifying citizenship of registered voters. As a matter of fact, it's easier to say which ones. Arizona is the only state that has a law expressly requiring. We occasionally go like, okay, which states don't verify citizens? We're like, okay, all right, Michigan, California. Like, okay, which state is verifying? Arizona. All right, let's just say that.
That's easier.
That's easier. And it was upheld by the Supreme Court in 2024. What?
Yes, but you have to check a box.
Yes.
So that you.
But all right, though, we'll get back to the conversation because this still didn't answer my question of, yo, where are these social securities with the non-voting purposes label? Like, and like I said, a lot of people say, oh, well, who's going to show you it? I mean, then how do we know this is true? I mean, then there's people who could lie in the chat and be like, oh, I've seen one before. I mean, bro, come on, really? I doubt it.
98% of those people who are then what you guys would call catch and release come back for their hearings. We are woefully understaffed in terms of like immigration judges.
Not there.
And that process is definitely broken. I would love to see more money spent in the processing of these people so that we can establish which ones, like your family,
like my family as well, illegal immigrants.
No, but came in through a refugee status. They weren't citizens on day one. They came in, they went through a process, and it's possible at that time. I mean, I remember, I was old enough to remember.
Bro, okay, look, bro, I went to. All right, man. All right. So there's one social security. One, shows your name, social security. There's two, valid for work only with the Department of Homeland Security authorization. And then there's three. There's one that's just not valid for employment. So let's see here. Which people United States do. Yeah, none of the three mentions that there's going to be anything saying that they're not allowed to, vote. None of the things says that. Now, what? Not valid for employment? Well, yeah, but what was the argument? Not voting.
The Iran hostage situation. I remember the fallout afterwards. There may have been some form of temporary protected status, whatever was at the time, that allows people to come in. Then they're assessed and processed. It's determined that, yes, their claim for asylum is appropriate or not, et cetera, et cetera. That's what we're looking at there. As you scroll up on those other charts, you can see when Title 42 ends, which was only supposed to be an emergency situation that has to do with health, and you can't have it both ways. Either COVID ends or it doesn't end, the pandemic. And
sorry, but you're still wrong, because even for the non-valid ones, you could still receive benefits or services. Yes, even with the non-valid for employment Social Security cards, you can still get benefits or services. I mean, what are y'all not understanding here? Like, bro, they lied to y'all.
So people come in. There's no doubt. And that number on that chart that Musk had, under Biden, more people received temporary protected status. We had a problem in Haiti as the country is falling apart. You had people from Ukraine coming in because of obviously the invasion. These are all under temporary protected status. They all got Social Security numbers so they could pay taxes into our government and not necessarily get the services back.
Yes, and vote for Democrats.
No, they can't vote.
Right.
Those Social Security cards literally say on the card, say you can't use this for voting.
AOC said we don't have an illegal immigration problem. We have a documentation problem. That's what AOC said. So this is not something new. You know how when you talk about who's better at gerrymandering, the left or the right?
Republicans seem to be better at that.
The Republicans
I
are
know.
much better
I agree. Guess what? So it's not like they can fight it and say, no, we're not. That's their reputation. They have it. They're better at gerrymandering. Strategically, they're better at doing that. But for you to sit here...
I don't have a problem.
May I make my point? Let me make my point.
Yeah.
when you sit here and you watch yourself when you're saying these policies and you spew out these policies, what the average person does, they'll watch it, and if they've already outgrown it, because today the problem with folks, content creators have today is the following. Say we say something on a video and we're wrong. You know what others will do? They'll react to it and they'll say stuff to it. And if we're right, they'll keep coming to us to want to hear more of it, because they'll say, at least you sound reasonable. And they'll say, I want to hear what John has to say. I want to hear what Joe has to say. I want to hear what Megan has to say. I want to hear what, whoever these people are that are giving ideas out there want to say, right? But when you keep saying stuff that others are able to tear apart so many times, that a former liberal watches that maybe was a viewer of you and says, how can Sam not see this and outgrow it? He is still stuck on this policy that's been proven. Americans don't want to pay more taxes to a government that wastes their taxes. How does he not see that? How does he keep pushing this agenda back and forth?
Like, did you not see this part, my man Sam? Is like I said, you can't talk about raising taxes and we don't even trust the government with the money. It's like, here's the thing: we had trust in our government with how they handled our money, and it was always benefit the people, and we had good results with the government. Maybe we'd be like, oh, heck yeah, cool. They use it for good. They use it for good. But since they're not, and since they're just wasting it and sometimes and usually using it for evil things, yeah, y'all don't need that money. They don't need the money. They got 6.8 trillion. Well, maybe they only need 3.
Then you lose an audience, and the people you keep is the following. Here's who you end up keeping. You end up keeping an audience that makes you think you're right, but that's not always the case. You keep an audience that, of course, hates rich people. Rich people are bad people, and they're probably not making a lot of money, and they come to Sam to save them. Hey, let's trash and bash rich people because this is what we got to do. Yes, Sam, let's go after the rich. We want 1 million people to sport the Future Looks Bright gear. We are getting very close to it. We got something unique that came in. Just so you guys know, I only wear the Valuetainment wallet. This is all I have. I think the Adam's the same as well.
Plug. All right, man. He said you voted for Kamala. Let's get right into it.
Kamala Harris is.
And you're sitting here saying you guys think you got better policies?
No, I think Kamala Harris.
Kamala Harris
is. I mean, I think it was what Biden did in staying in was atrocious. He should have gotten out way earlier.
Yeah.
There's a story coming out now of like Ron Klain seeing him before the debate and realizing the guy was a mess. And I think Harris's campaign was also poorly run. I think that, nobody could tell what her policies were. Mark Cuban's going out there saying we're going to get rid of. Right, I agree. Mark Cuban's coming out there saying like, oh, don't worry, she's not going to do any more of this antitrust stuff. On one hand, I don't want a billionaire coming out and speaking for my candidate.
Did you vote for her? Or did you sit that one out?
No, I voted for her.
You voted for Kamala. Why? Just because it's not Trump?
Very rational.
No, hold on. What did you? I want to hold on. You voted. This is what drives me crazy about your side. You guys voted
for the lesser of two evils.
That is what policy were you going for? What do you think that she was going to do different?
The lesser of two evils argument.
I would rather have you sit that one out, Sam. Go ahead.
I'll tell you.
Go ahead.
She was not going to cut Social Security functioning. She's not going to cut the USDA. She's not going to cut the FDA. She's not going to lose us $500 billion worth of return on investment with the IRS. She's not going to cut the Bureau of Labor Statistics. She's not going to cut 300
IRS investment
return
on investment. Every dollar that you give to the IRS, we get 6 or 7 back. She's not going to cut the museum
Did you
and
just
library.
say that?
Google it. Every dollar spent at the IRS gets 6 back in returns.
Goodness.
They're anticipating the cuts from Doge. The cuts from Doge are going to cost our government $500 billion.
According to who?
Studies suggest.
All right, I undersold it a little bit.
According to who?
Okay, well, that you can spend time attacking the people who do these calculations.
Not
do you need me to tell you more
Yeah,
about why?
but I'm just curious. Yeah, I'm just curious to
Just
what
rando tariffs applied in a willy-nilly fashion that crash the economy.
So you don't think the tariffs that Trump is, and I get it. That's exactly, the tariffs are exactly what America needs right now, because let's just go to the border. What he did with the border with Mexico, with the tariffs, what happened to fentanyl? What happened to all the deaths? What happened to all those illegals that are coming? What do you mean? He threatened them and they went to war.
Fentanyl comes across the border at ports of entry. Fentanyl comes across the border, not in illegals crossing the desert. It comes in.
Oh, really? Coyotes really? Really? Okay.
It comes in.
Yep. Yeah.
It comes in at ports of entry. Google that.
Sam, I don't need to Google when it's like,
yes, you do.
You said you voted for someone. You're coming up with these policies. The worst pick ever, the biggest loss ever. She lost everything because your side, you're talking about
I don't even
people.
know
Wait, guys, let me ask you a question. You're acting like your whole side was surprised that Biden wasn't there. Everybody knew, including you, he wasn't there at all. But you guys are like, he's just not Trump. The worst president in the history of the world, of this country, 4 years, because you guys were pretending that he was all there and we knew it. And who was making all the decisions? Who was making all the decisions? Who was signing all the shit? Who was signing off? How many times did you have to see Biden sitting there and they'd ask him a question and he'd go, oh, I can't because they told me I couldn't. He wasn't in charge.
Who?
Yeah, who was they? Come on, Sam. It's like the most devastating loss. The world, the country is over it. You guys aren't pivoting. Okay. And if you think the future is Gavin Newsom, AOC, Bernie Sanders, and Jasmine Crockett, you guys are doomed. Nothing is going to change. And Elon Musk, you think Elon Musk is a net positive or a net negative for society for what he's doing and pointing out what the hell these people have been screwing us for all these years? And he's pointing out, you guys are mad at the person pointing out who robbed from you than the actual robber. That's the.
I mean, here's the craziest thing though. Like, all y'all socialist ideas about, oh, she was gonna add more to the housing. I mean, what, the housing market that nobody could afford? Like, please, somehow that was gonna work. That we're gonna have to rely on what, outside sources to build that doesn't add anything to our market? Please, how is that gonna work? I mean, what, tax on unrealized gains? I mean, that's what really got her cooked. It was like, hold on, you're gonna tax me on my potential? Like, yeah, that's what we're gonna do. It's like, bro, y'all did not have a good plan. I mean, all y'all was gonna do, like I said, was run the rich out of here and take more jobs out of America. And y'all don't know that. Y'all thought that the rich were just gonna stay here and get abused. Did y'all, like, you guys are not thinking logically?
The truth, bro. Yeah, he's a billionaire. You think he's doing it because he needs the money?
What fraud has he found?
What do you mean? How much fraud has he found?
Yeah, where's the person who is going to be indicted for fraud?
Well, what about the waste?
What waste?
Because it's not. Stop it, Sam.
What waste? They just cut
Sam. What's
the agency that provides $295 million to museums and libraries. You appreciate libraries, don't you? I know how much reading is important to you. Sam, you're pinpointing the one.
Nope, because China tried that. Kamala tried the China strategy. China tried to add more housing, and guess what? It collapsed their housing market. So she tried a communist strategy, and it wasn't going to work. Trust me. A lot of reasons why it wasn't going to work.
Good thing that they probably did.
No, wait.
What about the waste of countries all around the world?
Unless you want everybody to live in slums, and she just creates slums for everybody.
For LGBTQ agendas in Rwanda or something.
The money you're talking about.
Do you want money going to
fraction of a percentage? And if we wanted to get rid of that money, there is a way of doing it, and that is to have Congress vote and reverse what they authorized in the first place.
Sam.
But to have a billionaire come in and decide based upon what his personal preferences are that he's going to cut government in this way, I'm sorry, that's not democracy. It's not even remotely close to it.
He doesn't have the power to do anything. He makes a suggestion.
Why do you think
and
Americans
the administration will do it?
Why do you think Americans voted?
I don't think Americans heard the word Doge outside of it being some type of crypto before.
Why do you think Americans voted for Trump?
Well, I think because they want change.
In what?
What were they not happy with?
I think inflation was a big part of it for them.
What else you think?
Come on.
I think for a 90% of his voters voted for Mitt Romney. I think there is the Republican Party wants to, have tax cuts.
How do we get inflation? How does inflation
Can we
happen?
stay in 2024?
Hang on
You
one
said
second,
inflation. What
Tom,
else?
give me 1 second. How does inflation happen?
Inflation can happen in a couple of different ways. Inflation can happen because you have too much monetary supply.
Yeah.
Inflation can happen in terms of both from a monetary supply level or a fiscal stimulus.
Right.
And inflation can also happen if you have a once in a lifetime pandemic that completely screws up all of your logistics. And so you've got, shipping containers that usually cost $4,000 to ship, but now they cost $22,000 to get because they're in far flung places because the
That was in
pandemic screwed up.
2021. That was in 2021.
Well, it reverberates through the thing. We
Right.
saw inflation dropping through 2024.
Sure.
We saw, we saw rate cuts on the table because we saw inflation
do you think
dropping.
any of it was with, again, so those are the main two issues. You don't think anything else. So you mainly think it was inflation. And your second point was,
Well, I think in large part, we have structural problems in this country. And that's why we keep getting change elections where we keep going back and forth. I would say those structural problems range from, I think a lot of them have to do with wealth inequality.
okay. So you think Democrats are better at helping wealth inequality or Republicans?
I think Democrats are marginally better.
Tell me due to what policy?
Well, taxation helps. That's a big part.
Okay.
Strengthening labor. I think, during Biden,
Through
I have a lot of
government
problems with
jobs,
Biden, but
where 6% of the workers work from home. Yeah. So
strengthening labor strength in the marketplace helps with wealth inequality. I think antitrust goes a long way to wealth inequality because it literally is to break up the concentration
Here's the
of
other
wealth.
question for you. So Trump's closed up the border, right? Where we are not getting, and like this, numbers have dropped dramatically.
Well, I mean, if you go back and look in the, and I don't necessarily agree with Biden doing this, but if you go back and look at the numbers starting in the summer of 2024, maybe a little bit before.
Stop it.
I'm sorry. Go look, just put it up there.
When he started
Put it
it.
up. But listen, I'm not in favor of him doing this, but he did do it. Wait, put up the graph of.
So you mean an election year? An election year, he tried to slow down the border?
Let me just get through this. And then, guys, here's what I'd like to do.
I'm not in favor of it, but he did it.
I'd like to get through some stories, but I just want to close the knot here and move on because we're not going to make any progress.
See if you can get a
here.
graph of that.
Rob, if you just want to show up graph on immigration from 2021, 22, 22, is that the chart you want to see? What do you want to see?
Let's see the one over the past. You said he dropped illegal immigrants dramatically in January, and I'm suggesting if you look at the past 12 months.
No, it's okay. Rob, do me a favor, find the chart on immediately when Trump comes in, what happens to illegal immigration in America. While you're doing that, here's a question for you. 10 million illegal immigrants came through the border in 4 years under Biden.
Way more.
You're saying it's more.
What's the number of undocumented immigrants you think we have in this country right now?
What I'm asking is those 4 years. How many do we have during those 4 years?
That came
through that we have, according to credible sources. What's the number you hear?
That are in the country now, or
that
actually
came
just
through
crossed
illegally during those 4 years?
Oh, I would imagine it's probably close to like 5, 6, maybe to 10 million.
Let's say 10 million people.
Tom Homan said 10 million.
Let's say it's 10 million. Let's say it's 10 million, but give or take 2 million. Let's just say it's 10 million, the number. Okay. Those 10 million people that are coming here, are they rich?
No. The vast majority of them, I would say,
are poor, right? Okay, that they're coming here.
Mm-hmm.
Who does that benefit? They're going to need jobs, right?
Yep.
And what are they willing to work for?
Oh, I think they're going to get.
Yes, the immigrants do take advantage of, the American workforce. And these companies kind of shell us out to bring them in. And here's the thing. If the Democrats are allowing a high number of immigration, doesn't that mean that they're selling the American worker out? Now, for my people who are in, your office jobs and all that, great, fantastic. But can you try to sympathize with the middle class and not look down on them for once, but then claim that you're for them? For once in your life, just actually, speak for what you stand for, okay? Stand for what you speak for, okay? Do you understand that this hurts the middle class, that this keeps them out of a job, that you guys saying that, these are all for immigrants, these are low-wage skilled jobs, you're low-key hurting the middle class doing that. Can you wrap your mind around that?
Get exploited, without a doubt, if that's where you're going with this.
So let me get this straight. So who do they benefit? Do they benefit larger corporations that get cheap labor?
They benefit,
so let me get
meat
this straight.
Processing plants.
Oh my
and
God!
Whatnot. That's why I want them to have documents.
Sam.
Let them come to the border.
So
give them documents so that they can get worker protections.
So then if that's the case, you know what that validates? Joe Biden and the Democratic policies are better for the billionaires than Trump's are, because they brought in cheap labor, and that cheap labor helps who? Helps the rich.
I mean, they brought in cheap labor. They want to raise taxes to push companies out into countries that got cheap labor. So yeah, the Democrats are working for the rich.
I am in favor of a path to citizenship that is much easier.
And by the way, those 10 million people that came here illegally, give or take,
and that was in that bill that they suggested in the fall of 2023 that Trump said he didn't want because he wanted to keep it as an issue.
Who do those 10 million people take jobs away from? Who do they take jobs away from?
I don't know that.
And those of y'all who want to try to blame corporations, I'm just like, bro, we all know how corporations work on the profit margin. They'll make their move on the profit margin. We know this. Why play with it? And you guys want to raise taxes is playing with their profit margin, and they will self-correct. They will correct. So when y'all want to say, oh, yeah, to take advantage of labor, I mean, here's the thing. With the help of the government, they've been able to do that. So like I said, y'all standing on the wrong side here. Y'all think y'all standing up for the poor, but really y'all been championing the rich.
That they take jobs away from that many.
Really?
No.
Really?
We are at, in 20 years ago, we were told that the lowest unemployment that it was possible to have with a functioning economy was what? Do you remember? It 2%. Was something like 6 to 8%. And now our unemployment is at 4%.
I mean,
and so
maybe y'all don't want to deal with the dark reality of the world here, but these corporations, we all know, and I know you're not wrong when they say these guys are effed up because they operate on profit margin. They don't care to take away jobs from Americans. They don't give a shit that they can send a family into economic chaos. They don't care. All they care about is their profit margin. And honestly, we should respect that. And I'm gonna tell you why, because unless we want to turn into a communist or an oligarchy, then we can't control what they do. Like, nobody can control what they do. They can go build their goods somewhere else. This is the reality. You can't tax them more because they can go somewhere else. You can't tell them what to do. Like, I don't know where in y'all heads y'all think y'all can do this, because y'all would just keep driving more and more rich people out and costing more American jobs. And trust me, the government can only add so many government jobs.
Lower than that before.
I continue.
You're not answering the question, though. Who do those people take jobs away from?
I have answered it. I think largely they don't.
Like, and then think about it like this. Okay, you guys tax them. What are you going to do to make them stay here? What are you going to do to make them stay here? If their company want to leave, how are you going to make them stay here while taxing them like that? Please explain. Oh, wait, you can't. But if you can, please tell me in the chat or whatever. But most likely you can't. This is the grim reality of the world.
Take jobs away.
Oh,
Get
they
over
don't.
it. Of course they do.
Hang on. Perfect. I love what you just said. You think they don't take jobs away from anybody. Perfect. So if we go and we look at when China started trading, let me make the point. When China came through and was able to bring labor to us, 1971, it was called the ping pong agreement that they had, where we can send labor there, and labor at the time was 8 cents to 20 cents an hour, where for us minimum wage was $1.60. Then in 2001, when the Clinton policies helped China join the World Trade Organization, and at the time minimum wage in China was 20 cents to 50 cents, depending on different regions, and for us was $5.15. We lost 6 million manufacturing jobs, give or take the next 7 years. Michigan, you got Indiana, you got all these other places. Where did those jobs go to? Who did they replace? Who lost those jobs? What happened
all that
to Detroit?
Manufacturing went to China.
That's right.
Yeah.
So what do you think these 10?
And why'd they go to China? Because it's cheaper to produce in China. If we'd have made it easier for them here, they'd have never went to China. Easy and simple. We just sold out the middle class. That's it.
Million people that come here, who are they going to take jobs away from? Americans who are here legally.
Right,
those millions. Who lost those jobs? What happened
all that
to Detroit?
manufacturing went to China.
That's right. So what do you think these 10 million people that come here, who are they going to take jobs away from? Americans who are here legally. Those jobs are going to go to somebody that's cheap labor.
That was the movement of capital. Capital decided that it was cheaper for them to move to
I'm specifically talking about the last 4 years. So when you're saying labor is not going to be taken from people in America, that's the credibility you lose. That's where people in 2000. Rob, can you play the clip with
when y'all make it sound like immigration doesn't have an effect on middle America or Americans in general? Yeah, that's where y'all lose us. It's like, do y'all not understand how this affects us? Oh, immigration is good. I mean, within moderation, but there was no moderation during the Biden administration when it came to immigration.
Stephen A. Smith, who has been a staunch supporter of the Democratic Party for decades. And now Stephen A. Smith is being called as a member of MAGA. Rob, we can't play the whole thing. Can you go to the main part? Do you know the main part or no?
I do. Right after he reads this is when he responds.
Okay, let's see what he says, Rob. Go for it.
This Owens, Sean Hannity, and other prominent voices from the right on this podcast as reasons for his premise. Here's a portion of what he wrote on MSNBC.com in an article titled ESPN Stephen A. Smith is a megaphone for MAGA propaganda. Jones says, quote, Stephen A. Smith's embrace of the MAGA.
Trust me, I go against anybody with a difference of opinion. Y'all have proven that.
Movement and its influencers has only continued.
I mean,
in recent days, for example, he has spoken with right-wing commentators Ben Shapiro, Megyn Kelly, and Bill O'Reilly. You might be thinking that these were adversarial chats between a left-leaning centrist and a conservative. But to adroit listeners, they can come across more as conservatives in friendly discussion than anything else. Smith's overt politicism seems to fly in the face of ESPN's apparent effort in recent years to deter some of its talent from speaking on controversial political matters. Either way, the network's most recognizable host is now regularly platforming MAGA propaganda at will, end quote. Now, my team reached out to Jones to have a discussion about the article. I wanted to invite him on the show to talk with me one-on-one personally. I hope we get the opportunity to have that dialogue. He was busy. He didn't avoid the call or anything like that. There was no comment or anything like that. He didn't say anything. He was just very, very busy. What we called it the last minute. No shade on him. That's why it didn't happen. But in the meantime, let me express to you what I think about what he wrote. I think that's the exact problem with the left. You see, if I don't agree with you, I must be MAGA. It must be the case. I'm platforming MAGA propaganda. Is that so? I don't view it that way. First of all, even though I lean left, particularly with how I vote with presidential elections, I want to emphasize that I've always been a centrist my entire life.
Hold on. That's hilarious. Like, Javon, where have you seen anybody in this chat that's capable? And I'm talking about that's agreeing with you, that's capable of a healthy debate. Like, I'm pretty sure I know what they're gonna do when I invite them on. They're gonna try to cut me off. They're gonna get loud. They're gonna get belligerent, and it's gonna ruin the quality of the show, just like they're ruining the quality of the chat. I mean, where is the healthy debate to be had?
I've never once described myself as a Democrat or a Republican. I'm a centrist. I'm a moderate. I don't trust either side. I'm not on one side or the other, hook, line, or sinker. You will see images or you'll hear me rattle off names of people who've been on this show. Yes, you see Ben Shapiro there. Yes, you see Bill O'Reilly there. Yes, I was recently on Megyn Kelly's show. Did you know I'm on News Nation with Chris Cuomo every week? Did you know that I just appeared with Jake Tapper on CNN?
Yeah, my man making the rounds.
Do you know I've been on MSNBC on several occasions? Do you know?
I mean, for the guys who say, oh, you only listen to the right. Do you know I spent the entire election listening to Kamala Harris, Tim Walz? Like, I've actually listened to every Fight the Oligarchy rally. So when y'all say we only listen to the right around here, trust me, you guys don't know what you're talking about. And you ain't been here long enough. I mean, you're on one live and you think you know the entire channel. How arrogant are you?
Yeah, Sean.
So do you know what happens when a guy like Stephen A. Smith, he said he's always voted left when it comes down to presidential candidates that he has. So he's not a guy that voted for Trump, right?
Nope.
When a guy like him comes out and he says, what the hell is going on with the Democratic Party?
Is that what he's saying there?
Oh, he said it many. You must not follow what he
is.
says because he has said that nonstop the last 2 months, 3
No,
months.
I don't follow what he
You
says.
should. He's actually very good. He's reasonable. It would be good for you to watch. I like his approach. I think he's a.
Do you guys identify as MAGA?
No. No,
you guys identify as MAGA?
Here's my
No
question.
way.
What, can I ask a question?
I've been
He seems to
registered
think it's an
independent.
insult.
Yo, that's
I've
what I'm saying.
been
Make America
no.
great again. It shouldn't be if you want to make America great again, I'm all in. Call me MAGA all freaking day.
I'm
MAGA.
I'm MAGA.
I'm MAGA. I just want to make America
He
great.
seems to take it as an insult.
No,
That's
I
what
am
it struck
America
me.
first. I'm America first. I voted for Trump in 2016. I voted for him 2020. In 2022, when people were leaving to the DeSantis camp, I stayed on the Trump camp.
Yep.
I've never been off that camp. He's the right guy for America, and I've been a registered independent now for about 17
What
years.
do you think about these tariffs?
No, stay on this topic here with Stephen. And
What
we'll go to
is the
tariffs
topic?
next.
That
We'll go
there's
to
some guy
no.
from I've never heard of from
Stephen A. Smith. I've never heard of Stephen A. Smith.
No, the guy who wrote the
thank God.
something
If you
about
didn't hear
him.
Yeah,
Stephen
but
A.
what do you
Smith,
think
I
about
would have a
Stephen A?
meltdown
You know
right
what
now.
he's been talking about lately with the Democratic Party.
He's a
having issues in-
centrist. I don't have to subscribe to what a centrist perspective. I mean, he's a centrist, like Gavin Newsom is a centrist.
Gavin Newsom is a centrist.
Gavin Newsom is saying the exact same thing as Stephen A. Smith.
How? Because he realizes progressive policies have been a disaster.
Okay, I mean,
it's
so
because-
He's a centrist as of a week ago when he realized progressiveness is horrible.
Maybe it's
Come on,
because
Sam.
Maybe it's like
I
a-
just you don't understand. You guys
welcome
don't seem
to
to understand.
Bizarro World.
I have a set of politics. I don't care what Stephen A. Smith does. I don't care what Gavin Newsom does.
Yeah.
I don't care.
So you're rigid. You're not changing anything.
It's not a question of I'm rigid and I'm not changing anything. Like there are specifics. Like over time, I have had a different perspective on the deficit over the past 20 years and understood it in a
you
different
become
way.
more liberal over the last 20 years. You become more of a leftist and progressive.
You got to be more malleable.
I would say
you got to be
that
more
to a certain
malleable,
extent.
buddy.
I mean, to the extent, like I don't, like you guys have these like labels that you like to use, and there's some
Like
type of
tax
gradation.
avoider, yeah,
But
labels.
I've
We
always
like
been
labels like
I've
tax
always been about where I am in terms of taxation. But I am for a little bit more decommodification probably than I was 20 years
so
ago.
and all I'm saying here before we go, look, I'm going to go to the audience. Audience, we're coming to you here in a second to go through some of the stories here.
Why wait? We're going to talk about tariffs?
We're going to talk about whatever stories we go through. But the one thing we did learn here with you is America grew up the last 4 years.
Adam, sorry about that.
America grew up the last 4 years. Many Democrats grew up. Every state became more Republican because of the horrible policies on the left, whether it was how they handled COVID, what they did with our kids, how they handled people that didn't want to take the vaccine, and people were fed up. And they voted for a guy who had already been president for 4 years. So it's not like they said they want something new. They said, no, we want to go back to the guy previous to that guy. That is the biggest black eye to Obama, to Kamala, to Democrats, to everybody on the left, when they went back to the guy that they said they didn't want 4 years later, saying, it's like an ex coming back and saying, babe, I messed up. I should have never gone with the other guy. You were my guy. Or guy, babe, I screwed up. I should have never left you for the other girl. I'm such a dummy. Please, Trump, come back. That's what America did. And a guy like you, who's
I'm
sitting
not a
here
big
seeing,
fan of Obama's, and I'm not a big fan of Harris's either.
But the point is, you still haven't
Bro,
graduated
but you
Sanders. That's like 7th grade. The people that follow Sanders.
Oh God, the people that still believe in Bernie, bro, that was like in like not even high school, bro. That's like in college days. Like, oh yeah, when you went to free college because you were in college. Now you realize how dumb of an idea that was, or how unconstitutional it was.
And AOC are in 7th grade, 8th grade. Their heroes are in high school.
He's like, yeah, the socialist Marxist idea that they was feeding you in college. And trust me, I know. And hey, what can I say? It was a good ideology at the time. Like, hey, yeah, free college. Oh, this man Bernie cooking. And then he started going further and further. And I remember I had my finance teacher break it down to me one time. And he was like, yeah, if you ever want to make any real money, even if you're just hitting 6 figures, this guy's going to tank you. I'm like, damn. Oh, shout out to that guy. I mean, one of the people that red pilled me toward finance, or at least conservative spending.
Your philosophies are popular in high schools, not with adults. The policies that you support are high school policies.
Yeah, I know. That's what they told Biden. They said, hey, we want to clear the student debt. Unconstitutional. I'm like, damn. All right, then. It is what it is. Hey, that's what they said about reparations. Race-based reparations. Unconstitutional. Okay, then.
I was in high school.
Oh, are you kidding me? Karl Marx was a hero in kids that went to high school because teachers were feeding the Karl Marx stuff.
I went to high school. Ronald Reagan was president. I can assure you that.
I'm sorry. That's what my that's what my MAGA friend like. Trust me, I had trust me. Day one Trump supporter friends back in the day, but that's what they say. Then everything he says unconstitutional. I'm just like, okay, bro, okay. But no, free education. Honestly, it was just lower. It was just lower education. That's all. It's almost like the same argument with healthcare. It's just we get the bare minimum.
And the wall still existed, and there was fear of communism, and that socialism was barely ever expressed.
You're a step away.
Yeah, unlike I'm not even gonna say that, but yeah, I went to college and I had a financial planning teacher. Duh! Shout out to the professors. Shout out to professors. I mean, what do you guys think? What do you guys think? I'm uneducated? Oh, yeah, that's what you tell yourselves to make yourselves feel better. But nah, I'm pretty educated.
From communism, like socialism is a step away from communism. That's kind of where
you're right.
You're right. They're saying, guys, I don't want to fully publicly say I'm a communist. I'll stay in this room.
I'm not.
Because it's like MAGA.
I don't even identify as a socialist either.
You're a progressive, though.
I would say I'm a progressive.
So
I mean,
what's
is
right of progressive? What's left of progressive? I know you're not big on labels, but just humor me. What's right and left of being a progressive?
I'm probably a social democrat. So I would say there is a certain amount of society where I believe we do not need the private market to deliver it and is less efficient. So when it comes to health insurance, we have already in this country 1/3, maybe a little more actually, on some form of government health insurance. The VA is actually government healthcare. The doctors work for the government. And that is actually gets very, very high
and
marks.
all I hear is good things about the VA.
The VA
everybody
gets
loves
high
the VA.
marks?
The healthcare does, yeah.
Vinny, you go to the VA.
From
who?
That's 100% false.
From
I
the
get
dead guys.
the worst service from the VA. And I'm a veteran and he's a veteran. He doesn't go to the VA. I go to the VA. I called yesterday just to make an example in our work area. I called. Nobody's picking up the phone for me to get an appointment. Zero. And when you go there, it's the most depressing thing.
But the good news is when you go to like get your to the DMV, the driver's license, that's great service.
Oh, that's
right.
That's the best. Yeah, that's the best.
Well,
No, the VA is not good.
The states run the DMVs,
really
but
like
my
it,
experience at the DMV is not that bad.
You want to
But
go to
Respectfully,
what's
there's
that?
one
I'm
thing
gonna
you
go to
said. There's one thing you
What's
said.
I'm
You
gonna
said
go
the
to
private market is less efficient. We can look at 250 years of government and everything we've got here. I just can't get past that.
That's what I'm saying. When you say the private market is less efficient, you're basically saying that, well, these entrepreneurs who made the money don't know what to do with their money. They should just give it to the government. It's like, yo, it's condescending as hell. And I always do say it's like the condescending liberal. It's like that's y'all way. Like y'all just like to look down on people. Like it's like, what? Y'all get it from y'all politicians in a way. Y'all just look down on people who you think you know better than. So you think you can do better than what? An entrepreneur with their money? Then why didn't you build a business the same way they did? Oh, no, you waited till they build the business and then talk about, oh, yeah, let me get some of your money. Like, how pathetic does that sound?
Administrative costs for Medicare.
And if that's your,
what's the administrative cost for Medicare?
Hang on. If that's your one of your foundational beliefs that the private markets will be less efficient, then it's no wonder you're where you are. I'm not going to pick on it. If that's your foundational
what
belief,
is the administrative cost for Medicare?
Tell us.
2 to 3 cents of every dollar in Medicare is spent on administrative costs. In the private health
administrative
insurance,
defined as what? You got to be careful. I got to be careful when I hear things like that, because guess what? You go back and you look at, well, I was only counting this.
The rest
I'm not counting this. It's like the same way.
You have a dollar.
Same way your side would count 98 unemployment and come out later and readjust all the stats.
97 to 98 cents actually goes to paying Medicare providers, doctors,
we're going to move on. We're going to move on because your core tenet that the private markets are less efficient is wrong.
17
and if that's your
cents on every dollar.
We can't discuss
because
anything.
They're paying
I mean, hold on, bro. You
advertising.
can't say the private markets are less efficient just off healthcare alone. Like, bro, we have a more efficient healthcare system than Canada, and that's proven over and over again. So you can't say that the private markets fail at any degree, because just look at what universal healthcare does for these countries. They're on a waiting list. For us, there damn near ain't no waiting list. You can get seen within like a week or 2 weeks or less. These people, months out. You cannot say that private industry is like inefficient. Like it don't make sense. Like, bro, the whole argument falls on his head.
They're paying for shareholder value, et cetera, et cetera. So for every dollar you spend, and on top of which, anybody who has private health insurance who deals with it themselves knows it's like having a second job, just to either get reimbursed or you get to figure out every year when you re-sign up, is my doctor in or out of the program? It's a mess. It's a disaster.
Medicare is
most
so good and
possible.
so wonderful.
People
Why was
love
MedSup and Medicare Advantage invented? It's so good, Medicare. It's
the
everything
Republicans
for you.
wanted to privatize it, and
oh,
it is
really? I don't get
understood
drug benefits.
that Medicare Advantage is the worst part of Medicare, and people get sucked into it, and they find out that they've been hoodwinked. I mean, these are all easily found data points.
Sam, did you fly here?
Yeah.
Did you go through TSA? Did you go through TSA pre-check? Did you go through Clear? What'd you go through?
On the way here, my TSA pre-check was not on the thing, so I just went.
That's messed up. You paid for it,
was right?
Yeah, it was $60 for the TSA.
No, I'm saying, but you pay. I think it was like a $500 or $100 for 5 years for a TSA pre-check.
TSA pre-check, I think, is $65 for 5 years.
That's amazing. It's a great deal. Why don't you do Clear?
I don't want to do a private company.
TSA pre-check is basically like a public-private partnership.
No,
where
TSA
you pay a little bit more.
TSA pre-check is the government.
You pay a little bit more.
Adam,
I'm not going to give my biometrics to Clear.
Looks at.
No, I don't believe in. Look, the reason here's the thing. Y'all think this like socialized healthcare or universal healthcare is a good thing, but it's not. It's not. It's low-key best that we have a system that where people can get healthcare through their employer, through the government. I mean, some way somebody got to pay. Somebody got to pay, okay? Everything just can't be paid off by the government and through high taxes, because we're going to lower the quality of it. We're just going to lower the quality of health services, and you're not going to like that when it comes to either yourself or a loved one. And it's just best that you earn it. Like when people say it's universal healthcare, human rights, I kind of see the arguments on both sides, because you're right. I wouldn't want to see somebody just sit there and die and be like, oh, you ain't got no healthcare. Oh, well, I wouldn't want to see that. But then I also don't want to see a case where we're losing the quality of our healthcare because we're giving it to everybody.
Because, there were many things that we knew would happen. Many things. I'm not here, so I told you so.
Former Vice President Kamala Harris back with a little "I told you so" this week, as President Trump's tariffs are setting off global shockwaves. So what does Harris's former running mate think? Well, Democratic Governor Tim Walz of Minnesota has been on a national town hall tour through red congressional districts from Iowa to Texas to Ohio, and he joins us now from Columbus. Democratic Governor Tim Walz of Minnesota. You're the governor of an agriculture-heavy state, one of the top 5 in the country, I believe. What's your reaction to what you just heard from the agriculture secretary?
Yeah, good morning, Jake. Well, I'm stunned. Your questions were spot on. It's very clear that she talked about.
Hey, nah, bro, you lying. Nah. Bro, come on now. The quality of American healthcare is the lowest in the world. You've been to a third world country? Like, bro, come on now, G. That was no, I'm not even going to say dumbest. I'm going to say that was very misinformed. Come on, bro. Oh my God, that man really says we have one of the lowest quality healthcare in the world. Bro, what? Have you ever been to this man tripping, bro? I ain't gonna lie. You disrespectful to the nurses and doctors that do damn good work. That is so disrespectful to them, bro. Honestly, I hope you don't go to a hospital anytime soon and they give you that good ass service until you can remember this comment. I pray you never end up in that situation. But if you do, remember this comment right here.
The people she's listening to, that is not the agricultural community. It is certainly not producers. It's not folks like Cargill, CHS, General Mills, who are out in my district. Look, this is a really precarious time, and the flippant nature that we're just trying something new here is really dangerous. These markets took us years to develop, and we have to be dependable trading partners. They don't come back overnight, and everyone knows in the history of trade wars, agriculture gets hit the hardest. So I'm deeply concerned.
Yeah, I'm too bad we provide 90% of our agriculture. So we're not really worried about that. I mean, you're talking about agriculture when the agriculture is the last thing that we're going to be concerned about. If anything, we got agriculture covered.
It's our number one export. Adding the tariffs, our two biggest, export markets are Mexico and Canada.
I mean, yeah, well, that means we're just going to sell more groceries, sell more food in America. That's all that means. Simple as that. I mean, y'all can fearmonger on it as much as you want. But there's very simple things, they're very simple solutions.
They're our great friends. This is just really, really terrifying. I would encourage, and I'll call the secretary. I'd encourage her to come to Minnesota and see everything that she said is not what's happening on the ground. So look, it's a precarious time.
So let me ask you, because another group you're in touch with, the United Auto Workers Union, you have a lot of that. They have supported you for years and years and years. They were excited to have you on the Democratic ticket. President Trump argues that these tariffs are needed to bring American manufacturing back. And to help American workers left behind in places like Minnesota. He has support from the UAW. The UAW called his auto tariffs, quote, a long overdue shift away from a harmful economic framework that has devastated the working class. It signals a return to policies that prioritize the workers who build this country rather than the greed of ruthless corporations, unquote. I have to say, that sounds a lot like language you would use. What do you say to the UAW?
Yes. It is what I would use. And here's the thing that the Democrats have to figure out. Donald Trump's language around this, he's not wrong that we've had manufacturing gutted. He's not wrong that we saw an outshoring. People of my generation were told, there aren't going to be any manufacturing jobs, so you need to go to college and rack up student loan debt. The problem is Donald Trump's solution to this is not the solution. Now, UAW is right. Certain tariffs, if they're on to steel or if they're targeted correctly, do make a difference. That's not what we're dealing with here. So just last week, 650 taconite miners are laid off. Those taconite miners are mining the taconite to make the steel to build the automobiles. So I don't disagree where they're at. And I think this is the Democratic dilemma. Donald Trump talks about the things that are real in the angst of people's lives. He doesn't do a damn thing about it. In fact, he does just the opposite. And he pals around with the people that caused the problem. And we don't offer him a solution, so it looks like we're not hearing him. So I disagree.
I mean, pals around with the people who cause the problem? No, he put tariffs on the people who causes the problem. He's like, what are you talking about? Actually, we voted out the people who honestly originated the problem, which was you guys, the Dems. Let's be real. Y'all was about to walk us off this economic cliff because y'all had no answer but taxing the rich. And that was only going to, like I say, further hurt the middle class. And I don't know why it's so hard to grasp for the left that, these guys don't have to sit there and take these taxes. There's really people who say, oh, they're not going to leave. They're not going to leave. I mean, yeah, they can leave if they can still get access into our consumer market. Like, you know that, right? That's exactly what a lot of corporations have done, which is kind of funny because there's a whole lot of proof of this happening, but you guys don't still see that. You still don't see that. We couldn't control the pharmaceutical companies. They went to Ireland. It's like, where's the basis for y'all theories here? Where do you think we'll be able to tax the rich and just all going to stay here and accept it?
With Sean Fain and UAW on this issue. I don't disagree with them on that. We made decisions over the last 30 to 40 years that I don't think helped America, but this is not the solution to it. Isolating ourselves is not the solution. We need to make sure that we're focusing. And again, I would just end with this, Jake. Donald Trump has not once ever cared about workers. This is why you need to support unions across the board, support the ability to have a living wage.
Then what did you do for workers? Then what was y'all plan for workers? That's what I'd like to ask them. What was y'all plan? Because, I mean, the tariffs is actually bringing business back here. Well, then what would be a different plan than tariffs to bring business back here like Trump has? Like, his plan is obviously working. What plan did you guys have? Because like I said, that tax plan Kamala Harris had kind of sounded like it was about to drive everybody out of America.
So we heard your former running mate Kamala Harris say she's not here to say I told you so, although obviously that's what she was saying about all the Trump chaos. We're seeing, I have to say though, what does I told you so really mean here? I mean, people heard her message.
It's kind of condescending and it's like, oh, I told you so. It's like, girl, you ain't said nothing all election, okay? You ain't really say too much. So guess what? Y'all gonna wait it out because, like I said, these tariffs are just now coming into effect. And y'all crying on what? Day what? 4 or 5? Who knows? But it's so funny how y'all crying so early into this. I mean, if Trump never put these tariffs in, would y'all even bring up the stock market? Like, if Trump didn't put these tariffs in, like, would y'all even try to have any idea to fix the middle class, to bring back jobs to America? I mean, we need jobs back here. The middle class need these jobs. It's a need. So what is y'all plan? And like I said, you can't use tariffs. So what's the plan? Please tell me.
They did not vote for her. She lost every battleground state. You yourself have criticized the Harris-Walz campaign for being too cautious. She may have told the American people, I
don't know, Javon. I could say people say that's not working and speaking too soon. That's why I say that we need to have patience with this. Like for us to overly jump the gun and all these news stories talking about he's crashing the market and all this crazy stuff is like it's too soon to say. And it is, I'm gonna be real with you, it's unfair from my side to say that, oh, it's gonna work and we don't know. And it's unfair for you guys to say that, oh, it's not gonna work and we don't know. So but we can both sit here and make our defensive arguments, though. We're still free to do that.
She may have warned the American people, but she didn't do it compellingly enough to win.
That is the absolute point. And look, when I criticize, I'm criticizing myself. I own this. I'm part of the ticket. And somebody has to come up with a strategy. I think this is exactly right. This is the thing. Look, Democrats, it was a good night in Wisconsin. I was over there. We saw that happen. Donald Trump's doing this. Just to be clear, nobody on the Democratic side is celebrating this.
And guys, I want y'all to understand, when you guys get mad about these tariffs we're putting on other countries, look up the country's trade policy on us as well. And you'd be pretty surprised on what you find. Like, if tariffs are like such a bad idea, then why do countries have tariffs on us? Some countries have outright import bans on our products. So what's the argument on that? If they can do it to us, why can't we do it to them? I mean, tariffs can't be too bad because these guys have had tariffs on our products for years and years and other people's products, not just ours, but other products, and still maintain their economy. Actually, their economy has gotten even better. India.
Those folks in the street are not celebrating that Donald Trump's making all these errors. I think what the vice president's saying is that was pretty self-evident that he was going to do that. I do think the challenge for Democrats, and this is, I think, a structural problem that's going to take a lot more thinking. Why, with all of that out there, did they not think we were any better than that? And they didn't. And I'm very concerned with the folks who stayed home. And these are folks that I'll say once again, Donald Trump has identified their angst. They can't buy a house. They can't afford to get a good education. They're concerned that their economic future is so precarious it could slip out from under them. Less than half of Americans have $1,000 in savings. And I think, why was it not so compelling?
Here's the thing, like, and this is what I would ask him. I'm like, okay, well, y'all talk about middle America, but you guys were adding government jobs. You're adding government jobs and you're pretty much gutting the factory work and manufacturing. How is that helping middle America? Like I said, y'all speak on middle America, but y'all done everything to go against middle America. And y'all wonder why you guys lost the election. It's like, y'all don't understand that the Democratic Party has been on honestly, it's been a war on the middle class. And y'all been kicking the middle class's ass. Well, until Trump came in. And here's the thing. Now that Trump is actually doing something for the middle class, you're trying to fearmonger to say that, oh, he's crashing the market. I mean, nah, he's trying to reverse what y'all did.
It should have been a slam dunk for us to say,
well, and I can't even say Democratic Party, because when it comes to these trade policies, even Republican presidents have created some terrible policies like Bush.
We're the party that cares about that. We're the party that's going to protect Social Security and Medicare. We're the party that thinks the ACA is a good start, but we need to do more on healthcare. And we didn't do that. So I'm concerned. Democrats do well in special elections and off-year elections, but the electorate that comes in presidential election years is different. When I was young, it was easy to know what a Democrat was. They stood with the working class and labor. Republicans were country club and for the rich. Today, you ask people, they don't. We have a 29% approval rating.
Yeah.
It doesn't help us any that Donald Trump ends up with a 25% approval rating. We have to get back to the core issues, that this is about making America prosperous and stable and innovative for everybody.
Well, what do you make of the criticism that
how was y'all doing that by pushing in a bunch of immigrants? I mean, how was y'all doing that by gutting manufacturing? I mean, how was y'all doing that? Please explain. How was you helping the American people have more money in their pockets? Because I read the tax plan and y'all was raising taxes on us. Y'all was gonna take more taxes out the middle class's paychecks. Yeah, y'all was gonna tax the rich out of here, but you guys were also gonna tax us as well. And that's what they don't tell you. If you actually read Kamala Harris's tax plan, she was gonna raise, well, things that we all pay into. So like Social Security and all that. So when y'all try to say, oh, Kamala Harris wasn't raising taxes on the middle class, yes, she was.
One of the reasons why your party was so resoundingly rejected last November is because Democrats were gaslighting the country, saying that inflation was not a big deal, heralding Bidenomics. Not only Biden, but Kamala Harris was heralding Bidenomics, pretending that there wasn't a problem at the border. And then fundamentally, this idea that President Biden was up for another 4 years of the job, while Americans in poll after poll for year after year were saying he's too old to do the job. Your party stood against all of those things.
Look, Joe Biden coming in and doing COVID and being a governor through COVID did a hell of a job. But I think one of the things that we didn't do is we assumed that we said, and it was true, that we were going to have a soft landing and our economy was better than the rest of the world. Better for who? Better for the working class who was saying groceries were too expensive, as they are now and going up.
Under y'all. So what's up with that? I mean, there's a lot of things y'all could have done to fix grocery prices, but you never did. Like, here's the thing, like grocery prices were rising within y'all administration and even when y'all left. So y'all didn't even help grocery prices.
You got to see us talk about things. Again, I go back to this. Don't talk about food insecurity or housing type of issues. Talk about people being hungry and wondering where they're going to live, or about their children's future, about real security.
Bro, everybody was worrying about that under y'all administration. That's what everybody was worrying about. It's like, bro, do y'all not understand that the economy was in a down spike during the Biden administration? Y'all had nothing to say. But as soon as Trump takes a slight dip, y'all is in panic. Bro, y'all don't make sense right now. You want to talk about the middle class? Well, what was y'all strategy to help the middle class? Because I would be I'd respect this man if he said, look, I don't agree with Trump tariffs. Look, this is what I'd have done. I'd enacted this policy. I'd have probably hit them with this or that, and this would avoid this whole situation. That's a respectable argument. But just sitting there going, like, well, we could have did better, even though I can't tell you how we'd have did better, but we could have did better.
And so I think your question is spot on. I think we got intellectualized on this. I think the fact of the matter is Joe Biden did soft land the economy. He did usher us through COVID. None of us are saying we should be soft on the border, but we allow a vacuum, and Donald Trump fills it, the 800-pound gorilla, and their narrative starts to stick, and we look weak. We look weak, like we don't care. We look like look, Jake, I'm not going to say, we need to do is we need to just arrest people and ship them to El Salvador. No, we need to invest the money on border. We need to make sure that we have the judges necessary to adjudicate things faster. We need to make sure if you're going to be in this country, you're legally, and when you are, you're going to be uplifted, celebrated, and part of this great American tapestry. We didn't do that, and then it fills them. They'll find the example that is horrific, where you have someone who's not here legally and they commit a crime. That is horrific, but we don't do a good job of telling that.
Don't you think your party needs to acknowledge that President Biden was not up for the job of running for re-election, and that this was a major mistake by the
He made that decision.
Hilarious.
I know, but you all went along with the idea that
but Javon, bro, you can't say that. You cannot say that. You want to know why? Because y'all was telling us that we're in the best economy ever. You can't say that. You can't say Trump handed you a trash economy, and then also y'all was running on the argument that y'all in the best economy, and we're all just lying. Do you guys see where the double speak is?
He was up for it.
It's like y'all say so convenient things at the right moment. It's just like, but y'all wasn't saying that back then, though. Like, what are you talking about? Like, bro, you can't say that Biden was handed a bad economy, but y'all was also saying y'all was in the best economy ever. That doesn't make sense. Double speak.
And he wasn't, and everybody saw it, and the country rejected it.
Yeah, well, look, history will tell us to go back on that. That very well could be the case, Jake. What I'm concerned about is learning from those lessons. I would hope we would never do it again, make a mistake, make sure we go through and get someone. But I don't know where it helps us going forward. I certainly am deeply concerned that Donald Trump is going to lead us down a horrific look. Thank God it's tariffs that he said. Donald Trump listens to no one. Remember, Donald Trump has statements about, I don't think nuclear war would be that bad. I guess we're lucky that he went after tariffs instead of that route. Yeah. We have an issue in this country that is going to impact us. And if there is not a loyal opposition, if there's not some soul searching on our side, if there's not reaching out to those folks who are in the streets, they're leading right now.
So quick question.
I would tell everybody, you better get with them. Yeah.
Quick question, because we got to go. But you said you're not going to run for the Senate seat there. Are you going to run for a third term for governor? Are you possibly going to run for president in 2028?
Well, I'm certainly thinking about running again in Minnesota if that's what they want. I am not thinking about running in 2028. And my advice to folks is if in this moment you're planning for 2028, you're going to get rolled by the people in the streets. You just need to be out there making sure you're helping and doing things like Cory Booker's doing things like Bernie Sanders, AOC, things that we see people out talking to folks. So for me, I'm going to get through this legislative session. If the folks in Minnesota want me, I'm kind of inclined to do that. And I just want to play my part to make sure we cannot.
I'm definitely going to be there for that. All right. Wednesday at 9 when Bernie Sanders is going to have a town hall. Why not?
Forward to allow Donald Trump or his successor to go forward because you're seeing the pain.
Good to have you back here, Governor Walz. Oh, and happy birthday. 61 years young today.
Oh, shit. Yeah. Happy birthday to Walz. I mean, I like you, but shout out to you. Hey, it's your birthday, man. All right. Let's get to this little Charlie Kirk debate. And then I got one more video, and then we're going to head on out. It's been fun. It has been fun. I'm not even going to lie.
Kind of a specific comment you made. I hope you'll be open to that. I do remember, I'm sorry, I'm not sure what university you did say this specifically at, but you did state that you believe that the Holocaust was not as bad as abortion. So in other words, you believe that abortion is worse than the Holocaust.
So they're both distinct evils,
of course,
with some similarities. The Holocaust in some ways was far more evil, but as far as magnitude, the abortion crime is more evil. And I can explain more if you'd like.
Okay, sure. So I did do some research. It is found that 1973 Roe v. Wade was ratified, correct? And so one thing that you did fail to mention was that specifically numbers are just larger because abortion has been going on for a longer amount of time. If the mass genocide, right, that the Holocaust would have continued, it was about 6 million killed per year. That would have progressed to 12 million. That would have progressed to 18 million. But it was ended because, again, it's a totalitarian form of mass genocide. And so I wanted to ask you, when you look at the 93% of women who do get abortions, it's 58,590,000 that get abortions the first trimester, correct? And there is suggestive data that states that 12 weeks, of gestation.
Bro, what do you think comments like that do make you look like, bro? I mean, you kind of sound gay when you kind of say homoerotic things like that. When you take it there, G, I mean, bro, if you're gay, bro, it's okay, but you don't got to get angry about it. Like, all right.
There is significant data that has said,
hey, man, look, I'm not the one getting homoerotic about Trump and all that good stuff. I mean, y'all guys be saying some weird stuff. Bro, the only time I've ever heard the word Daddy Trump or Papa Trump is come out y'all mouths. Like, y'all speak more highly of Trump or give him more favorable names than we do. Oh, man. And then y'all be having some very homoerotic things to say about Trump. And I'll just be like, yo, like, when y'all write that, we know y'all think about it.
That pain receptors may not have yet been developed. And so that would mean that outside of the women who received abortions first trimester, it would be 88,200 per year after the first trimester that the babies are likely experiencing pain. I will admit to that. However, I am pretty.
I do want to play into this. Please tell me, how am I disrespecting myself by having a difference of opinion? It would be disrespecting myself by going along with the bullshit that you guys feed us. That's disrespecting myself. Disrespecting myself would be hearing the lies or seeing the lies for myself and then hearing y'all say don't believe my lying eyes. That would be disrespecting myself. Or no, disrespecting myself further would be part of the being part of the party that's caused the most damage to my community. Oh, that's disrespecting myself. But you wouldn't know nothing about that, wouldn't you? Because you disrespect yourself every day, popping in here on a faithless account. But all right.
Be sure that every single person in the Holocaust, which would have been 2 million per year, as far as the people who could feel pain, did feel that pain. And so I would like to ask you, actually, I think I would just like to tell you, I think that 2 million actual people, kids, grown people who were starved, worked to death, I think that is more significant than the 88,200 life forms, if you will. Because again, 58,590,000 of them are probably not feeling any pain.
Okay, yeah, but a human life is a human life, regardless of how advanced it is or whether it can feel pain. It still has moral worth.
Right. But I found it interesting. You said it's worse.
That.
So I think
some way, so it's worse in numbers.
Okay.
The Holocaust was worse for two other different reasons.
Sure. Go ahead.
It actually eliminated such a big portion of Jewish population.
Absolutely.
Nearly half of all living Jews were basically vaporized.
Mhm.
And secondly, there was an intent and an evil of trying to eradicate an entire religious people.
Yeah.
That is not unparalleled, but we've only seen that happen 4 or 5 times in history.
Mhm.
But just to reiterate the point,
Mhm.
what maybe you could tell me, a 4-week-old baby
Mhm.
who may or may not feel pain. Let me take your argument and say the 4-week-old baby cannot feel pain.
A 4-week-old baby that's outside of the womb or in the utero.
In
Okay,
utero.
understood.
So what is the moral difference of that 4-week-old baby versus you?
Versus me?
Yeah. Why do you matter more than that 4-week-old baby?
Because I have past experience. I also have future experiences. That baby, while it has future experiences, nope, shut up. Nope, you are incorrect. That baby does not have any past experiences. And therefore, I believe that, yeah, I've probably affected and impacted more people in both a positive and a negative way than that 4-week-old uterus has. I'm sorry, not uterus, embryo.
Yeah. So just to make sure I'm clear,
Yeah.
that your moral worldview
Mhm.
is that people gain more value the older they get.
Not necessarily the older they get. I would say that people gain
Well, no,
more
you just
value.
said that based on what they've done. So like an 82-year-old has more moral value than an 8-year-old. In fact, usually
because it depends.
Just to interrupt, the
Okay,
West
go ahead.
actually was built on the opposite idea that we sacrifice the old for the young. But during COVID, we sacrificed the young for the old. And we actually inverted it. It used to be that the grandparents would fall on the sword so that kids could live longer lives. So I'm just trying to understand, like, and from where do you get that moral worldview? Why do you believe that?
Well, I wouldn't even say that what I'm arguing is that it's based off of how many people you know. What I'm saying is realistically, if you are walking around, right, and you have a 4-week-old uterus, I'm so sorry, I keep saying uterus.
A
I
baby
mean
in
embryo.
utero.
Or embryo, okay, in your stomach. And then you have, just take a 4-year-old kid, all right? There are more people who most likely know that 4-year-old kid. That 4-year-old kid has the ability to understand fear, the fact that its life is in danger. And so therefore, there's probably more reason, right, to not terminate the life of that 4-year-old rather than the life of the 4-week-old.
So there's so much wrong with that argument. So under that belief system,
sure.
If by government decree they said let's eliminate the Down syndrome kids,
do Down syndrome people still have the ability to feel pain, recognize fear,
some,
recognize
but
sadness?
but it's highly diminished. But just this is not a hypothetical, actually.
Okay.
It's actually you must get an abortion in Iceland if you have a Down syndrome baby. You must.
Yeah, that's really terrible.
Okay, we agree.
Yeah.
Right, but why is it terrible? The abortion, it doesn't matter that much, right? It's just like a clump of cells. Like, why not?
If it is going to directly impact either the mother's life or the baby's life, then yes, I do think that abortion is an important issue. I don't think the government should ever be able to come in and say, hey, you're required to have an abortion. In fact, the whole slogan for the pro-choice movement is your body, your choice. And I know you're going to disagree with that, but that is the whole point.
I mean,
so
here's the thing, though. It's like, y'all trying to validate dehumanizing kids. That's all it is. You're trying to devalue like the life of a baby inside your stomach. That's all y'all trying to do. And not only devalue it, you're trying to dehumanize it. And it's a bit crazy, but we'll let y'all have y'all stance. I mean, like I said, I don't really care too much about abortion. If I had it my way, I wouldn't have abortion at all. But I'm with the idea of at least 4 to 6 weeks, though. I'm okay with that. Like, when people start talking about, 6-month abortions, that's why I'm looking at people crazy.
Saying is it's not left up to the government to decide if they should or shouldn't get an abortion. In Iceland, yeah, that's a problem because it's entirely left up to the government. That's an issue.
Let me take it to another extreme, if that's okay.
Sure.
Because this is full freedom, right? So you're saying, hey, my body, my choice.
I'm actually saying for the first trimester. After that,
fair enough.
Yeah.
But let's just say that this is a different moral argument that I'm interested to have you play around with.
Okay.
Should it be legal if a mom finds out she's having a girl?
Okay.
But she wants a boy. Should she be able to abort that 3-week-old?
Yes.
Yo. Yeah. See what I'm saying? Is like, bro, these women be low-key evil. Like this girl low-key, there's some evil in her right there. Because there ain't no way you just said that. It's like, yeah, if I don't want a boy or if I don't want a girl, I should be able to abort it. It's like, damn, can we even trust y'all with human life? It's like this shit. It's like maybe there's a reason why we didn't allow abortion back in the day. Maybe somewhere back in the day, the old leaders kind of figured like, yeah, we let women get off with that. They're gonna start picking and choosing what gender they want to come into the world, and we can't have that. Damn. I mean,
think about what you just said.
low key though. Think about it though, sweetheart. Please, like, don't stand on that.
Think about what you just said.
Why?
That's tough.
Can that child directly survive outside her body?
Well, eventually, yes.
mean,
I mean, again, so we talk about stages of
Is
development.
that the flawed argument that y'all really want to go with? Oh, can it survive outside of its body? I mean, obviously no, but in some cases, I mean, we can incubate it in some cases. So far long enough, it could happen. But the argument goes is like, why do y'all try to dehumanize y'all kids or babies in the stomach?
Development.
Mhm.
What is the first step of human development?
I mean, obviously, it's whenever the two pieces of DNA they
The egg and the sperm
correct,
meet,
yes,
right?
and then they collaborate.
So
and there you
therefore,
go.
if human development begins at fertilization, conception,
Sure.
so then shouldn't the human be protected at conception?
Well, I don't even think it's going to be protected if the baby is going to be born to a mother who's like, well, dang it, my kid's not a girl, it's a boy, or vice versa. Then I don't even think they should be born to that parent in the first place. So,
But just to understand. But so what you are arguing for is eugenics. Just so we are clear.
Yeah.
It is not just
and how to skirt responsibility anytime you want. It's like, oh yeah, I mean, you could open your legs and all that good stuff and have kids, but oh wait, hold on. I mean, if you don't want to have a boy or a girl, you can always get rid of it. Nah, that's not the type of thinking we want to sell to young women. I ain't gonna lie, or anybody, because trust me, guys be thinking the same way as well.
Illegal. It is grotesquely illegal what you are talking about, which is sex selective abortion.
Yeah.
Basically, where you get a DNA result at 3 weeks,
Mhm.
and you could be like, nope, not the hair color I like, terminate it. Not, I wanted a boy. So basically, your view of pregnancy is no different than customizing a Ford Explorer.
Damn.
What do Andrea Bocelli, Steph Curry, Justin Bieber, and Tim Tebow have in common? All of
no, my whole point again.
no,
is
no,
that,
you got to emphasize on it. Your view is that the baby, if all of a sudden you get a blood test that you don't like, that it's, by the way, you could tell a lot of your baby's DNA test now. How tall it's going to be, its average IQ, brown eyes, green eyes, blue eyes,
Really?
whether it's going to be likely overweight, obese, whether or not it's going to be a boy or a girl. So if you
Damn.
get anything that you don't like,
I mean, hold on, we could do that with kids now. Like, shit, you can damn near know the make and model of your kid before it came out. Like, all right, he gonna be this tall, he gonna come out with these eyes, that hair. I'm like, oh wow, yeah, no. I don't think we should be doing all that. I think we should let it be a gamble, man. Don't let them know. Shit, that's why the abortion coming in. They see something they don't like, and they're like, nope, don't like it. Take it out the game.
you say, my body, my choice, get it out of the shopping cart.
Well, yeah, and to be honest, it's very ethically problematic, yeah. But if we have advanced to a society where that can happen, number one,
Yes, no,
we're
I mean,
already
you get
we're
blood
already
tests.
in pretty big trouble if we can literally say, okay, the baby's gonna have blue eyes, green eyes.
No, it's not. We're already there. We're there. So it's just so you understand. It's
I
already.
mean, you can look at a Punnett table, but it's not actually going to be actually defined.
No, it's very defined. You could get a 3-week-old blood test, and you could tell right around 3 to 6 weeks almost everything with a very, very high predictive correlation of how your kid is going to operate, grow. Now, of course, there are some issues with it, but the sex is highly, highly accurate. It's 90. You take the urine of the mom within 48 hours, you could tell. So, what I want to make sure we're clear. You came here asking about the Holocaust. I'm going to complete the full circle. What you just talked about, sex selective abortion, is Nazi eugenics philosophy, which is that we will eliminate those that we don't want.
Interesting. You're exactly right. You did get me on that one. Yeah, because yeah, I'm not gonna like sit up here and pretend that you got me on that one. No, realistically, like if we're really gonna full circle and I'm gonna sit here and think about it, no, you shouldn't be able to kill your baby just because you don't like the gender or whatever. And I apologize for taking it to that extent.
No, it's not your extent.
But hold on.
I'm gonna offer you grace. Thank you.
Nah, sweetheart, you stood on that. I don't know. You stood on that one. That took me back. I was like, I don't know. It's kind of a bit late to draw it back now. Like even everybody was telling you, like, did you hear what you just said? Like, you sure you don't want to take that back? Like, Nah, you stood on that. And that's how she thinks. And it's sad, but that's reality. But all right, guys, we're going to go ahead and close it down for the night. I'm going to see you guys later on, I think around midnight. So